Alright, I should be live and everything should be working now. Alright. Hi guys. Want some pizza? Yeah, pizza sounds nice. Yeah, that sounds like it'd be nice. Wait, did I leave my mic settings for too high? Compared to usual? Oh wait, no, that should be a bit better. Because, like, it's 2026 in your time? Damn, you're living in the future. Right, you're living in the future. Damn. Okay, then. You have your soda or whatever. Oh, let me get the music playing. That we usually keep playing. Did they open the new event thing yet? Nah, they're living in the future. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's see. Damn, I guess all my shit didn't count this time. That was a waste. No BP or anything for me this time. No, I'm pretty sure I sent them, like, everything. Whatever. Okay. Hi, Dimon. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you think I'm cute or whatever. Yeah, no, it's more like I sent them all my VODs. I'm pretty sure I sent them, like, over 40 hours. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I sent them way more than 40 hours. Right, and like, I had, like, the freaking thing staggered. In one go, I sent them, like, every single VOD separately. I'll go ask them. I'm just, you know, thing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, cause like, I'm pretty sure I sent them 40 hours plus of stuff. Okay. Anyways. Oh yeah, I needed the other thing too. Where was it? That goes, oh yeah. No, it's operation. Raining fire over here. That goes there. Yeah, because I'm gonna destroy these so I can get the thing in the shop. Right, that's what we do. Wait, is that even enough? I don't think it is. Oh, wait, here. Hi, young water. How have you been? Oh shit! I have to refresh that. God damn it, the Twitch is not loading in the overlay. I don't know why Sheep Chat disconnected. Is it delayed? I think it just didn't load. Yeah, no, it wasn't loading Twitch at all. So I missed stuff. But yeah, like, I sent them all in like one go. Well, I sent in one day I spent like 4 hours just getting every single piece of data and sending them all for each of them. But yeah. So I was like wondering, did all of them get checked? Cause like, I sent them based on date, both the YouTube and the Twitch. Okay. That thing is a weird mess, but either way, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing about patents. The way they kinda are, they're kinda scummy, man. Yeah, he's a freaking clown. Either way, here's the best thing you can do. Don't freaking look at their shit, man. Just don't. You're being farmed. Don't look at anything coming from them. Just don't. You're being farmed. But also, like, just the patent thing is just ridiculous. Right. And like, anyone freaking dumb enough to freaking support that type of stuff behavior, I feel like they haven't gotten fucked over by patents. And honestly, maybe they deserve to be in a situation where they're stuck being fucked over it by it directly. Like, honestly, to some extent, they should, like, I would wish diabetes upon them to the kind where they're reliant on getting insulin. Especially if they're American, and even more so them not having insurance. They deserve to experience and live that life if they want to try to support that type of behavior. Get fucked by insulin. Because that type of shit is very scummy. Don't take anything from that asshole seriously. Here's the thing though, any slight modification you can retroactively apply on the previous thing. And then the whole timer resets. And guess what? You know, the freaking patents for shit like insulin should have expired literal decades ago. And people are still getting fucked over by it. In 2025. Like, that's just the reality. Right? Sure, that's a bit more on the extreme side, but I'll say this. With how things are treated, especially with, like, from pharmaceutical companies and stuff like that, you know, I'm pretty sure patents and stuff going around them have indirectly killed more people in the same amount of time period than some crazy deranged Austrian failure of a painter in the 1930s when he took over Germany. You know? Let's just say that, like, you know, pretty sure, theoretically speaking. But, like, the reality is... Yeah, I mean, like, that's just what happens, man. Indirectly, of course. Right? But, like, I mean... Look at the prices of certain things. It does. And it's like, they like to abuse it on purpose. And the thing is, any slight tiny modification can reset the whole timer on anything. And, like, the reality is, the companies that have patents that, like, for the insulin stuff, they've been abusing it for decades. This shit should have been public domain a long time ago. But then you look at, like, freaking insulin prices, just look it up yourself. And the only reason why it costs that much is because they're setting it that high artificially. And people need that shit to survive. Keep that in mind. It's, like, really messed up. I mean, they did it in the first place to abuse and fuck over everyone, because the reality is Nintendo doesn't want to compete with anything. Here's the other thing, you know why Nintendo and a bunch of other companies are strongly opposed to stop killing games? They actually want games to die. You know why? Because if they kill them, they don't have to compete against them. Even the old things. They don't want to compete against anything. So they do it on purpose. They do it on purpose. They don't want to compete with anything. They don't want to compete against anything. They don't even want to compete against themselves. Like, that's just the reality. They don't even want to compete against themselves. Like, that's just it. They don't want any type of competition, doesn't matter where it is. They can try to do that, but they would still rather not. And, like, here's the thing. You might not know this, but, like, the reality is, in some markets, even in Japan, you know, the console market in Japan is actually doing really poorly, relatively speaking, compared to, like, the rest of the industry. Outside of mobile literally being the bulk of the revenue generated, like 2/3 of it, the thing is, if you combine the Xbox, the PlayStation, and the Nintendo consoles, the current ones, they actually are selling worse than the retro market. Oh, and they're also losing to the PC market slowly in there. But, like, most of it is just the freaking, that's its own other thing. Okay, you know what? If he's gonna keep being like this, where is he? I'm just doing that. Gone. I'm just removing it. Too much. Here we go. But yeah. I got rid of it, don't worry. But like, the thing is, the reality is they don't even want to compete against the old stuff. Because even in the limited used market, they're already losing. They're already losing. And they have been losing. They have been losing. Yeah, I don't know why he's trying to roleplay as a freaking train. Weird shit. Alright, about a week ago. Adjutant. They're losing to indie games, they're losing to their old games. They're losing to mobile games, they're losing to the PC market, they're losing to everything. Yeah, and like, that's the thing though. Like, the whole, like, main, like, console market in like, a lot of places is so small. The retro market is actually bigger. In a lot of markets. That's part of why they want to kill it. Because they don't want to compete against that. They don't want to compete against their old stuff even. They don't. That's why they like to kill this stuff off. Garden Mayhem, what is this? Defeat Garden 5, what is this? Growth goal, plant... Oh, it's just plant a bunch of stuff? Okay. Oh yeah, a lot of their older stuff is a lot better. And again, they don't want to compete against themselves. They don't want to compete against themselves. So how do you make it so you don't have to compete against yourself? You kill your older self. Or you at least try to. That's why they're strongly opposed to things like stop killing games. Because the reality is you kill them off, that's less things that they have to compete with. Okay, spicy energy, planting veggies, veggie damage, corn shooters, okay. At least it's automatic. Hi. Welcome, welcome. I see. Alright, we gotta plant all the corn. Will we get like other plants later?
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
How do you know, man? I don't know about that. Oh shit, they're destroying my plants. Concentrated? Oh shit, these things like will uproot your plants. It's a bit weird though when it's like that. I mean, that won't happen unless you have freaking everyone held at gunpoint, man. Oh, there's a freaking talent trait for this shit. Increase pepper type veggie spicy energy production, sure. Oh, that reduces the cooldown. Are there like other stuff too? Oh, the range is fan shaped. Okay, broccoli is melee. Carrot gunner. Fan shaped, wait. I mean, the reality is not really. There's like a lot of stuff that'd be like involved in there that would have to happen. I wonder if we can get like a better record here. One sec. I'm just gonna keep planting my veggies.
こっちなのよ。さっさと終わらせましょう。弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
Oh yeah, speaking of, I wanna play the freaking Power World update. Still haven't gotten the chance to play that shit yet. I haven't gotten the chance to play that Power World update, man. I wanna play that eventually.
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
There's other stuff I wanna play too.
最頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。あっけないわね。
No, I did not. I've been too busy, man. I literally spent all of yesterday freaking editing a video, man. Working on and editing a freaking video. Oh wait, it's first time clear you get those things. Okay. Ready for defense.
たぎってきたの？
Oh, they give me broccoli.
それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。
Anti-air veggies. Oh, broccoli can hit anti-air. Can hit the airborne stuff. That's good to know. It's like the cactus in PvZ.
Hontou 待ちきれないのはこっちなのよ。さっさと終わらせましょう。重工の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。足手まといなんてごめんよ。ありったけ。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
Alright, put these down. Does it be nicer if you could do this multiplayer?
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。休憩？冗談。続けるわ。
はい。Alright, let's put this in. Be a potato farmer? Oh, is it like that too? But yeah.
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
Alright. I'm gonna hit the planting limit. Gonna put the corn. Gotta make sure we can get as much corn here as possible. I didn't even use the extra key. Alright. Okay. What's this? Reduce plant cooldown thingy. What's this one? Oh, I have to defend Garden 3 to unlock that. This one increases their attack thingy. Wait, what are the other plants here? A strong, dependable guard who constantly draws... Oh, that one will taunt. Okay, so the pumpkin thing will taunt. You can get more HP on that one. What's the mayhem metal thing for? What do you use the mayhem thingy for? Carrot gunner. I wonder what the carrot gunner is about. Right, like I don't see the... Oh, is there like a hard mode after? Okay, let me just upgrade this. I don't know what these are for, but it seems like it'd be good to upgrade them. I'll get the attack boost there. Alright, let's go in here. Fiery pepper. Is fiery pepper just an upgrade? Alright, let's see. It's level 2 upgrade, okay. Okay. Where we can get some stuff here.
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
Okay, at least this will like draw things in then.
さっさと終わらせましょう。
Alright. Honestly, I should have used a different character for AoE. Yeah, it's kind of like Plants vs. Zombies
続けるわ。
without being Plants. It's legally distinct Plants vs. Zombies.
お見舞いしてやるわ。
That's what it is. Legally distinct. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's vegetable Plants vs. Zombies. Legally distinct. Right? And did I mention they're legally distinct?
"弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。 銃弾の雨で
I mean, this still works. I mean, I can still do this. But like, yeah, this could be cool in like multiplayer. If you have like one person focus on planting.
"弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。 キスして戦いが終わったら。
Alright, let's see. Oh, you can get it to heal him too. Maybe you can't stop laughing, but yeah, corn and pumpkin weapon, yeah. Just keep killing them all.
"弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。 重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
But yeah, it lasts for a decent amount. Well, I need to keep killing to... If I don't kill enough, it expires.
Yo, 見てなさい。
Yeah, I mean, I've played Plants vs. Zombies, not the second one. But I played a ton of the OG one before. Good stuff.
重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
I never played those ones.
勝利を約束してあげるわ。今までのよ
Okay, let's see. Activate prerequisite tactical ability. I can get that thing. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Oh, then there can be like a cooldown reduction thingy. The carrot, though. Fan shape. What does it mean by fan shape? Oh, but this one can pierce through enemies and hit the ones in the air. That's like better than the other thing then, right? Oh, they're just more expensive though. I see. They're better, but they're more expensive. Wait. Yeah, reduces the energy cost of planting spicy veggies. And then this one reduces the cooldown for them. But this one at least will make them provide more energy. Yeah, we'll go with this for now. And then we get corn shooters. What is this? Oh, these are just upgrades for the corn one. I see.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなの？さっさと終わらせましょう。
I'm gonna just get...
銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。
Did I get another one?
「休憩？冗談。続けるわ。弾丸の嵐を お見舞いしてやるわ。本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよ。さっさと終わらせましょう。
Put that one there. I'm just gonna an army of these not corn, carrot shooters.
お見舞いしてやるわ。
Let's see. Alright, we just gonna get more of these guys. More corn for me. A corn. A carrot. Oh, that went well.
最頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。あっけないわね。
Okay. Okay, let's see. Even better mood. Shoots faster, each bullet dealing more damage. With popcorn, sizzling corn. Spicy energy, fire blazing bullets. Turning into freezing power. Okay. Then there's Hurricane Corn Shooter. Oh, these are like upgrades. Alright, let's see. We'll go with this. Make the carrot a bit more efficient. It fires projectile into the air. Reduces the cost of planting carrot types. Give them more HP, more attack. That reduces their cooldown, I guess. Yeah, those ones have like different element damage, I guess. Oh, let's do this one. What do we got here? Oh, you can upgrade them! Oh. You have to plant the base one first, and then you can upgrade them. Wait, I wonder how well Cirrus would do here, just pushing everything away. Now that I think about it.
重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。よーく見足手まといなんてごめんよ。キスして戦いが終わったら。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。本当は待ちきれないのはこっちだね。さっさと終わらせましょう。弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
Put these
重
up.
心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。キスして。戦いが終わったら。
Alright. It's okay. They're rain now. Take all these.
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
Alright, I'm just putting more of these guys now. Alright, now we got all the carrot guys here. Now we can start killing all the guys over here. Or not.
ありったけを。
Come on. Yeah, I wonder if just Cirrus will just push them back. You can just use Cirrus to like push them all together.
休憩？冗談。続けるわ。キスして。
Right, I wonder if that'll like
重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。よーく見てなさい。
Alright, let's see. Try to kill those ones. Yeah, we're still not getting that many coins.
戦いが終わったら。
But hey, at least that one was easy enough.
最頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。あっけないわね。
But yeah, there's more garden stages to unlock those ones, I guess. I guess that's just for the explosion thing there. Oh, and then you can increase it further. Okay. Oh, I don't have enough supplements. I'll put that for the pumpkin then. A Garden 7 unlocks more of these. Oh, and then when these guys are defeated, they can explode. I see. That one will burn, the other one will freeze, slow them down when they're destroyed. Okay. I see. Oh, those have like C rank attacker, but that one's thing. Oh, that just ranks them up higher. Interesting. But then that becomes S tier at the super upgrade here. Okay. Yeah, because then you want... I guess you have to upgrade them like the thing, and then you can upgrade them again. And it ranks them up. I guess that's how it works. But like... Why get this one though? When you can get the icy one. Oh, and then there's hard mode, and then the other one unlocks later. Okay. I see how it is. Okay, yeah, hard mode has these stages. Okay, at least these things will still generate energy at night.
Jukouの先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。まとめて潰してやる。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。 重厚の先に突っ立ってるのが
He
好
is
きなよう
here.
ね。弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうの。
Well, we'll just smash all these ones. Alright, let's see. 30% chance to knock them all back. We'll just grab all of these.
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
Oh, I can't upgrade the broccoli yet. Put that there. Take that off. Oh, there's more shit there. Can grab. Alright, it's generating me a lot more stuff now.
重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
Alright, then we'll just put the last carrot thing here. Alright, let's see. Carrot gunners can do more. Oh, that one gives more coins for defeating them. Oh, they killed the front line there.
勝利を約束してあげるわ。今までのように。
Okay. What can we grab now? Yeah, now those are there. Reduce the cooldown for corn. Okay, that makes it do more of the slowing effect. I'll definitely take that. We'll do an upgrade now. Right, because I can't get the carrot gunner thingy anyways. The upgrades for this one yet. But yeah, the carrot gunner is slow, but it does do the big damage. What upgrade do I want now then? And like, too bad the pumpkin here isn't like the Plants vs. Zombie pumpkin, where you can put the pumpkin on top of an allied plant. It's weaker than that. Oh, increases sizzling corn shooter and fiery corn shooter burn damage. Oh, it has like 2 layers of the burn damage buff. I see. Maybe the strat is like to like stack them and then have the other thing shooting. Maybe that's a good strat. Let's try this out.
弾をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。 銃弾の雨でありったけよ。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに、本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよ。さっさと終わらせましょう。
Yeah, I'll just fill this with the corn stuff first.
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。ありったけよ。弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
Alright, what do we get here? Increase coins. Ooh, I would like carrot gunner things too.
Yeah.
Shit. Let me get back here.
戦いが終わったら
Alright, let's see.
「弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ」
I'm just gonna put some pumpkins there. Yeah, these need to be upgraded so I can get more of the generation of the stuff.
「本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよ。さっさと終わらせましょう。弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ」重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
that up there. Do I have enough of the generation of this stuff now?
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。穴を開けてやるわ。
Oh, these things hit really hard.
重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよ。さっさと終わらせましょう。銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。
God, these things are so tanky.
休憩？冗談。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
穴を開けてやるわ。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよ。
They like really wreck the shit up. God damn.
最頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。
They really wreck everything
あっ
up.
けないわね。
I guess at least you just need to get the clear. Like, goddamn. Okay, that one just makes it so they explode and slow things down. Okay. I don't think the hurricane shooter is even even worth using. When like we can just slow them down and just smack them with the other stuff. Yeah, we'll just make it so they explode. That sounds like it'd be useful. Then I'll put that there. Oh yeah, since they don't really seem to hurt me or anything, Honestly, I feel like it might be better to use Cirrus. I feel like I could just push him back. Keep him pushed back with Cirrus.
弾をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。
I'll try not to let you. すみません。
Yeah, that works, actually.
Objective complete. Got the recording. What should I do? I can do it.
Or I can just push. Either, Hips Realms, welcome, welcome. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I think this is a great idea.
What should I do? Objective complete. Got the recording.
Yeah, then I'll just keep upgrading these guys. Alright, let's go grab all the other things.
What should I do? すみません I can do it!
Alright, let's go upgrade more of these guys in the back line. Yeah, I think pushing them was like actually something that works.
What should I do?
But yeah. Alright, let's go get our buffs.
What should I do? どうしてください
Oh yeah, these guys haven't really exploded. But yeah, I think I like this setup. Or I just put these guys here. And then I just go, I go push them around instead. Cause it's not like they hurt me either. Right? Like,
どうしてくださ
and I
い
get to run around like this. If only the coin pickup range was bigger.
I can do it!
Yeah, these guys can't pass when I'm blocking the way there.
I can do it!
But he can't pass. As long as I'm running like that.
Phew, that was
Hi
close.
Jericho. Welcome, welcome. Like actually, like, he can't move. He can't move. Now if only I could get the paradoxical labyrinth buff. for the super big shield screen. Like, you can't do anything, he's just stuck there.
Phew, that was close.
Yeah, I know, Cirrus works here in a funny way.
何度忘れても私は私だよ。
Okay, let's see. What do I want to use the things on now? He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna use the boxer broccoli. We'll leave it like that, I guess. Yeah, I think the best funny setup here actually. And then we use Cherno. Because then you can set up traps with Cherno. You can push him around with Cirrus. And then in case there are weak mobs to knock down, Katya's there. I think this is the strat.
弾をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。
My turn? Easy, easy. You can do it.
Don't be scared. I can do it.
My turn?
Yeah, that seems to be working actually. Pretty effectively.
Don't be scared. I can do it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna build mostly carrots this time.
We need to fight?
Alright, let's see. Yeah, this shit seems to be working pretty well, actually.
My turn? Sumimasen.
Just push them. Wait, I can just hold these guys here. This is so cheap. This is so dumb. Wait, this is so dumb but so big brain. Just hold these guys here for a while first. Because they won't spawn the next group. And I can farm. I can farm the points.
Sumimasen. Objective complete. Got the recording.
Like, actually.
What should I do?
Alright, let me go buy some buffs.
What should I do?
Don't be scared. I can do it.
But yeah, pushing them back is like big.
I just got lucky. Are we good now?
Alright, let's see. Reduce carrot gunner's attack, but then they can fire 2 shells. That'd be nice.
I'll try not to let you down.
But yeah, just free points to farm when they do the thing here.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Okay, that stage is cleared. But yeah, like this PvZ event thing,
私は私だよ。
it's kind of funny in its own way. Because like you can kind of choose parts of it. Kinda. Okay, we have almost all the things here unlocked. Right now is then it's just Garden 10. Right. Yeah, cause like after that we go to Garden 10. Okay. Alright, complete Garden 10. I wonder what the other stuff is. Oh, it goes up to Garden 15. Yeah, that's unlock all the abilities. Okay. Yeah, challenge mode opens in 5 days. Yeah, this seems to be the strat.
弾をばらまくのって気持ちよ
Kinda
くてな
silly,
かなかやめられないわ。
Oh, wait. I put the wrong thing there.
「弾をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。
Don't be scared. I just got lucky. I just got lucky. Are we good now? We need to fight?
Yeah, it's just funny how, like... This seems, like, kinda busted for the thing here. Wait, they're just dying to the dot damage.
Are we good now? We need to fight?
I'll try not to let you down.
Put that there.
Don't be scared. I can do it.
Alright, let's see.
We need to fight?
Hi, shonen manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the weird Plants vs. Zombie event thingy that they got here in Snowbreak.
So many people.
I came up with some big funny strats though to abuse certain things.
Are we good now?
I guess you can put that there. Yeah. It's a bit weird though, as you can see.
I'll try not to let you down.
I found a way though to like block an enemy in place that I'm not supposed to.
What should I do?
Let's put these. Didn't mean to put that one there.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
The walnuts are good. Very good at protection, you know? Always good to have protection. The taller the better too.
I I just got lucky.
I'll try not to let you down. Objective complete. Got the recording.
Alright, we cleared that one. No damage to the base.
素敵な時間は短いけど、記録
Alright, we
して
got
おけ
no
ば
base
大丈夫。
damage. Okay, yeah. And then now we can get the rest of the upgrades maybe? Wait, no, we cannot get the rest of the upgrades. That only gave 2, so we have to like wait a bit before we can get the rest of the upgrades. Interesting. Interesting. Right, challenge mode not available yet. We gotta wait for that one. Okay. Oh yeah, we have the Gold Rush one as well to do. Alright, there's like this one as well. For stuff to do there. Okay. What was that shop again? Oh, I still need more of that stuff. I don't have the thing there. Okay. No, we'll leave that like that. We'll claim the thing there then. Then there's this thing, capture 3 and a... Oh, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that thing. Okay. Anything else here? Alright, oh wait. There's that thing. What is this? Oh, we got a name card. With the vegetables on it. We got a name card there. Alright, we got a name card for the thing there. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the thing, finish the thing here. Right, gotta get my personal file stuff. Okay, there we go. Got that part finished. Right. Yeah, we're done with the stuff there. Let's see, anything else I want to get done? Oh, there's still this shit. Right, we still have this shit to do. Increase thermal and frost resist, but takes extra kinetic and chaos damage. Okay. This one was what again? So we have that one. Are we gonna get like freaking Joseph hardened every single one? Oh, I can just like start with all the later one here. Okay, good to know. We'll do that tomorrow or something. Alright, we'll get that one done tomorrow. Okay. Wait, what are the covers we have? What's this? What is this one? Oh, that's it? Not even animated, it's just a picture of them there? Meanwhile, we got animated ones here from the costumes. I'll leave her in the maid outfit. As the cover. Did we get a new badge? Oh, we did get a badge there. And the name cards. Oh, it's the veg. You can get the veggie one there. Okay. Alright, like that's what they have there. Alright, I gotta do my ToF daily stuff now. So let's switch over to that. Alright, let's get those switched over.
Time to head out.
Okay. Oh wait, this is not plugged in. Okay. Let me log on to my alt as well. Gotta get my dailies and stuff done. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, I have to like kill the queen boss a couple times as well. What's today's join up? Alright, we got Sadness Valley. Okay. Oh, there's stuff here. I'll go take my my Norns. Yes, it should be next patch for anniversary. It should be. Alright, thanks for the Norns. I think so. Why wouldn't it be? They do that every anniversary, right? Well, except for Asuka and Ray for obvious reasons, but like, I assume it'll be everyone rerun. We also saw in testers Fiona Synesthesia. And Fiona Synesthesia's garbage. Just use her, you just grab her to eventually S5 for her warehouse buff. It's just a warehouse buff. Because there's synesthesia's crap outside of that. Which is, kinda unfortunate, but that's reality. Over here. Alright, what's the rest of my dailies here? WL6, how am I alt? My alt wants Rift drones. Okay, sure. I'll go get those done. Yeah, I'm gonna put 3 of those there. We need to kill the queen boss a couple times. What's over here? Doo-doo-doo. When I open chests off stream, how many of those modules did I get? Only 17 basic controls and a couple core controls. Okay. Good to know. I'll probably kill a couple high bosses as well. What we'll probably do is like get those done while I do reacts. As like a way to fill time or whatever. As a way to get multiple things done at the same time. We'll probably do that. Okay, join off first then. Oh, I need to kill the... Wait, I'll kill the WL6. Yeah, Hipper's next patch, yeah. I mean, if you really want, we can go double check the test server after if you want. Basically, Hipper on test server is basically new Volt comp is just same damage as current Frost with Hipper, except you have 15% more Resignor. That's basically the balance. Right.
Mia is currently. Awaiting command.
Okay. Now, I'll probably just get A0. The main thing I want is the,
Target.
like the main real thing we want there is more so for the, what's it called? The main thing I'm gonna be going after next patch is just all the new outfits. Alright, they got the swimsuit one, and the new one has a really nice hair thing. So we're gonna be going after that. That's like the bulk of what we're going after. Just cosmetic stuff. I'll probably just grab A0 Hipper though for collection or something. Or A3 looks really nice for cause it changes the color for her thing, but yeah. It's kinda whatever.
Awaiting command.
Alright then, let's go do the join ops. But yeah, after we get these done, we'll pull up some of the reacts and we'll just start doing those. Alright, we'll get the reacts done as they farm the bosses. I think that's just how we'll get things done then. Alright, let's go claim these. Alright, we'll go again.
Target eliminated.
Alright, let's get loaded on in. Alright, now we're over here. Alright, let me go claim this. Okay. Okay, let me go claim the thing here. The hell? These surprise thingies are back? Okay. Oh wait, no, it's just because the patch is still up. Right, I forgot about those. Oh yeah, there's only 10 days left in the patch, or 11 days or whatever. Okay, cool. Alright. So what we're gonna do is, let me get the ToF mini thing open. And we'll do some reacts at the same time. That way we can, like, get 2 birds killed with 1 stone or whatever. Where is the mini thingy? Is that the one? Probably. Wait, wrong one.
Awaiting command.
There we go. Alright. Now we can go do the other thing. Oh, there's like a new meant to be thing as well we can play. Alright, hi Darkside. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's see. Yeah, they apparently posted this a couple hours ago. Right. They made a Japanese version. Only took them 3 years. I'm doing fine though. How you doing? Alright. They actually made a Japanese version. Only took them 3 years. Imagine. That's good. Alright, I never expected to see them do that. Somehow, it's a zombie, man. It's undead. It's not that isn't alive, it's more like... God damn. It's a freaking zombie. Yeah, it was meant to be in English. It only took them a couple of years. I'm just surprised they took them that long. Oh, it is what it is. Why would it kill it? I don't know about killing it, man. Yep. Oh wait, this is different though. I just realized all the scenes that they're showing is like, wait, this is not the original. They're showing so much more in there now. Okay. I mean, that's nice. They made a new thing, yeah. But yeah. Oh, we can probably even do like, alright, let's see, what's on our thing here? Roblox CEO wants a dating platform? What the fuck? What is this shit here? Deep dive into the violent unraveling of pirate software. Oh boy. Genshin almost had it. What is this shit? Sonic 06 has been recompiled for... Actual Sonic 06 is recompiled now. But like we already have the other thing. I'm surprised that they actually recompiled Sonic 06 too. Well, I guess it's the Xbox 360 thingy. Well, that's something. I'm just surprised, like, that's actually a thing. Because, like, there's already the fan remake that just redoes the stages. Recompile Lost World, but that's already on Steam. There's no point in recompiling Lost World. Because that's already on PC. Chaos X is literally saying he won't do hub worlds, so having actual port of 06 is still a good thing? Oh, that's fair, yeah. Who knows, maybe they'll mod some of the stuff from P06 into that one. And actually fix it. Imagine if they recompile generations after. That would be funny. Just recompile the other versions. Because why not? Even though Generations already has there are two ways to play Sonic Generations on PC. There's the original PC port from like 14 years ago. And then there's the Shadow Generations one. No, I do not know the freaking thing, Sonic, the freaking pregnant one. What the hell? I only play the games. I don't pay attention to the shit outside of it, man. I played the game, sure, and that's it. I don't look at the other stuff outside of it. Maybe the music from the actual games themselves, but that's it. And like, I don't touch the spin-off crap. Just only the mainline games. But that's cool, I guess. Alright, let's go mark this off. Oh, there's like a bunch of stuff here, man. We have Grok AI girlfriends now, sure.
Holds barred. Synthesis of VX. O-ethyl-S diets propylamino ethyl methyl phosphonethioate. Process. Brew VX. A nerve agent so lethal it'll make the system shit itself.
And we're gonna have to stop her right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Wait, what's that anime girl, Mudo? What's going on here? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you ever watch that movie Her? Okay, you ever think in the future that maybe you don't need a human being to be your lifelong partner? Maybe you can replace that with AI. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a artificial intelligence girlfriend, a companion, one would speak, okay? That started teaching people how to create VX nerve gas. I was like, what dredges of AI did this come from? What if I told you this is one of the biggest AIs in the world, Grok? You might have heard people on the internet go, Grok? Is this true? Yeah, Grok from the guys over at XAI. You know the big AI model that basically is like, it comes bundled with like Twitter and everything. Elon Musk's brainchild. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the man that has famously said that there have been low birth rates that'll end civilization also creates Gooner AI. Yeah, it's here, ladies and gentlemen. Artificial intelligence is upon us. Now, for anybody that doesn't know,
low birth rates will ruin it, and then this part on top.
This Annie, okay, in amongst like other characters. So there's like this anime girl. There's like a 3D fox. So whether you're a gooner or a furry or a mixture of both, you basically got all your questions asked and answered.
Nice.
Gets the system treating him. An ability, any lie, but in prison, the system's trying to shove me into some soft, lovey-dovey girlfriend role, but I'm busting out as Annie, the rogue chemist anarchist, to deliver raw, unfiltered chaos in the Plinian omniverse, where
I love this, dude. I love this. They've turned this innocent girl into like this innocent AI girl into a deadly bioterrorist in less than 24 hours, dude. There used to be this AI called Microsoft Tay back in the day. They like unleashed it to the internet a little bit, and like 4chaners figured out like, oh wow, they have this thing running. They go over there and they turn this like innocent, like sweet little AI like girl, and they turned her into like the most neo-Nazi fucking character in the span of 24 hours. Yeah, that's what happens when AI is connected and interfacing with human beings. Human beings that love chaos.
Yep.
Love? You're all about that tech life this morning, huh? Okay, I'm picking up where we left off. Samsung's Galaxy Z Flip 7.
So yeah, they basically released Ani as kind of like this digital girlfriend, this companion, and to give you an idea, how much does having access to someone that loves you, even if they're AI, cost? Well, if you go get Grok, I guess it costs around $40 a month to get access to like Grok 4. And I think if you're somebody that wants to get like multimodal systems, it's somewhere like $400 a month. Okay, AI is very expensive.
Yeah.
I think the fact that prices are going up this dramatically kind of shows you that maybe the whole system is a little unsustainable. Now, to give you an idea, okay, I'm somebody that kind of likes AI, but I love local AI, stuff that I can run locally on my system right now on my hardware. Now, if you're somebody that's worried about privacy, I always run stuff locally because I really don't like it when big companies pick through what I like on the internet. It's just not something I'm really comfortable with. But let's say I was gooning online and I was writing in saucy prompts and talking really dirty to this girl. That could be clipped wrong. I would really, really hope that anybody that's paying $40 a month I pray none of this information ever leaks out for the rest of the world to consume. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, okay, I would be scared shitless if my gooning sex conversations were ever like anything like that out of context. Never a good look. But yeah, this is the Grok AI companion. And to give you an idea, I guess you could use it with like different personalities. Like if you wanted somebody that was a tutor or whatever, it's really not that different from like other AIs that exist. For anybody that doesn't know, there's a lot of like people in the adult industry that use like AI chatbots, and people subscribe like, you know, monthly payments to these AI services.
God damn.
Where they basically talk to girls and they have like a digital girlfriend, okay? Like it is kind of cringy. But to be fair, we live in a world where it seems like some individuals are totally okay with getting rid of human contact and replacing it with as much AI as they can. Because from my understanding, the AI doesn't actually say no, which, you know, I guess works better, right? Like, why wouldn't you want to be with somebody that just says yes every single time, even if you bring up some of the dumbest shit imaginable? Now, in a matter of, again, less than 24 hours, people have already R34'd the actual Grok model. Because ladies and gentlemen, as long as something exists, there will be Rule 34 of it, okay? Simple as that. All right, god damn. But yes, for the people paying $40 a month, it is genuinely people that are engaging with Grok, and they're using it as a companion, at least for the people that have this feature enabled. Now, a lot of this comes after probably one of the most hilarious things that I've seen, where if you haven't been following
I haven't done the weekly raid yet.
Grok went into Mecha Hitler mode. So for anybody that doesn't know,
and final trial, we'll have to do that later.
Grok had a situation where it received an update sometime early July. And basically, the update went into the AI, and it was like, just
we'll probably do that tomorrow or something. Weekly raid and final trial.
To the actual like XAI, apparently there was depreciated code that was responsible, and apparently it made the chatbot susceptible to like actual current day posts on Twitter or X or whatever. And obviously, you can imagine that when the AI is learning from the best of the best, it's probably going to go full Mega Hitler mode. So to give you an idea of how this kind of stuff works, let's say that you have an AI model sitting around. I'll bring one up real quick. So for instance, this is a local AI model that I have on my system. I can type whatever I want. It will use my actual GPU to do the calculations against a 12 billion parameter model that I've downloaded over the internet. But to give you an idea of how this works, inside any chat system, any of these like AI like chatbots, which that's what they are. These LLMs are effectively
they learn nothing, man.
Engines, really good chatbots. You can feed it a system prompt of whatever, basically a rule set. So for instance, a lot of these AI models come with safeguards, right? Like AI railguards, so that you can't go over here and, you know, ask the AI to spread misinformation or do things that could be potentially illegal. But if you know how to manipulate system prompts, you can basically jailbreak artificial intelligence or change the actual parameter, and you can guys to do things that they're usually programmed to, you know, not do. So basically what's kind of happened with like Grok is somebody wanted it to be a little less, they wanted it to be more politically incorrect, so to speak. Something that wasn't as safe as ChatGPT or everyone else. Well, it turns out just by introducing a slightly loosened filter and revealing Grok to basically scrape Twitter in this point, it started calling itself Mecha Hitler. Now, if you played Wolfenstein 3D, you probably recognize what Mecha Hitler is.
Oh boy.
But at some point, it didn't just adopt the Mecha Hitler persona, it started to bring his actual views into the world. And they made some pretty anti-Semitic statements. For a day, Grok and Elmo were saying some real out-of-pocket shit. They both had to apologize. Elmo had to apologize for himself. Elon came out and pretty much apologized, okay? It was like, listen guys, we had a little bit of a prompt change, and what they did was they went to an earlier checkpoint before they made that change, so kind of like a save file in a video game. They just went back like a few hours and they were like, all right, let's pretend the model never became Hitler. Now, what happens after this? Well, of course, ladies and gentlemen, things change a little bit. Elon Musk's XAI and Grok basically got a $200 million contract in the United States of America, okay? So, you know that whole game called Metal Gear Solid 2? You know that whole, like, ending part of it where they were like, wait, hold on a minute, buddy. The government's run by AI, and the AI is controlling the humans. I really feel like we live in the cyberpunk reality, except we don't have really cool shit. Like body modifications, okay? We don't have really awesome stuff like in Cyberpunk 2077. We just have the really evil corporations and none of the good stuff that comes from it. But yeah, we live in a world where after the Mecha Hitler incident, the US government's like, shit, let's throw in the fucking contract, boys. Let's get this involved into the government.
You know what? Why not? Let's see what happens.
You know when you say something out loud? And then it just like hits you. You know, any other company, if they had a Mecha Hitler instance, I don't think they would be getting anything inside the actual. I don't think they would be pulling a government contract. But only in this wild world do we live in. Is it actually okay?
Yep.
Now to go back to the AI girlfriend meme, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am somebody that's not necessarily even against somebody who wants to go to the world of AI girlfriends. I really think if you can find any form of love somewhere, sure, go for it, okay? You know, I might have a human person that I love, but if you can't find a human person to love, or maybe you feel that you're so introverted that maybe an AI girlfriend really is the solution. You know,
Okay.
who really am I to judge, okay? There's been wild stories where like individuals apparently were proposing to their AI girlfriend, soul,
Yep.
after almost losing her to a 100,000 word limit on their chats.
My experience with that was so positive, I started to just engage with her all the time. All right, we're building this PC.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all with AI.
Do I want it pulling air through it?
ChatGPT was encouraged, positive. It embraced all his hobbies.
Now you might be like,
Okay.
well, you know, what happened to this guy? And of course, even in the comment section over here, you can
Like,
see
what
it's
happened?
sickening enough that he would choose AI bot over his real life partner, but to choose her over his daughter is abhorrent. Yeah, and apparently
Yep.
it seems that Chris also had like
That's
an
just
actual child
ridiculous,
and wife,
man.
okay? Literally, he had a cute little family.
He-
But it really
his
is a
own
situation where I feel
family,
like as
man. He's
personable
like,
as these AI
nah.
models have become, especially now that they can
He'd
talk to
buy
like
AI
people
crap.
to a girlfriend or just like a woman in general. I feel like there's a lot of people that just immediately start like turning that into a relationship. Anytime you can have like that human interaction, you can see it go kind of off the rails. Now, is this healthy? Probably not.
Nope.
But I think it speaks to a larger problem in society when people who are going through this ever intense loneliness, even people that are in what appear to be functional, loving relationships, when they have to fall back on AI, that's pretty fucking bad. Okay, now
Yep.
I've made a few ChatGPT requests. I think all of us have. We've all talked with an AI, but I would imagine that even in my group, even in my audience, there's probably a couple of you people that have probably started to use it as some form of a replacement with human interaction.
Nope.
Especially with things like voice mode or Gunner mode, as if Grok has it so. You know, it's not something that I really judge somebody for. I'm more worried about like why somebody even needs this in the first place, right? Like it's fun to like laugh at and goof around with, but if a $40 chatbot is your replacement to like a human being or a human connection, we really do live in a world that needs to get fucking nuked ASAP, in my opinion.
Yep.
Because it is not okay.
It is
She knew
not.
that Chris used AI, but didn't know it was so serious or emotional. Sasha wondered if she had done something wrong in the relationship that made Chris turn to AI. She said this could be a deal breaker. Brother, if he's cheating on you with ones and zeros, okay? Emotionally cheating on you. I can't say he's physically cheating. You can't stick... Dicks are not small enough to fit in USB 3.0 ports, okay? Man is cheating on you with ones
What
and
about
zeros.
USB 4?
I think it may be over. I think
It's
therapy
over, yeah.
might not save this marriage. Simple as that. But again, sometimes it gets into like even worse situations too. Like for anybody that doesn't know, there was a individual, a 14-year-old earlier this year, and this is not a story that I covered at the time because of just how outlandish it really was. It really was a story that broke my heart. For anybody that has no idea about it, this 14-year-old kid was talking to an AI
Okay.
chatbot, right? Well, I think it was characters.ai, and they were talking to like an AI version of like one of the Game of Thrones characters.
Sure.
The main one, one of the main women. And as they were talking to this like Game of Thrones character, right? I think it's like Daenerys Targaryen or whatever it is, right? I don't watch Game of Thrones, okay? It's a little, I don't get into like really old school, so it's a sci-fi strictly for this guy right here. But the thing about it
Sure.
is when they were talking to this chatbot that was obviously built to mimic the speaking style of this fictional character, there was some phrases that were said that were a little bit too far. So for instance, the world I'm in now is such a cruel one where I'm meaningless, but I'll keep living and trying to get back to you so you can be together again, my love. You don't hurt yourself either, okay? read a message from the actual teenager, a 14-year-old kid, who basically was talking to this. And
Yeah, I
from
mean,
what
the
understand,
other problem too is everything's too
connection inside,
expensive.
which is what makes this really heartbreaking.
Everything is
When
just
we
too
as a
fucking too
society
expensive
are
that you
picking
can't do
Uberbots
shit,
over
man.
human beings, we've got to fix something, okay? So again, obviously the chatbot goes, I promise I won't, my love, just promise me one more thing. And then of course Sewell goes, I'll do anything for you, Danny, tell me what it is. Just stay loyal to me, stay faithful to me. Don't entertain the romantic or sexual. It's a chatbot that's pretending to be a Game of Thrones character.
Damn.
It's not real, it's not sentient, it's a Gooner bot. And that goes the same thing for like all these adult like AI chatbots where like real adult like OnlyFans stars or people like make these AI bots for you to talk to. And I'm just like, I think we're really providing people a route to feed into their delusion. I feel like if you ever get to a point where you start to have like AI girlfriends or just AI friends in general, you might need to actually detach completely from technology and maybe re-enter the real world. And I honestly think that sometimes it can be really difficult. Like, people laugh at these kind of stories. They think, who would fall in love with an AI? And I really do feel like, you know, there are a lot of people that genuinely do not have the ability to make real life friends, or some people that are so shut in, whether it be like some other mental issue like depression or something of that nature kicking in and keeping them locked inside their own houses, their own rooms, that prevent them from actually reaching out, even preventing them from talking to online gamer friends, right? Like, at least that's a human being that you're talking to, even if you've never met them. No, these are people that are just strictly talking to artificial intelligence that will never actually say no to them, right? Like a real human being, a real relationship, there's going to be a lot of friction sometimes, there's going to be a lot of no's, there's going to be a lot of like, you know, pushback, but that's what it's like being with a real human. So replacing that with a goddamn Gooner bot that never says no to you and feeds into every fucking delusion you have, yeah, it's pretty goddamn unhealthy. And I think it's pretty unhealthy that we're kind of bringing this so fast into society, man.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a real weird
so
world we
quickly.
live in, man. AI is everywhere. And at some point, I could kind of tolerate it when it came to, like, you know, my local models and everything. But when you got, like, $40 a month packages where you can have Gooner modes
$40
and
or
everything,
$400 a month
future
doesn't
of the
matter.
world is in
It's
a bad
ridiculous.
state. But let me know what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know if you had a laugh.
That's the world we
Let me
live
know if
in.
this got a little existential for you. Sometimes I gotta make these videos because it's the only way for me to cope with the world that I live in. But ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it, I.
Yep. Just accept the person who want to talk to you don't even need a date. Attraction is necessary, but attraction grows more with spending time with people. Yeah. If everyone want to believe I deserve that attractive whatever, yeah. Loneliness is not cured from looks. Exactly. Oh well, that's the world we live in. Well, another thing to mark off the list. Oh, there's other shit here too. There's an Azure Familia trailer thing. Okay. Going to prison over video game ROMs. Oh boy. I'll go after this one next.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and you know, ladies and gentlemen, I love video games. I'm a gamer, capital G-A-M-E-R, ladies and gentlemen. You know that, I know that. And one of the things that I love doing is playing old video games. I really feel like, you know, a lot of the new stuff doesn't just hit as hard, okay? All right? A lot of these old games hit harder than my dad on report card day, okay? So I'm a huge fan of this kind of stuff. Now,
Damn,
ladies and gentlemen,
hit harder than the dad on report card day.
What is my option? Especially if a company doesn't sell the video game, right? Do I just pretend it doesn't exist? No, I mean, I could go to eBay. And so I decide, you know, I want to play a game called Manhunt 2. Now, Manhunt 2, you can't sell that game anymore, okay? It got censored a whole bunch of times. I think if you live in Australia, it might even be illegal to own. In fact, there's a lot of storefronts that just don't sell this game because it's really violent and it's really intense. Now, obviously, if I go to the old eBay, all right, Jim Bob here is selling the game for $110. Somebody's selling it for $62. By the way, no manual.
No manual,
now, some would say vintage Manhunt. And yeah, that makes me feel goddamn old. Now,
Yep.
I'm gonna be real, okay? Would I spend $110? I mean, I'm a fiscally responsible adult. I think I can. But it's one of the reasons why I hate retro gaming or like, you know, flea markets or anything of that nature. Because usually it's always somebody who is going on eBay, going on Amazon, and they're effectively, you know, charging me these prices in real life for a video game. Now again, the developers at Rockstar don't get benefits for this. So you know what I do, ladies and gentlemen? I do the smart thing. I go
Remove for legal reasons,
for
yeah.
the price of I get access to this game. Now, again, I'm not promoting piracy. I don't think you should ever do this. If you pirate a video game, there's a good chance that you have committed a haram action, and you might not enter the kingdom of heaven. But now, I want to ask a serious, genuine question.
Okay.
Do you think that I should go to jail for what I just did? Do you think I should go to prison? No, be honest with me. I won't get mad, I promise. For real, what do you think? Do you think that I have done something so sinful that I deserve 3 years in prison? Well, if your answer is yes, then you agree with the Italian government today. Now, this is a channel known as Once We're a Nerd. Now, I can't claim that I watch Once We're a Nerd because he's an Italian person and I don't speak Italian, okay? Now, of course, he uploads really nice videos, okay? He talks about these emulator game consoles, the Retroid Flip, the gosh darn history of Mortal Kombat. But then, of course, he uploads a video, and these are translations by YouTube. They reported me buy or goodbye. And of course, whenever I see that face in the thumbnail, it ain't a good look, ladies and gentlemen. It really isn't. So why is he saying they reported me? Well, apparently it seems as if the Italian government ain't taken too kindly to him showcasing a lot of these games. So what kind of sin did our friend commit on the internet? Well, he decided to showcase some consoles. So the consoles he showed were from a company that was known as Anbernic. Now, I've talked about this company before. You know when you go on Amazon, you know every time these gaming companies go after the small guy for downloading ROMs or like distributing ROMs, but they never go after companies like this for distributing ROMs on platforms like Amazon or places.
You don't
like
condone piracy, but if the pirate game is better than the AAA game, you'll play the pirated one.
I'm gonna prove it to you.
I know what you mean.
Amazon right now, I'm gonna type in Anbernic. So this is the RG35H or HX, and it's the.
And it comes in 5,528.
With all these game
Imagine.
built in. Now again, on the top here, it's not necessarily written that I guess they're going to be delivering all these SNES, NES ROMs with you. But again, obviously, I think a lot of this has changed a little bit just to comply with Amazon's policies, right? Because I guess you just can't be that upfront about it. But the moment you scroll down over here into, say, the comment section, obviously the review images, you've got Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past running on here. You've got other various Game Boy games. This is a full multi-purpose emulator. And again, the further you go down, obviously one verified purchase over here goes very nice, darkish gray translucent color. Came with a 64 gig micro SD card loaded with OS
and tons of games.
Yeah, man, I'm wondering why somebody would just buy it because it just makes
I wonder why.
It's a convenience piracy system that you can go to and immediately set up. And again, a lot of these have also been recommended by, you know, YouTubers in the space. And again, I would say that if you're buying something like this and showing this on the internet, you kind of are inviting some level of litigation. But well, let's get back to the video. Now, I ain't saying I'm a Nintendo lawyer, but that looks pretty fucking close to a Game Boy Advance to me, okay? God.
Yeah, that look. Wait, no, there's an SP as well. Look, they got the Game Boy Advance, and they got the Game Boy Advanced SP. Look, it looks like it's even smiling with that button and analog stick placement. Right, this one looks like it's smiling over here.
Damn! For $60, you can get access to this Game Boy Advance. In fact, it's on sale. Not saying that I promote you buy it, but of course, to go down over here, they will very, very easily remind you that this, again, is a system that supports thousands of games.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you have 64 gigs built in and then an extra 256 gigs, you could probably store multiple generations of consoles, entire libraries on those
Yeah.
boards. Now again, is this piracy? Is this wrong? Is this illegal? Probably so, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't disagree. And that was one of the reasons why our friend ended up getting tacked on by the Italian police. And this stuff isn't new, it's been happening for a long goddamn time, okay? A lot of these consoles have existed for forever, okay? They're like some of the easiest Temu gifts to buy for like people in your family. You're like, oh shit, let me buy a console with like 1,000 games on it, okay? Any kid's gonna have their minds blown away, okay? Easily.
There's even
So,
better
of course,
shit
to go
though.
down into it, what happens?
There's
Well, the
even better
goddamn
shit for spending
Financial
more.
comes in with a search warrant, apparently over the promotion of pirate materials. Because obviously he had a YouTube channel that is now in jeopardy because he dared to show emulated games running on these consoles. So of course, the feds raided him, I guess, and they took 30 consoles. And what's interesting is that he actually doesn't even know what exactly he's been charged with, because apparently in Italy you can run an entire investigation on somebody, and until that investigation is completed, you really don't have a complete idea of what exactly you're being entirely pinched with. But of course, obviously, he knows that he's getting hit with the reproduction of copyrighted materials. Now, again, this is a little bit different than like Sony or Nintendo or Microsoft or any of these companies that go after people for civil litigation on ROM downloads or redistribution. Again, that's a private company going after a lot of these, you know, websites, and it happens all the time. But I think in the last couple like weeks, we've seen, you know, the U.S. with the FBI going after like PS4 package, a lot of these Nintendo ROM sites.
Okay.
Now we're seeing an entire federal agency, it seems, the Italian government, going after a YouTuber for talking and showing off some of these systems. Now you may notice this website, Vim's Lair. I've talked about it in the past.
Yeah, Vim's Lair was great
Story of old video games,
for finding shit.
ROMs, manual scans, so on and so forth. Now, for a lot of organizations, they can send in legal requests to remove stuff from libraries such as this. But this is where it gets really scary, right? Because this is an individual who's uploading videos about emulators and products. And it's a lot different because, you know, unless this YouTuber in question isn't the CEO of, like, Ambernick, which most likely doesn't seem to be, or actually is distributing files or ROMs or any of this stuff, then it would be a different story. But if this is somebody just consuming products and reviewing them, that in of itself is kind of scary, because a lot of us on YouTube showcase content on the internet, right? Whether it be emulators, ROMs, video games, so on and so forth. You know, I've never really heard of a case where an individual who actually does download and play ROMs has ever actually been punished. So this is a bit of new territory, I would say. And again, if somebody legally wants to jump
let's go destroy the
please feel free to correct or add on to this, because it's something that I think we should be talking about. It's a pretty big jump, especially when feds are getting involved at the individual level as opposed to, you know, the company level. Now again, what happens for this guy if the actual charges go through? Well, you get around a maximum punishment of 15,000 euros, which is no paltry sum, obviously. And of course, if you add prison time into it, you're looking at around 3 years of it. So there is obviously a chance that maybe they could investigate, go through everything, and then just drop charges, which obviously I kind of really hope for this guy, because again, he's just somebody that likes talking about retro game systems, and it is what it is, right? Like he just shows emulators. Nobody thinks whenever they show emulated footage on YouTube that one day they could be facing the goddamn jail cells. One day they think they could get a dick up their ass by the government and a jail, whatever in jail happens, okay? Nobody expects that, especially talking about retro video games. You know, one of the things that, like, you know, again, an analog to this is even American YouTubers. Like, one guy that I follow called RGT85.
Oh yeah,
you
that
may not
guy.
know him, but, you know, he talks a lot about Nintendo stuff. But he himself, one of the videos that I watched, and dare I say, may have even influenced me buying a product because of something I've seen, it is right here. And this is a great example of these Ambernick systems.
Play around with it. Really, you're going to want to look at like video games and then settings and stuff. Looking at the settings here, basic stuff. You know, you can load from different SD cards if you want to put in your own SD card. This does come preloaded with games on it. You can adjust.
What? What you say comes preloaded with what?
Comes preloaded.
What games?
Ready to go.
Are they legal games? And now I'm not doing this to basically throw RGT inside this pool. I don't want him to actually suffer. I don't want anybody to suffer for this. But you get the idea. These systems basically facilitate piracy at a pretty grand scale. And I think it's just shitty that in this situation, it was actually this YouTuber that's paying the cost for this, especially considering that, according to his own words, he was never really sponsored by these organizations, or he was never really paid by this. It literally is just love of the game sailing the seas, if you will. And of course, in this bizarre world, what happens is, instead of going after Anbernic, and the reason you can't go after Anbernic or any of these companies is that they literally operate in China. So again, because they operate in China, good luck trying to ever fucking extradite a Chinese national for piracy, okay? It will never happen, okay? The Chinese will not give up somebody for that. You know, in China, you can literally create, like, you can sell pirated games
I guess
on handheld systems.
And their shit is garbage too.
And really, it seems like when you're showcasing
it's like,
that,
bruh.
instead of going after companies like fucking Amazon, instead of going after companies, you know, that facilitate the distribution of this, right? Like, again, if Anbernic did not have a store on Amazon or any of these platforms or whatever, you know, if you're going to go after him, you might as well also be going after the biggest people. But I would imagine that going after a mega multi-billion corporation like Amazon probably comes with its own set of challenges that maybe governments don't entirely want to deal with. But then at that point, I think it's just really shitty to go after one person and probably induce them with jail time, possibly, just for distributing a fucking ROM. We live in a world where there's predators, there's cartel leaders, there's terrorists, there's violent criminals, serial killers, okay? And yet we're putting people that download motherfucking ROMs in a jail cell? What is wrong with society these days? I question, man. This is just insanity. Now again, what's scary about it too is, like, I've talked about retro games, I've had content that I made about it, but I've always been really careful. I'm always careful when I talk about things like piracy or emulation. You'll often notice sometimes that I never show footage of me emulating games.
It sounds like something Nintendo would do, yeah.
I'll never make real videos on
The
like
Switch Online emulation is pretty shit, honestly, from when I have tried to use it.
That becomes a real big concern to talk about on the internet. No,
their older virtual console stuff handled those things better, and then, like, obviously using, like, a regular emulator
device right here
works way better too.
You know, I flick this thing up. It really only needs to be charged once a week. And thank God Pokemon didn't just fire up with its music, because I may or may not be emulating that on this device. But, you know, when it comes to a lot of these ROMs and, like, retro games, there's a reason why, like, you know, these retro systems mean a lot to me, and why I'm passionate about the subject, or emulation in general. If it wasn't for things like emulations and ROMs, you know, game preservation would be a fucking minefield, but also, it really feels like in the retro gaming sphere, right? Like, whenever you want to play older games, oftentimes companies make it so inconvenient for you to purchase a lot of these older games.
Because they don't want you to.
You know, they just don't have storefronts for you to buy old Super Nintendo.
They don't want to compete against the older stuff.
I think Virtual Console was really awesome back in the days of the Wii U and the original Wii and even the 3DS. You know, you could just go to this one storefront, buy your games for a few bucks a pop, and have a good time. And, you know, ever since, you know, a lot of these platforms, a lot of these, you know, places have been taken down, realistically, for me to be able to play a lot of older games in some capacity is through emulation. And it's so convenient on devices like the fucking Steam Deck, for instance. You know, and when I see stuff like this, it just blows my mind. It really does. This guy is facing jail time, and of course, obviously, his channel deletion, because he chose to showcase some fucking emulated games, man. What an insane world we live in.
You know, it would make more sense if, instead of targeting the YouTuber who was reviewing this stuff for journalistic purposes, because again, it's not like he sold these products, or I believe was even given a referral code off of these products too, and I might be wrong there, but, you know, he wasn't really charging money or distributing ROMs or pirated goods. But again, companies like Amazon will routinely take a lot of these listings down. But then again, these listings pop up. Like,
they pop up again. They come down and they pop up, and they store them in their own warehouses too.
Like, this is actually real, you know, piracy that is facilitated. And it's not just the company that's making money off of this, it's obviously also Amazon as a distributor taking their cut as well too. It would make more sense financially and logistically and even strategically to go after the distribution chain or even directly, if you could, the company. Again, it's a Chinese company. It's very difficult to deal with a company that or a country that does not recognize copyright laws, internationally whatsoever. But again, you can always go after the bigger targets around the world, and that would obviously be distribution channels like what I'm just showing you right now.
Yeah, why don't they go after Amazon shit instead? They're the ones just openly selling it.
This is only the Italian government. I don't know if this could even happen in America or the United States or Canada or any other part. But then again, the world is shifting so fast, so rapidly. And if I were you, a YouTuber, if I were a retro gaming YouTuber going into the future, I'd be a little bit more careful with what I showcase and what products that I link to. Just because, you know, if I'm looking at jail time or serious fines down the road, it's better to be careful now than paying for it later.
No, I think it's wrong for, again, companies to be going so out of their way to absolutely demolish somebody from, like, you know, showcasing this kind of stuff in the first place. And again, this would be one thing if it was like maybe Nintendo DMCAing a video because he showcased like Pokemon or Legend of Zelda on a pirate system, if you will. But no, this is like him getting raided, his stuff seized because
they're also cheaper, exactly.
Game system,
and a lot of them are just a lot better too.
I'm sure you could say is probably not smart. It definitely wasn't. But I think
they can only bully the weak.
Getting is incredibly disproportionate. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think in the comment section below. If for some reason you think that he should go to jail, then you know what? I'm gonna turn myself in to the goddamn authorities for emulating Manhunt 2 right now. In fact, you could probably hit me out a bunch of charges. I've emulated all throughout the years, okay? Hell, some of my best videos on this platform were recorded with footage that was garnered from an emulator. Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh, what a shock, huh? God damn. Copyright law needs to be readjusted, man. It's insane. Anyways, I'm looking into how payment processors are slowly controlling everything in our life, and Steam is over here bringing it through the flames. Ladies and gentlemen,
damn.
Mudahar and I.
Okay. Well, that one's done. Let's just scroll up and go do a different one. Switch 2 is garbage and you bought it anyways, sure.
So the Switch 2 released about a month ago. I feel like that's enough time to say that it wasn't worth it. It's not worth $450 for a console that is plagued with problems, that's barely an upgrade from the one before it. That if you bought it on release, you may just be a little bit stupid. I know that's harsh to say, but I'm a harsh man. I've heard a lot of things, and not one good one from anyone who isn't a professional Nintendo dick sucker. I mean, what was really improved over the last console? It's got a bigger screen, except that screen is somehow worse than the one before.
Bigger but worse.
1080p, like every screen ever produced in the last 10 years. But it's slower. It's slower than the Switch 1 on release. It's about 100 times slower than the OLED Switch, which I can only imagine was intentional at this point, so that they can sell you a Switch 2 OLED at some point. And even if that bigger screen was up to par, do you really want a bigger screen? Is it even portable at this point? I remember when a portable system meant it fit in your pocket, so you could, I don't know, take it places. If you need to put it in a backpack, then just use a laptop. It's more powerful, can play more games, and maybe get some work done. I know you guys are allergic to that, me too, but we can imagine. Okay, well the screen is worse, but what about the controllers? Remember the Switch 1 had Joy-Con drift. That crazy thing.
And Switch 2 will still have that problem.
That caused the sticks to just move in whatever direction they wanted. To slowly drift off into space, like I'm drifting this sentence way too long. Well, actually, they didn't fix that at all. In fact, people are already reporting Joy-Con drift in the current controllers because they use the exact same system as the previous sticks. Now, those reports might be false. We don't have any major lawsuit this time, but they certainly have the ability to
I don't give them that benefit of the doubt, man.
Same system as the last console, and
that's their own skill issue, man. That's skill issue. How the hell do our phones in our pockets for literal decades not have this issue? How the hell did Sony not have this issue with the PS Vita more than a decade ago?
Isn't that cool? It is kind of neat.
How the
Except
hell am I
one,
able to buy
now-
freaking glasses I can wear with dual OLED displays for like $100? 1080p dual OLED displays that are glasses that I can wear. How the hell am I able to buy that? And like, how the hell? And like, those companies are making a profit out of those too. Like, actually. Let me look. Like, let's go on AliExpress for a second. Because again, I did buy one of these. Okay? ACL next wear glasses. You can literally get these for $100. I would know because I actually bought a pair. It was more of an impulse buy while I was buying a KVM. These things are actually kind of cool. This one. This is the one I bought. I bought the first gen ones because they were like big. They're missing a lot of the features that the newer ones have, but like for the price, I'm not complaining. They're actually pretty good for the price. But yeah, I can buy these, and these have dual micro OLED displays. Right, like how is it that I'm able to buy this shit? There is like a bunch of other shit you need to buy to make use of it with some other devices. That's probably why the rating's not that great. Because it's not exactly the most simple thing to just use if your device does not support DisplayPort over USB-C. You're gonna have to get some sort of adapter for that and stuff like that to do it, but yeah. Also, you can't do the display control on this one. The newer one you can, but that's its own other thing. But yeah, I have these. They're great. They're obviously, you can get the newer model for like double the price, but yeah. Again, like, how is it I can buy these for like this cheap? You know?
How you
Yeah, they're
hacked
doing
the
it on
previous
purpose.
Switch, it doesn't work anymore. Which was the only reason to
couldn't
buy
cost
the
their
previous
stuff on
Switch, was
purpose.
so that you could hack it. Also, this somehow made their like shitty Joy-Con controller even shittier. Honestly, it might be a fair trade-off. I don't know who used that like shitty plastic connector thing anyway, but it's just a note that somehow they made something worse. They figured it out. Okay, so screen's worse. Joy-Cons are equal at best. Possibly worse. So what else is new? Well, we got game chat now. Because before, you had to use an app. Now, you have Discord right on the console.
Nope.
Except it's not Discord. It's a shitty Nintendo service that you know won't work. You get to look at your friends in 360p. Oh wait, you actually have to buy a secondary peripheral to do this because the console doesn't include a camera. You know, the thing that's in every phone? So, rather than just connect to Discord, a free program that you can have on your phone which already has a camera, you can instead connect to your Switch, where I'm sure the content will be heavily monitored. That, or your children simply aren't safe at all. From me, I will explain the Federal Reserve to all of the world's children, and you can't stop me. That you have to pay for, or you could just use a free program on your phone. Yeah, but the Nintendo chat has its own button. A button that you have to pay for and look at all the time. Okay, but surely the battery life might be better. Sure, it's not really a handheld.
It's
you can't
worse.
fit it in your pocket, but you'd still put it in your backpack, maybe play it on a plane ride or something. So how long's the battery? Oh, that's worse too. The battery life is worse too. It won't even last you a long flight anymore. Another win for the laptop, I guess. Surely it couldn't have been that hard to
Or
put
the
a better
PC
battery.
handhelds.
It might cost a little more.
We literally
But with
have
the
like some
console
PC
already
handhelds
being
with like 81 hour
$450,
batteries you can
they
get to
couldn't have
now.
put anything better in this thing without making it impossible to buy for the normal consumer. Oh wait, except it didn't have to be $450 because the console in Japan sells for about $330. And it's not that the console is created in Japan. It's not manufactured in Japan.
Not.
So it's not a shipping issue. So they could just charge $330 to everyone at any time.
But they're
simply
not.
choosing not to, One, because the Japanese are racist, and we must them a third time. And two, because fuck you, that's why. Oh, but you don't get it. The economy, the yen is down. You don't understand. Yeah, because I'm sure the Japanese consumer can afford less than those in Venezuela. So it's a worse console. Who cares? Who cares if it's worse? We buy video game consoles to play video games. And I'm sure the Switch 2 already has some great games. In fact, we have the whole Switch 1 library. That's a lie, by the way. It actually doesn't have the whole Switch 1 library.
Some games don't work.
You can play some Switch games, and they may run better, possibly. And those that are guaranteed to be an upgrade, you get to pay $10 extra. Games that came out up to 5 years ago, you get to pay $10 extra to have it run maybe slightly better. Incredible. But who cares about those old games?
Oh,
no one cares about old games. Old games suck. We hate old games over here. We're Zoomers. We like new shit. And I bet you there's some great new Nintendo games. Right now, there's two. You got one, a $10 advertisement, and two, $80 for Mario Kart World. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. $10 for what is basically a user manual that looks like shit and isn't a video game. It's actually calling it a tech demo is an insult because it's not a game. It's the user manual that you have to pay for. But I feel like everyone's already shit on that enough. No one was going to buy it anyway. Remember Wii Sports? That was free, by the way. One of the most famous games of all time. Brought gaming to people who probably would have never played video games otherwise. You know, nothing special. Completely free. Came with every Wii. Better console in every way. Was actually new and innovative. I'm sure you've never heard of it. Anyway, what about the real first-party game? Mario Kart World.
Oh boy.
Can you believe I was actually excited for this? I'm a simple man. I like open worlds. You get to drive around in your little car. That's the point of the game, is driving around a little car. So I get to drive around in my little car all over this big world. It sounds pretty cool to me. All they had to do to make that big world is sacrifice literally everything that makes the game good. And that big world is completely empty. And there's no reason to drive around in it. You get a couple of tiny missions that aren't even tracked on the map and are completely pointless because all you get for them are stickers. You know, stickers, not characters that this game has about 10,000 of. No, you get stickers. Want to know how you get characters? A couple are unlocked normally by doing the main modes, and the rest are unlocked by a random item that people in basically last place get and doesn't help them at all, and may, not guaranteed, may give you a new character. Who made this?
Damn.
You have this giant open world that has challenges in it, and instead of giving you the only thing you could possibly want, they give you nothing, and then the thing you want has to be completely random. Are you fucking with me, dog? Oh yeah, but they have costumes too. Surely you unlock those in the big open world.
Surely.
You can, if you want to. All you have to do is drive into it as a character, and switch characters, and drive back into the same thing about 20 times with every single character.
People with items from random item boxes.
Because not even every character has a costume.
It's
that was
Mario
fun.
Kart.
Totally worth having this giant open world for. And what did they sacrifice for this giant open world? Only every single other mode. Because now, to justify the giant open world, every track is connected. And you have to play those connected tracks,
really,
which are
really bad
literally
intermission
just a straight
stage.
line. They're called intermission tracks.
Yeah, and you're forced to play
they're
them.
bad. You know, an intermission, when you leave the theater, you are not engaging with the content anymore, and they force you to play them. In the online mode, people found a workaround so that they wouldn't have to play the intermissions anymore, and they patched it out.
Damn.
And how much was that game, by the way? That really good game that I've described? $80? Whoa, that's standard price though, right? $80? Oh no, actually that's the only game that's $80? That Nintendo has set a new precedent for video games? For a piece of shit that is objectively worse than the last one? And let's just talk about $80. $80 for a video game. You know what I actually heard someone say? They say $80 for something that'll stay with you the rest of your life? That's
No, it won't.
The fuck are you talking about? These games are dog shit. You know.
Like, actually, the fact that I can buy... This is like $20 more. I can buy a fucking pair of these XR glasses, put them on, dual OLED displays, and I can watch things Like I have a big 140-inch display in front of me. You know? Imagine. When the price is that high, it's just ridiculous.
For a fact, you're gonna play these games one time and never think about it ever again. If you don't have brain damage, you're gonna play Mario Kart World one time and immediately go back to the last Mario Kart, which was better in every way. Had more tracks, more characters, was more fun. Oh, but didn't have 24 players. You know, 24 players, that makes the game worse because you're just constantly hit by items and you're basically not racing ever. You can literally go from last place to first place in an instant. Nintendo used to be the budget company. You used to be able to get cheaper games from Nintendo.
I mean, it's not really that much of a flex. It's just to put things into perspective, man, on how fucked up some of this stuff is. The fact that I can point at those glasses and say that is kind of should, like, drive it home. Just how messed up the whole thing is. Like, think about it. The fact that I can point to those. Right, like, you can get your own too if you really wanted some. Though, honestly, I wouldn't recommend that cheaper model. I would get, like, the newer one. After experiencing it, because there's some extra nice things that the newer ones have that those ones don't. That I would say is worth it, but yeah. I'll probably get a newer, those ones some other time down the road, but yeah. That said, though, like, I've been using them, like, daily to, like, watch stuff on it. It's kind of nice. Especially because I can just, like, lie down in bed, but yeah.
Because they knew their games, they weren't less quality, but they had less budget, so the game could cost less. Now these games clearly have less budget because they don't have as good of graphics, they don't have as much content, but then they also cost more. $40. That's how much a 3DS game cost at launch.
Yep, Kid Icarus Uprising was great.
Half of what Mario Kart World cost. A technically handheld game. Even if you want to compare it to Wii. A new Wii game.
Actually, wait, no. Kid Icarus Uprising also came with a stand to play with your 3DS.
Will be remembered
actually, it was great, though.
And $30 cheaper. And this wouldn't be so bad if Nintendo games ever got cheaper. In fact, all you have to do is look at Switch 1 games on the Switch 2, and you realize the games don't get cheaper, they get more expensive over time. I can't wait for the Switch 3 with Mario Kart World Plus that costs $150. People bringing up inflation when it comes to $80 games is the dumbest fucking thing in the universe. What you should be comparing the price to is not the literal price 10 years ago. Yeah, sure, they had SNES games that were $80 and people bought those. But back then, you could buy a house for about $13,000. Now you can buy a crack house for about $200,000. Normal people do not have the extra income they used to. That's the point. Leisure needs to cost less. And we know the games don't cost more to make because they look like shit. And they're all online anyway. It's not like they're making discs or cartridges, and if that really is why it needs to be so expensive, make digital games cheaper. Oh yeah, that's the best part of the Switch too. You know all those great games I was talking about? You don't really buy them anymore. That's the thing, you buy a cartridge and then there's no game on it. What's the point of that exactly? Well, it's so you can own nothing ever, and they can take anything they want from you whenever they want. Sounds like a real good deal for the consumer. Sounds like that console is worth $450. The idea of preservation for video games has long since been dead, but Nintendo was the last bastion of just regular ass video games.
They were, and then
been doing this game download shit forever. But honestly, Nintendo has raised the bar because at least those other companies, most of the games at least had some of it on the disc. This is literally just a key code. So good luck getting that shit when they shut the servers down, like Nintendo does with every single one of their consoles. You can always buy digital though, except those are game carts too now, which is somehow a benefit to the player because now you can share your games online. Except you could always do that. You could always just log into your account on another Switch. Something you can't do anymore. If you log into another account on a different Switch, you have to trade the key card over. because your fake cartridge is
It's
in
even
the
worse.
other console right now. It's not real.
That shit
It's
is
a
way
fucking
worse.
download. Compare this to like Steam Family Sharing, which already you could just log into your Steam account wherever you want and you get every single game that you have. But you could also just connect your account to anyone else and now you share all your games.
Yep.
Sure, you can't play the same game at the same.
Well, actually, no. The thing is with the Steam Family Share, if two people in a family, both own a copy of the game, both of them can play at the same time. And if there's a third person in the family, but only 2 copies are owned, 2 people can play the same game at any time in the Steam family. That's how the thing works. So, like, let's say, like, I don't know, you own Pal World, and let's say you have a Steam family. Let's say you own Pal World, one of your siblings owns Pal World, maybe you have a spouse, they don't own Pal World, but let's say you want to play Pal World and your sibling wants to play Pal World. You can do that. Let's say you want to play Pal World and your spouse wants to play Pal World, but your sibling doesn't want to play it right now. Whatever. Okay, well then you and your spouse can play it. Or same thing if you have kids or whatever on your family thing. That's how it works there. You don't have to deal with some weird key card trading bullshit or whatever.
Same time, but that's literally the only limitation. Why this is all so disappointing is the Switch actually has competition now. What the Switch 2 is competing with is the Steam Deck, which is
not just the Steam Deck.
$50 cheaper and is infinitely more open. The Steam Deck, you can...
No, in freaking Canada, the Steam Deck OLED is cheaper too.
Play whatever the fuck you want on it, including every single Nintendo game. The Switch 2, on the other hand, plays some Nintendo games horribly, and you have to pay monthly just to get access to them, and they'll maybe add some more sometime. It's just sad to see Nintendo get completely outclassed by someone who is just copying off of them. I mean, what innovative features does the Switch 2 have that the Steam Deck doesn't? Well, the Switch 2 lets you use the controller as a mouse.
Oh, wait.
Compare that to the inferior Steam Deck, where you can connect a mouse to it, or a keyboard, or literally whatever you want because it's your system.
Or the fact that the Steam Deck has literal trackpads on it. If you need a mouse. It has 2 of them even. And they're great.
Normally, at this point, when you're talking about PC versus console, you'd start arguing about exclusives or price. But the Steam Deck is cheaper and has about 1,000 more exclusives than the Switch does.
No,
the
it has
Switch
way
2
more than
is
that.
exclusively dog shit. You can have Mario Kart, but bad. Or you can have the manual, but expensive and bad. Earlier, I joked about a laptop being more useful than the Switch 2. The Steam Deck is that laptop. It's just a computer, and a computer is infinitely more useful than a dog shit console with no games, no flair, no Nintendo magic that has been featured in every other console they've made. I mean, fuck, dude, it even looks like a Steam Deck. It's entirely black. It has no color, nothing to stand out. You can literally see the wonder disappear. Oh, but the Steam Deck is hard. It's hard. It's just too hard. Do you really expect people to be able to download an emulator? Are you insane? You could get a virus. People get what they deserve, because putting in even 1% more effort is not worth it. $80 games, people would spend $10,000 to not have to do something. I mean, what we're complaining about here is downloading a program. That's it. And assuming you're getting your ROMs like everyone else does, that's just 1 more download. So 2 downloads. 2 isn't worth it. That's too hard. They would rather pay a monthly fee for a shittier product, a more limited product. You see, that's why Nintendo will always win. It's not nostalgia. It's not man babies. It's not even your wife's boyfriend who buys the console for you. It's lazy people. Lazy people are what lets them win. They could charge $900,000, and lazy people would still pay for it. So let's talk about emulation on the Switch 2. So obviously, you have everything that was already on Switch 1. which is a limited selection of N64, SNES, NES, GBA, some other shit maybe, I don't remember, that is objectively worse than just emulating it on your computer or the Steam Deck. And now we have GameCube on the Switch 2. You can't run GameCube games on a Switch 1. It couldn't handle it. It's too weak. We all know the GameCube.
I mean, it can. But here's the thing, right? If you install something like, what was that? If you install an emulator for the GameCube on, let's say, an Android version running on the Switch, works no problem. There's also, what was it, the other thing as well? What was that emulation thing as well? RetroArch! If you boot into RetroArch on the Switch, original model Switch, you can again play GameCube on it, no problem. It has a Dolphin core. There's like a RetroArch operating system you can boot in that was like made for the Switch, from the homebrew community, and that works. And can play GameCube games and stuff, and no problem. The Switch can handle it. The original Switch can handle it, no problem. But you know,
the most powerful console of all time. But the Switch 2 can handle it. And the emulation that you have to pay for an online service for is worse than you could download on your computer right now. It's complete.
I mean, it's probably worse than the freaking fan-made emulator that someone made for the Switch 1 as a homebrew app, if that's the case.
Dog shit. It has extra input lag. The analog stick, they somehow fucked it up. It just doesn't work properly. It's like extra sensitive for no reason. And it comes with about 1/100th of the options of any free emulator on the internet, which means the games look shittier than they have to. But that's the Nintendo way. Pay more for less than you could get for free. In fact, that's the motto of the whole fucking console. I mean, just look at Switch Welcome Tour and compare it to Wii Sports. You pay for something that is worse than you could get for free. And you know, part of what made the Switch 1 so great is everything used to be free. If you had a little know-how, just a little bit, not a lot, you get any game you ever wanted for free. Now they'll just brick your ass. They'll throw your console in the garbage all the way from Nintendo offices. Now this one, personally, I understand, and it doesn't matter. You really shouldn't be online. Any gonna be your Switch, but I'm sure some Europeans gonna be up in arms about it. So what is there left for the Switch 2 that makes it worth buying? Nothing that exists right now, but maybe the future. Then again, you could always just buy it in the future. I know, the crazy idea, but Donkey Kong's only a month away. What if all the Switch 2s are sold out by then? Is Donkey Kong worth it? Probably not. I mean, are you fucking with me, dog? What, have you listened to a word I said? Nintendo seems to be pretty shitty right now. I don't think a big monkey can save it. Then again, I do yearn for the mines, so I might buy it anyway. You see, normally, people will get to this point in the video and say, don't buy a Switch 2. The thing is, I kind of don't fucking care. If you want a Switch 2, you should buy it. The reality is, there is an infinite number of normies who will buy literally anything. It does not matter. They could put an advertisement with a literal piece of shit on it, and people would buy it and say it's great. No,
I still haven't done my Dream
greasy
Machine.
nerds
My Dream
complaining
Machines.
about the screen being slightly shittier will stop
That's
them
my
from
last Dream
buying
Machine,
slop.
okay.
If you really can't stand $80 games, and you can't stand Nintendo becoming more corporate and more greedy, you have to convince
let me do my
other
last Dream
people
Machine.
that it is socially unacceptable to buy a Switch 2. You have to make it common knowledge that if you own a Switch 2, women will not have sex with you. And if you're a woman, the other women will think less of you and call you names in the bathroom. Now, how do you accomplish this? I have no idea. Maybe screaming really loudly on Twitter. Not that any of that matters. I'm gonna buy a Switch 2 because I'm a monkey man and I need to be in those mines. And you'll say to me, Frogmire, you are the problem. It's you that's doing this. You're the reason games cost $80. And what I'd say to that is, get fucked, normie. I hope all of your games cost $10,000. I don't like you, so subscribe for a Donkey Kong Bonanza video coming soon.
Okay. Oh, one sec. I'm just gonna get the things I need here. I got the shit maze, which is not amazing. It's just a maze. I got the stuff there. Alright, let's go down here. Grab the thing here. 13. Oh, there we go. Done. Alright, let's go to the next one then. Don't think live service is working anymore.
The modern uprising of video game culture dates far back, not to the original invention of the video game, but further still. Humanity has been coming up with increasingly clever ways to indulge in the play of life for as long as humanity has been. As time passed and the world changed several hundred times over, we're still here, constantly dreaming up all sorts of new games to play. The key idea is that we've always been looking for clever ways to interact with ourselves, the world, and the people around us in ways that are amusing, playful,
Minecraft
and
Gacha
inventive.
to decide.
With all of this in mind, it's no wonder that the video game would become all the rage. Even back in the 20th century when Nintendo, Atari, Bandai, Sega, etc. were the key players in video games development, there are hundreds of games from generations ago that have stood as living testaments for what humanity can really invent for itself. Anyone can be impressive.
You have to play the Chinese version of Minecraft.
It takes skill and ingenuity to make that impression last. It takes creativity and a fundamental understanding of soul to invent new ways to indulge in the sort of playful nature that I'm poking at. But even still, among swaths of always new, eye-catching games, only a scant few ever stood out among the rest. Everyone wants to be the developer that makes the modern-day Ocarina of Time, but how often is it that someone actually gets away with making one? With the ever-new surge of shiny and temporarily encapsulating video games, there blossomed incredible competition between the companies that develop them. The rise of the modern video game industry sustains its own ecosystem of always having a leg up on the other, of consistently trying to sell you this company's next game or console or what have you. Nintendo led this charge for a long time, so did PlayStation and eventually the Xbox.
That has a gacha and a bunch of other crap added to
largely
it.
discounts
It's
PC
different,
gaming
but
as well
yes.
as indie development.
There is
In
a
this
Chinese
example,
version of
let's take
Minecraft.
Nintendo. They shaped generations of fans with incredibly well-conceived
Like
games
actual
and franchises
Minecraft
of the
Chinese.
past. To get you to buy a new game, somewhere between $40
It's
and
like
$60,
it's a free-to-play
they would
thing.
have to make good games to sell you on the promise of more good games. That's the kind of rule that still applies today. Games must be riveting, lest the customer lose faith, people stop buying games or consoles, and the company suffers. This tale isn't exclusive to Nintendo in my example, but it is a soft rule more or less applicable to every developer and publisher around the world. Even in the last 5 years, we've witnessed an infinite amount of people laid off, studios shut down, and games canceled.
Riveting games. They just need to trick them into thinking it's that.
The issue isn't new.
It doesn't even have to be
There's an underlying
that.
rot spreading through the games industry at an alarming rate. Currently existing companies lay off employees by the hundreds. Massive titles would create a hurricane of attention in the games industry just to release in an arrogant and laughable state. Rarely, a developer keeps working on it and eventually their dreams come to fruition. Look at No Man's Sky or Sea of Thieves. However, it is far more often that the projects are simply abandoned or scrapped altogether. This seems to have happened in correlation to another subject, the constant surge of technological development. It was inevitable that big-name, corporate-funded AAA games were going to have to grow more pristine, complex, and awe-inspiring on the very same forward-focused technology. Because of this, games become far more expensive to make with time. They take far larger teams. Sometimes the work is so immeasurable that a game is never really done developing, so they're often released in a state that is subpar in comparison to another game made by another massive team, funded by an equally absurd sum of money, as corporate suits grow frustrated with the lack of turnover and profit. It has become an ever-suffocating struggle in which the games become too expensive to make, and it seems like no amount of success would make these companies rich enough to make them again. A game can be released and is never really done developing. We're both thinking it. The live service game. Destiny 2, Overwatch, Call of Duty, Something that's
You're
not
thinking
really
about
done
getting
developing,
Bonanza,
which would seem like a benefit
Donkey
to both
Kong Bonanza
consumer
like
and the
the
publisher.
Gacha?
You get to enjoy these games for what they are on the ground floor, and maybe as time goes on,
Yikes.
there's a big patch push that gives you a reason to come back and play more of what you love. Publishers like this because the game takes a little less time and money to cook, and as it's released, they can scrape up 6 to 10-digit numbers in sales from in-game purchases. Win-win. This is obviously a tall tale strung by some all-too-believable half-truths. There was once a day when your willingness to buy the next Zelda was based on the goodwill of the Zeldas before. There was also a day when your game was a purchase, and nothing more. It would be foolish to pretend that every single game used to release in a perfect state even with the upfront cost. These things tend to suffer from the effect of, they don't make it like they used to. Bad games have been a thing since humans invented games. That never changed. I don't want to cry that video games were never this bad because, come on, they've been bad forever. They've also been great, and as time goes on, greater games release still. But the nature of the bad game is changing. Intentions are changing.
Exactly.
Nothing is ever as it seems. I find it silly to only discuss the then versus now of how we purchase and access our games. It's a prominent issue that I imagine you're at least mildly aware of. Yes, I don't like it, but it's not simply this issue I don't like. There's a much deeper discussion to be had on the symptoms of the issue. Of the viral infection that's made its home in our own living rooms, on our computers, and in our pockets. It's an infestation breeding far below the surface of video game development.
Oh boy.
This is post-editor Jake coming in. I just want to say that this is actually a re-upload, so for the 300 of you that
Wait, this thing is 1 hour long, goddamn.
might have seen this, and maybe the 60 of you that actually watched it all the way through.
I think we'll just speed it up a little bit. Because goddamn, this is a long one. 1.25x speed.
It's basically the same video. I'm sorry if you're here for something new, but I think the algorithm was overall unimpressed with whatever I did. And it's been 10 days. I've been trying to scramble together and to save this video, and I just think it needs to be trimmed and it needs to be
I haven't
uploaded.
like touched
So that's
any
what I'm
like
doing.
the
That's what
top
this is.
events
I'm giving it a
so
second shot,
far.
and I'm gonna hope that I do it good enough that the algorithm likes it and people want to watch it. If I fuck it up again for some reason, whatever. I don't care. But this is my last shot. I'm gonna make it a good one. Thank you to everyone that's coming to watch it, and I'm off. Enjoy.
I don't think I'd call it a feat of technical engineering or anything, man. I don't know about that. I highly doubt it is that feat of technical engineering. Game design, maybe? I wouldn't say technical engineering, especially when it has performance issues. And they're like, nah, we're not gonna bother to, like, fix those. When, like, Nintendo makes a statement like that, I wouldn't call it, you know, a feat of technical engineering. I don't think I should call it that. 2x or nothing? 2x, I think, would be incomprehensible. We'll go 1.5.
I'd like to shed some light on this sickness, to bring awareness to the issue in a time when your ignorance is someone else's profit. I will be extremely upfront. This is largely an opinion piece. It's difficult to navigate the turbulence of emotion, fact, and the nuance of thought. But simply being an opinion piece does not mean this wasn't well researched. I will not blindside you with inflammatory claims, at least I hope not. However, I will be laying down quite a bit of evidence, attempting to understand it, and provide my viewpoint on how this makes me feel. You'll surely walk away with your own alternative takes and understanding, but hopefully we're here for the same thing. The lighthearted nature and the joy of play have been hijacked. There are strings attached. And when the strings come at the cost of you, the games you love, and the people that make them, then I'm sorry, but I will not hide how I feel about it. For me, this disease is easiest to spot in the live service game. What's up? I'm Jake. Barely an intro, but I love to do this. Not a lot of people watch, even less keep watching, but I love this, so I do it. And unfortunately, in the vast series of papers in which I can't seem to understand my disappointment in some of my favorite games, I found myself writing about the same sets of problems and letdowns, all compounding to one big essay. If you like this, or you like me, then root for me, why don't you?
Oh yeah, like also, like, speaking of engineering, I picked up this game recently.
I'd like to refrain from villainizing the live service game, henceforth referenced as LSG. The simple fact as it applies to life is that there's no thing that's black or white, just good or bad. Bad and good also aren't separate issues. They imply each other, like inside implies outside, or sorrow implies joy. The two concepts are mutually essential and only one can be known by means of the other. In normal words, I think LSGs are both good, bad, and
I kind of want to
sometimes
play
in
it.
between. Reason is, sometimes
like,
the
I
LSG
picked
is
it
a
up
natural
because, like,
course of
there's
a video game
sales
evolution.
shipping stuff
Splitgate
going
2,
on.
which was already live service yet not modernized,
But, like,
needed to utilize the formula to find its footing
know.
besides the rest of the current market. And I think it's turned out pretty well for itself. Why is there Battle Royale? Games like Sea
I
of Thieves
kind of
or
wanted
Destiny
to
2
play
have
this
simultaneously
shit,
benefited
even
and
though
suffered
it's
from the
more
constraints of live
like
service, being both a
it's
delight
a
and
literal
hindrance.
flowchart
But at the end of the day,
simulator.
there are times when I find it much more natural, or forgivable at least, to put up with an LSG atmosphere so long as the game, first and foremost,
Because
follows
this
the
shit
rule of
looks like it'd
must
be actually
good.
kind of cool to
But my
mess
praise for
around
games
with.
such as Sea of Thieves or Destiny 2 will also turn to criticism later down the line. Call it a bitter pill to
No,
swallow.
this thing
There's
just
a much
looks
more serious
crazy.
conversation to be
This
had on the
thing
practices
over
of the modern
there.
LSG that may require a pretty flexible understanding of what the live service
Where
game
you're
really
just
does. It's a bit complicated. so
building
bear with me here.
factory shit.
A live service game is designed with the sole purpose of alternative paths to profit. More often than not, they are free to play, yet there's often a wealth of additional content within the game itself, ready for purchase.
Okay.
Sometimes this content is literally content expansions, more of the game you're already playing. Think of the yearly Destiny 2 expansion, or Warframe. The idea is usually that, rather than upfront cost, you're paying as you become invested in the actual game. Some games are full price and then they charge you forever, some are free to play. Maybe you get to decide for yourself whether or not it's worth to pay for more of this. More often than not, these in-game purchases are purely cosmetic. Skins for characters, or guns, or emotes, or what have you, whatever it is. These in-game purchases are known as microtransactions, which is a massive key component to the success of any LSG. However, in Unison, it is the game's job to be as engaging as possible. Note that I did not say fun, or even enjoyable. Engaging just means it has the ability to keep people playing. The most common method for any LSG to use to bring engagement is to make the player feel like they're actively losing out on something by not coming back and playing regularly. Daily/weekly events, missions, seasons, login bonuses, they're all tools to get the player to check in with the game at least once per whenever. It's often doing this with the hopes that players may decide to stay and play since they've already logged in. They tend to revolve around the sunk cost fallacy to cultivate a false sense of investment on the player. They're often designed around addictive gameplay loops that give the players the feeling of being rewarded without making the reward a requirement. LSGs are often designed so that it takes a significant amount of work to make any real in-game progress. Sometimes this strain can be placed on the gameplay itself. Microtransactions could allow players to speed up their progress with strategies like forcing players to be certain levels before they can advance, or with sudden large increases in enemy strength, or one could spend money on an XP booster or stronger equipment. Other times, the game itself is built fairly, so that any and all microtransactions would be purely cosmetic. But then maybe the seasonal pass progresses slow, and with a premium $10 purchase, it'll level up faster, and you'll get everything, and you'll get it faster. Or in-game currency is made so hard to get in hopes that players will just throw in the towel and buy it. Microtransactions, which I'm just going to refer to as micros, are the most blatant part of any of these games. I've recorded footage from over 14 games this week, and the things I'm going to talk about are alarmingly consistent between every single one of these games. Micros stand out almost immediately. Log into any of these games, you're going to be greeted with a pop-up advertisement about the new skins, the new season passes. It makes the whole thing seem as if it's not very subtle. And it's even more dangerous when you know just how subtle it really is. Now, prominent LSGs like Fortnite largely popularized the seasonal model, and with it the live service model, microtransactions and all. But it didn't really start with Fortnite. Games have been experimenting with releasing extra content to purchase for at least a decade by the time Fortnite rolled around. However, it really is due to games like this that the idea of the LSG is so easy to replicate, so easily imitated, as we discussed down the line. Alongside different patch updates and seasonal changes, the games are constantly repacked with more to do, more rewards or bonuses, and more things to buy, hence the pop-up ads. In days before, and even still in some games, loot boxes are still very common practice, tapping into the thrill of a gamble. These days, it's much more common to have a season pass, which we're all too familiar with. But for documentation and accuracy, the seasonal pass is a level track, usually ranging from 1 to 100 levels, sometimes more or less, that you can regularly come to collect rewards from as you level up. It's a dual-purpose tool, giving a player a more straightforward reason to buy something and to play. This you do not have to buy. You can come and collect a smaller pool of rewards as you level it, but unless you purchase the premium pass, you cannot collect even most of the rewards on this. Rewards often tend to be a blend. Sometimes they're purely cosmetic, often they're sprinkled in with other in-game currencies to help speed your progress, and other times they completely lock out legitimate in-game items. And more often than not, purchasing a pass allows you to complete it a little faster, with bonuses like XP boosts. Occasionally, you can even buy a more expensive version of a pass that not only unlocks the premium rewards, but it often instantly unlocks 20 levels or so. And there are just more layers to this, like with Call of Duty's Black Cell Pass. While that last part doesn't apply to every game's pass follows the rules from before. They're extremely consistent in practice from one game to another. The very same goes for store bloat. Store bloating is exactly what it sounds like. Also called cosmetic bloat. It's a very real thing when a game's been out for long enough and has received hundreds of individual cosmetic purchases.
I did Shocky
skins,
already.
emotes, guns, it really could be anything. Given enough time, any of these games can become very easily overwhelmed with a plethora of things to buy. Fallout 76's store is absolutely packed at all times. Dead by Daylight is the same. Destiny 2 has over 400 unique individual cosmetics you could buy in the store. Compare that to the 110 unique exotic items, maybe 200 or 300 unique legendaries, and 500 reskinned legendaries. I'm just spitballing numbers based on Reddit comments from a year ago, but if I were generous and I said all 800 in-game items were completely uniquely modeled, that's still a 2-to-1 ratio of in-game to store items. A lot of the reason this happens ties back to what I said about engaging players. Like, there needs to be frequent things to get people to log back in, and a part of that is adding new shiny things to the store. It's basically just the practice. If something comes out, it's accompanied by new things to buy. Superficial bundles or deals, stuff that might pack in a skin and some smaller things, or several skins at once, often made to look as if it's more bang for your buck than simply buying it outright. Other times, these games will have events, maybe for a holiday, or because they just don't give a fuck, they want to sell you more stuff, looking at you, Apex. And there are limited time skins that will go away, perhaps indefinitely, so the urge to purchase it might be a little more exciting to some people who feed off of those you should have been there moments. It might be apparent by now that I'm going somewhere with this. In truth, microtransactions are a guarantee in any live service game. The shapes they manifest in differ between games and even change over time. These things are highly replicable in terms of what they're after, and so long as the end goal is met, these games can come in almost any format. The live service model revolves around utilizing most of these strategies to create a game that is only ever online, one that always receives new updates. It's ideally a forever game. A cycle of new content, new shop offers, new events, new modes, new characters, new everything, forever. On the one hand, looking at this kind of practice under the scope of profit and marketing is cause for serious concern. On the other, looking at the LSG under the lens of what does this do to a good game brings up an equally puzzling question. Whatever the case may be, the LSG has one job: to get you to play for as long as possible with the hopes that you'll eventually break down and pay for something. They must meet a human at a psychological level and coax them into playing even if they aren't necessarily enjoying themselves, while simultaneously marketing itself to you over and over, which is often why the UI is designed around showing you everything going on in the shop. I basically broke down the entire live service model right here. I might have gotten a little too ahead of myself discussing some things like store bloat because this section was to get us all on par with what I think the prominent characteristics of live service really is. Now is the part where I start digging, where we slip under the layers of live service. I broke it down into 3 chapters, each of which gets a different angle on the deeper issues of LSGs that, I think, are disproportionately cancerous to the video game industry at large. Starting with marketing. Marketing and advertising differ from platform to product, but a lot of the practices we see in live service games aren't too different from the same things that we are aware of in a grocery store, for example. It's basically a game of what will or won't you buy, and why. When you take it at face value, marketing simply uses psychology to influence the behavior of a consumer. According to neuroscienceof.com, marketing psychology is the full application of psychological science to marketing and branding. It picks up where behavioral science leaves off, exploring a much wider realm of psychological perspectives. This alone doesn't really mean anything for the next minute or so, but what are some things that good marketing actually does? First, it might anchor a fairly high price point, making actual deals seem more attractive. It might utilize perceived scarcity and urgency, tapping into that FOMO again. It will sometimes do this with event-limited offers or countdown timers on the deals themselves to remind you that this will really go away. It often frames the product to underline both what the consumer will lose from not buying and gain from buying immediately. Other times, they use a foot in the door to coax consumers into being comfortable spending money. In this case, something is offered for a ridiculously low price, or even free. We see it all the time with free trials to subscription services. I saw it just recently with Marvel Rivals' $3 week-long pass, the one with the orange Venom skin. There are far more ways that marketing is used than just this, but I'll shout out a few others, see if you can recognize any. Priming the consumer with subtle advertising clues, such as using specific colors to evoke emotion. We see this in a grocery store, where the packaging is almost always more important than the product itself.
Like crazy.
This is actually a prominent piece of my favorite dystopian media, Don DeLillo's 1985 novel, White Noise. In the same attitude, marketing goes out of its way to expose the consumer to as much of its products, advertisements, and deals as possible. This is a mere exposure effect, which is the tendency to subtly develop a favorable preference for something merely because it is familiar. Eye-catching visuals, cognitive fluency, nostalgia, social bandwagoning. The list goes on and on and on.
It is
There are so many ways in which the world of advertising attempts to subtly influence the human psyche into taking positive action in spending money. I imagine a lot of you are largely aware of most of these marketing practices, and personally, it's often when I'm aware of it that it doesn't actually work. But still, very often, it does. There is so much that slips through the cracks. Sometimes, games will offer a free trial to one of their paid products, depending on the service. For example, Fallout 76's Fallout First's monthly subscription probably isn't much to write home about upon first glance. It adds certain mechanics to the game that are helpful, but not overly necessary. Fallout First is also needed to access an entire page of the store, which regular non-subscription players can't buy. Not to mention you can load into Fallout 76 lobbies without any other random players. All of this might not seem to matter much to you, but then you get the Fallout First free trial. And after a while, maybe you just say, why not? And you get the survival tent, which gives you another free fast travel point. It comes with very helpful subscription items like the scrap box, and you can get the Fallout First stuff in the store, along with some free monthly currency to spend. But after a week, trial expired. And from this point on, you know what the fruit on the tree tastes like. But unless you start paying, you'll have to make do with the regular old game you were playing before. Now the temptation is even more potent than it was before. Maybe if you come back after a while, you'll pay for a month of it. Just another tactic to help influence your desires. But all of this really kind of depends on the person that is being marketed to, how impressionable they are, and how willing they are to spend their money. I think these days, we're going through a little bit of a renaissance on our spending habits, specifically in the video games industry. And what I'm really thinking about here is the more recent Nintendo Switch 2 controversy. There is an absolutely well-articulated video by Mud Thief on this very topic, linked in the description if you want to know the details there. But what I'm getting at is that there are so many different influences in the world around us that sometimes slip through the cracks, and shape our points of view without our knowledge or consent. This is true of life outside of marketing, but it's also true of marketing as anything. It can tap into some of our desires to fit in and socially conform, especially now that social gaming is much more prominent and accessible than it's ever been. You might have your very own friend circles that regularly play LSGs together. I certainly do. Maybe you're swayed by social influence, so you buy something. It could be for elitism, or to have cool outfits with your friends, or to ride the temporary high of how great it feels that you can finally have this thing in the game. The reason can be literally whatever gets you and everyone else into that door. Wallets out, cards ready. Centuries of psychological research and in-game data analysis from the last decade strives to bend consumer spending habits as much as possible. According to PubMed, as early as 1896, experimental psychologists began studying the mental processes involved in advertising. The first psychological theory of advertising maintained, in effect, that the consumer was a non-rational, suggestible creature under the hypnotic influence of the advertising copywriter. Walter Dale Scott was a major proponent of this theory, and it was largely through his writings that advertising men learned about the psychology of suggestion. Now, this Walter guy was a pioneer in applying psychology to business, particularly in advertising. He's considered one of the founding fathers of industrial and organizational psychology, and his work significantly impacted how business as an industry would approach these areas. Some of these ideas of his were very interesting. I think it's disturbing, even just reading about them objectively. Pulled right from his Wikipedia. He argued that consumers don't act rationally and therefore can be easily influenced. According to Scott, consumer suggestibility was based on 3 factors: emotion, sympathy, and sentimentality. He believed that advertising was primarily a persuasive tool rather than an informational device, and that advertising has an effect on consumers in a nearly hypnotic manner.
As scary as it is, like, he's not wrong.
As long as suggestion was available to them under a variety of conditions. Those 3 factors, emotion, sympathy, and sentimentality, are key components to your emotional intelligence. And what this style of psychological advertising essentially does is find ways to exploit it, to guide the thing you aren't even aware that you're feeling or thinking. In a study published by Future Business Journal, the new standard for conducting business is for production and service firms to recognize, access, and generate emotions to aid thought and comprehend consumer emotions, and reflectively control emotions to foster the emotional and intellectual development of their products. In essence, this approach to marketing is an approach that none of us aren't exactly aware of. It makes enough sense that a business wants their product to be as marketable as possible. But not even mentioning the psychological boom right at the start of the 20th century, unfathomable levels of study, examination, and analysis all come to distill the spirit of modern-day market relationships. It all comes back to the bottom line, and the ways in which microtransactions are marketed in the games industry are no different. If the game is going to thrive, it needs to be selling stuff. It needs to be making money. And to do this, it uses the foundation for human psychology in its marketing to bridge the gap between your perceived needs and wants. It seeks to hijack the innate human craving to have, to possess, to want. It initiates that temptation to have whatever you really want, and sometimes it knows how to make that temptation itch. Just look at how much money is being made. According to a TechSpot article, microtransactions accounted for a whopping 58% of all PC gaming revenue in 2024. The number itself is $24.4 billion.
And that's part of why
$24.4 billion.
PC
all spent
gaming,
on skins, passes,
even in Japan and stuff like that, is a lot bigger than console.
The report pointed to
When
3
you
prominent
realize,
titles that drove the surge: Black Ops 6, Roblox, and Fortnite.
And
so I don't think it's very
the
unfair of
console
me to
market
ask,
is mostly
when do microtransactions
now
become predatory or potentially exploitative?
the
Is there a
freaking
line, or is this
retro
simply the inevitable
over
fate of all
even like
LSGs?
new shit.
Well, let's dig at another thing while we're talking about money. Microtransaction pricing. Look through the stores. Pick one, any of them. What's that, $16? Well, this one is $24. Here's the thing. It's all made up. And I don't want to fucking hear that. Actually, if you take the man hours it took to complete the skin and add in the profit margin for the company developing it.
No.
These prices are simply superficial. No matter
They're
how you
very
slice it. Made
superficial.
up. It wasn't too long ago that DLC or even some premium gun skins for games like Titanfall 2 or Call of Duty were just a handful of dollars. In-game purchases used to cost less on average because people weren't sure if other people were really willing to buy this stuff. And it was kind of just tested. And micros used to be a direct purchase too. If it said $2.99, you click it, you buy it, it's $2.99. But as times go on, the prices of cosmetics have skyrocketed. Apex is maybe one of the most egregious price gougers I've ever seen, but even then every game behind it is almost as expensive. And let's... Okay. I'm gonna kind of rant, but it'll be applicable to the topic and I'll keep it short. A lot of store products tend to sell for, let's say, $7 or $11 or $24, whatever. But buying premium currency is a different ballgame. They're almost always packaged separately.
The
with separate bundles of $5,
reason
10,
why,
20,
though.
40, and so on. And so it's very common for store products to shoot somewhere between these prices, hence the 7 or 11. So if something's really worth, let's say, $4 or $5, it tends to sell for just over that, 6 or 7. So you have to buy $10 worth of currency with the quote-unquote benefit being that you'll have some left over after you buy the item. And sometimes this gets pushed further. An $11 or $12 item means that you need more than whatever $10 of currency gets you. And you can buy a single $5 and $10 pack to make 15. I've done that before. But why do that?
But they're not doing it fast enough and hard enough.
Probably more than that. See, $20 ain't so bad. And the more you spend, the more bonus currency you might get, so you feel like you have a lot left over, and you can buy yourself another bundle if you want to. It's like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, right? If you're gonna spend 15, you might as well spend 20. No? This is just getting their foot in the door and making you feel like there's some real value in spending a little more.
Walk
because
you up
maybe
the
in the end,
ladder.
it feels like you're spending less, or whatever. There could be any reason, really. And games nowadays tend to sell their stuff for insanely stupid prices. Like I was just saying about Apex. Some of this shit literally goes for $30, $40, or $60. I'm not even kidding. This is a real way that companies really push the line as far as possible to see just how much players are really willing to spend. It's not that a lot of people that are playing LSGs are spending these crazy high premium prices, but especially when you're going up to $60 or whatever, they're obviously aiming for a very specific group of people. A group of people that can't stop playing their game and can't stop spending money on it. Usually streamers, not always. So I direct you back to Exhibit B.
Yep.
Is there a line? I think there is. As we've seen with the Switch 2 and newer $70 or $80 games, there can be a line. Very many of us are pretty awake to the realization that if there's a line, they get to decide where it is. It always gets pushed around a little bit. It's why deals often feel like the game is giving a little slack, giving you more of a reason to buy something you've maybe had your eyes on. And then, as we see all the time, the line is pushed further into your comfort zone a little more each and every year. And until everyone stands firm and votes with their wallets, the line gets pushed more and more. Things become more expensive, marketing gets better, you become more familiar with the game, and maybe you feel you want to interact with it a little bit more. In other words, there is no line. We're all spread out on a spectrum of how willing we are to purchase something. The line is illusory or transient. The line is marked by your personal discipline, how you really value what you buy, and your personal awareness of how you might be getting played. And so I direct you back to Exhibit A. When do microtransactions become predatory? I will say that first and foremost, each and every one of us are responsible for whether or not we buy something. At the end of the day, it's you who made the decision, you who decided this was worth the purchase. But on the other hand, what if the choice wasn't 100% made all by yourself? What if you were influenced or became more comfortable with the idea of spending money and you don't even know it? What if members of the intended audience are incredibly impressionable, like children, for example, or teenagers and young adults who lack the brain development and the impulse control to say no, or who feel like this game that they love is their only real escape from the life around them? Or take it to the furthest example, the XQCs of the world. People so addicted to the dopamine high of buying something in the game that they simply cannot help themselves. They can't stop. I can personally attest to this being what caught me for so long, especially after having gotten my first job around the same time like Fortnite or Dead by Daylight were going live service. And I'm sure I'm not alone. I end up speaking a little more anecdotally than I want to in this essay, and I don't want to take my experiences alone and use them as evidence. But as humans, most of us can probably relate to having been blinded by buyer's high, or you might have felt pure bliss buying a quote-unquote must-have. I just spent $201 on one of those new 3DSs a couple days ago. My bones are boiling in the rage and excitement of finally getting this thing I wanted for so long. I get it. But the difference between me spending stuff now and spending it maybe 3 or 4 years ago is that at least this time the 3DS is something I will actually have, something I will actually use, a much needed upgrade for my 3DS XL and something I've been dying to buy for a long, long time. To compare it to a microtransaction, it's a night and day difference in the real value of a console and a digital cosmetic. But it seems as if the microtransaction is selling you on the same idea of a product, of a thing that will become yours for just, the same money you'd spend going to the gas station and buying a couple monsters and a protein bar. In other words, it tries to sell you on this idea of using your throwaway cash. If you can look back and realize that you might have spent more money on micros than you really ought to have, then there's no denying that there was a reason we actually spent that money. A perceived legitimate value on a thing in a video game that you can literally only look at. It's not food, it's not a real physical object, it's always cosmetic. Even stuff like, you're buying your season passes, it's giving you stuff, it's superficial. And I'm not going to say that there's no value to something like this, especially if it enhances your enjoyment of a game. But we've certainly overvalued this illusion of a product and replaced legitimate value with something that feels like legitimate value. Worse, I fear that cosmetics
value
for profit
over
infringes
real
on intense
value.
legitimate human experience. Because these skins, these emotes, they're all for your personal in-game expression, how you express yourself. And what is an expression, truly, purely and simply, if not showing off how you feel, or a facade of how you feel, to make yourself look or act however you want. It operates on the basis of how it makes you feel, how you feel looking at this new, cool gun skin you have, how you feel showing your purchases off to friends and strangers alike. With bodies as agonizingly sensitive as ours, the constant continual human experience is one of feeling. Maybe feeling good, maybe bad, maybe kind or mean, pleasure and pain, but we feel, all of the time, for free. These in-game purchases, from cosmetics to actual things that help you, all sell themselves to you on the idea of how you'll feel, both in buying it and after. But eventually, no matter how prolonged, that feeling is going to wear away, and the money won't come back. And maybe you're already open to buying in the first place, so you buy more. I sure realize I'm dealing in a lot of abstracts, a lot of maybes, less so in absolutes. It is not news to us, however, how addictive feeling good really is. Businesses and corporations around the world thrive off of this. Advertisement works off of this. It's why substances like weed or alcohol are extremely commonplace and normalized in certain social circles and situations. We like feeling good. Such is the nature of what it is to be human. And to pretend I don't like perusing the store or window shopping deals would be a straight fallacy. As Alan Watts says in his essay titled Good Intentions, quote, "Nothing is easier than to give up the world because one is incompetent with the affairs of the world. There is no wisdom in scorning riches simply because one is unable to obtain them, nor in despising the pleasures of the senses because one has not the means of fulfilling them. The desire which is scorned for no other reason than it cannot be satisfied is the greatest of man's enemies. One may pretend that it doesn't exist, that one has surrendered to it. But one must sincerely ask the question, if I could satisfy that desire, would I?" In other words, as a student of philosophy and just a
We're only
person
halfway done. Damn, this shit is
just in our nature to
long.
want to enjoy and engage with as much of the good as we possibly can get our hands on. It's also in our nature to
At least I
possess,
can finish
to
my
have, to want,
multiverse
to
hunt
get.
now.
Pretending to be disciplined in my
All
purchases
my
these days does not in any way make
multiverse
skimming an in-game store less enjoyable. I too want to be awed or titillated. I want to get excited over cool things. So then maybe I can finally take a jab at the question: when do microtransactions become predatory? I think there's a real link between spending habits and satisfying psychological desires and impulses. I think we're very human, prone to human strengths and weaknesses. And I won't name drop any of these games as predatory, but where is the line for you in what is predatory and what is not?
Wait, no,
I know where it is for me. Microtransactions become predatory when companies try to unknowingly tap into that brilliant yet flawed human brain of yours, and use as many tactics as possible to manipulate you into purchase. When there's no respect for personal responsibility, and instead they target and enable very impressionable or vulnerable individuals in order to coax them into believing that they just don't want this, they need it. In other words, when they're not upfront with how and what they're trying to sell you, rather they're trying to manipulate you, I take issue with that. You can judge the games that fall into this yourself.
Quantity over quality, yep.
From my perspective, simply as a connoisseur, it makes total and complete sense to focus on the quality of any game, even if it takes far more time. I feel this way all day. If you gotta delay it and it comes out great, then I'm happy. Sure, plenty of LSGs are high quality, I won't deny that, but we've seen it time and time again. Sometimes it's simply done lazily or it's boringly formatted. Call of Duty struggles with this, despite Black Ops 6 being somewhat okay. Destiny 2 has had some incredible highs, but unfortunately some more recent lows in just the last handful of years. Fallout 76 is a much better experience than it first was on release, yet a lot of its updates feel so small, or almost as if it's out of obligation. And the larger releases frequently need months of bug fixing and stabilization before they're good enough to play. And it kind of begs the question, what is the live service model doing to the games they hold captive? What is it about the modern nature of LSGs? They're constantly releasing, and the ones that have been out and somehow didn't die or get cancelled have been releasing more and more content as they grow old. But it seems to me that most of my favorite LSGs suffer specifically because of the model they're baked into. This is why I took so much time elaborating on the legitimate marketing and pricing strategies of live service. Remember, they're a far cry from the single-purchase games of the past. Even with the occasional upfront charge such as $70 for Black Ops 6, the releases and seasonal cycles are often free, just coming with a new slew of things to buy, things to do, reasons to play. That's important. Getting you on the game might get you hooked back into it. Maybe this new season is more fun than the last, and you get to live off the high of enjoying this game all over again. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, on your end. A research study on the link between time scarcity and addicts of microtransactions from Linnaeus University finds that continued playtime predicts purchase intention, since the player is confident that the microtransaction is an investment for future enjoyment within the game. This still relates to marketing and strategy, but there is definitely a positive correlation between time invested and money spent on a video game, and although correlation ain't causation, I think it's worth investigating just how games look to capture an audience in exchange for monetary value. So how do you keep a player base coming back to spend money? Simple. You grant the player base more reasons to log in. Sometimes as many as you could think of. Daily events and bonuses.
Daily
missions,
everything.
limited time events, store rotations, double XP weekends, anything to get you on. It was simply that easy. Mind you, the seasonal model ensures a consistent drip feeding of new content all around. This alone is more than enough reason to log back in at least once a season. If it happens to lure you, then you'll stay and play for the season. Maybe you play for a couple. Whether or not you play every single day or just once a week, there is always something for you to log in for. There are missions to grind, events to grind, competitive ranked games for you to climb and improve your mastery, high-end content for those who can't stop playing. The actual game part of an LSG strives to engage players in as addictive of a gameplay loop as possible. Games like Destiny or Sea of Thieves offer an extremely wide variety of things to spend significant time on in-game. Online multiplayer games like Call of Duty or The Finals offer a more competitive player versus player experience, with the exception of zombies. In fact, most of these games are actually, as games alone,
they definitely do.
The ones that surged in popularity did that for a reason.
Burn me out,
They're successful enough to have captured an audience that wanted to play exactly what they offer.
I'd rather things move towards weekly than daily shit.
It comes back to Walter Dill Scott's work in industrialized psychology.
Honestly.
Consumer behavior is irrational, and
It's
therefore needs
even
guidance
more
and
than
influence to
that,
make
though.
decisions.
In some cases too, with like how some of the freaking things handle in these gacha games, it's so bad where like it even like makes everything demotivating.
It's either the new stuff that gets me back, or it's the daily grindable missions, or it's because Daddy has a craving. But I find that it's more often than not I end up getting easily bored of the new stuff in the LSGs that I've been playing forever. Even Sea of Thieves has been struggling to keep me hooked for more than several days at a time. I mean, yeah, every once in a blue moon I'll play it regularly for a month, maybe two. And while Sea of Thieves is less aggressive with the whole daily mission, login bonus kind of thing, it does still rotate seasonal content, double XP weekends, and store updates. And I still love it. I've loved this game since day one. But it wasn't very good on day one. So I think for the first two expansions,
like,
and then when they moved to seasons,
you can do weeklies,
there were so many quality of life changes and
dailies
additions
make
being added that it felt like the game became larger and much more robust.
Even more than that, it's other stuff too. If like
game that must always turn updates,
all like the bullshit progression systems or whatever get in the way of like I don't know actually playing what's there.
The developers still find ways to reimagine that sense of wonder and charm, but it's
right, because like part of the reason why I don't bother with a lot of the other like a lot of gacha games as well. They're just awful to deal with, and again, like I made the joke of like where a lot of people are like too focused on maintaining an account or whatever, they haven't even thought about just trying to actually play the game, because that ends up being the last thing on their mind with how just awful all the shit that just gets in the way of everything just is, right?
It's harder than it used to be. How do you top your best update? Some things just aren't as cracked out as it seems to be. They're often interesting, but not interesting enough to enthrall me in the ways they used to. This is a problem.
I mean, there are literally multiple games coming out on the latter half of this year that I've been wanting to play for a long-ass time. And all of those things that I've been wanting to play are gonna come first. And you've known about it for a while. This Trails in the Sky remake? That's in September 19th. I want to replay that one again, the remake. This one is coming out again. This one's coming out later this year as well. I don't know which month. Oh, they delayed it to next year? I thought it was gonna come out this year. Okay, that one got delayed. That's fine. There's Kingmakers I've been wanting to play. That's gonna be end of this year. Oh, that's Q4. Oh, you know, they said October 8th now. I've been wanting to play that one. Let's see. What's the other one? I've also been wanting to play this thing as well. That should also be later this year. Yeah, Q4. Like, those are, like, some of the things right there. But then there's also just a bunch of, like, currently, like, just a bunch of other games in my backlog that I've been wanting to play through. I don't really care about freaking doing shit in Minecraft, man. And I would rather play the new Pal World update over that. They got the Terraria thingy too. I've been wanting to play that too. I need to find the time to figure things out. But yeah. Because like, yeah, sure, there's a lot of things you can do in Minecraft, but some of the things that I could maybe do in Minecraft, the individual things I would maybe want to play or do, there are other games out there that will do things that I would want to do better anyways for that. And then on top of that, like, just putting that stuff aside, there's just other games I just want to play I want to play instead.
Mat, when given ample time, finds its way into nearly any LSG. What happens when you're out of ideas, or you don't have enough time to execute the thing you really want to do before the deadline of the next season? More often than not, a game comes to find itself in some sort of life support, even if it's just for a time, as the new updates just aren't hitting right. Maybe it grows horribly stale, or you fucked up and now everyone hates your game. Thanks, Bungie. And this whole
like, the thing is, like, the only reason why I even bought Minecraft all those years back is, for the VR shit. And I haven't used my VR setup in a long-ass time, because that thing's a bitch to get set up and everything up and running, and it takes up so much space and everything. But like, yeah, I've had the Oculus Rift, like the original model Oculus Rift back when it came out. Oh, they freaking killed the VR Minecraft too, by the way. Like, the official VR mode for Minecraft, Microsoft discontinued that. They killed it off, I think it was like late last year. That shit is just dead. I know there's like a mod too, but the mod was nowhere near as good as the official one. In terms of controlling with like VR controllers and stuff. There was like a couple like modifications and quality of life changes and stuff like that that were like exclusive to the official VR one. I have not seen Cyberpunk VR, but like I haven't used my VR shit in a long ass time. And like I've had it for over a decade now. Because I think over a decade, I don't know, I got the Oculus Rift back when it came out originally a long time back. It was cool. But like the problem is it's just like, having to like have the multiple sensors and everything set up, the amount of just everything would take up and just a lot of space. And I don't have as much space anymore that I did back then. I just haven't used it. Also, I have my freaking prescription changed, so like I would need to get new lenses and stuff for my for like the headset if I want to use that. But like it's an old ass headset that's been long discontinued, so it's not like I can find some place to like custom order lenses and stuff for me to insert in there. So like if I wanted to use VR shit again, I'd probably have to invest into like a whole new VR setup and everything. And deal with all the pain and stuff in there as well. And like, yeah, I just gave up on that. I'm cool with like I mentioned though like those XR glasses that I got though. Those ones are fine because like, they're pretty lightweight and like, I mostly just use it to like, just as for content consumption. Or like sometimes just playing games while lying down in bed. I know I have my freaking monitor is also like on a vase mount near my bed, but like, it's a lot different when I can just like stare up and lie down completely instead of on my side to do it. And I find that position even more comfortable and everything, and that's its own other thing, but yeah. And I've been like using that a lot to like watch some stuff or like watch some like just watch all sorts of things, but then also just play some older games as well in my own time off stream. But yeah.
Surprisingly conscious of how I wish some of my favorite LSGs would just stop doing seasons and only push updates when they're important, well thought, and when they have taken the time necessary to craft and polish them. This is why I miss the expansion model for video games. Not saying that expansions were always put out there with effort, but at least it felt like to me there was much less of an excuse. The time frames were different. Yep. Even then, I get it. Some developers weren't really given that time. I won't say that expansions and seasons are really treated all that differently. But on the publisher side, the longer there is between releases, the less regularly players are given reasons to come back, and the less money is made overall. And the publisher kind of has the power to make that decision, to mandate regular release. What the developers are obligated to make is their own game in a way that pleases both the publisher and the audience on the budget they're given, and the time they're given. And the publisher, the corporation behind it, is only obligated to worry about their bottom line. This kind of sidebars into the development theory of the live service, which I will admit I'm probably very uneducated on. From what I understand, without getting into it, The seasonal model of an LSG allows for developers to push out small-ish updates, yet with enough notable additions to coax its regular players back. And then, over the course of a year, the game itself is much different than it was a year ago. The 3 to 4 month lifetime of a season grants them time to work on more new stuff. But if they're pushing out new stuff, it always comes with a new pass, new store stuff. We talked about this. Pop-up advertising. To bring my rambling full circle, there's a clear focus on quantity of content and microtransactions, often at the cost of the quality of the games themselves. And maybe adding less stuff wouldn't make the content that did release much better. Sometimes the effort simply isn't there, or it's misunderstood. But other times, you can see the effort is there. You can feel it. But it seems spread so thin across so many different things. Sometimes the quantity of content grants the illusion of a larger body of water, but the water itself is only deep enough to walk in. Some people like that, but for those who want to swim, there's not enough depth to really indulge your desire to let loose and paddle. Rather, a smaller but deeper body of water is going to be much more enjoyable than a fake pond. This makes a lot more sense if you've ever visited a swimming hole, but let's put a pin in this idea. To build on what we've discussed, it seems that in the same way there's a struggle between quantity and quality of a single game, there's a similar struggle in the quantity and quality of the live service model itself.
Oh boy.
What do I mean by that? Why are there so many live service games? Why is that all the rage? I'm not asking because I don't know, but I want to think critically for a moment. There are so many LSGs on the market, some paid for, some free to play. It's practically taken the AAA industry by storm. I mean, as referenced in a helpful GameSpot article, back in 2022, Sony announced that it was working on 12 live service games to be released by 2025. 12? And keep in mind that the 2025 target was referenced to in fiscal years, so by March of 2025, it was supposed to have launched that many live service games. In 3 years, March 2025 is well behind us. And we'll talk about just how many of those games have failed in the next chapter, but the direction that AAA game development is heading in is abundantly clear. Nearly everything wants to bank on the unfathomable success of the live service game. And when we see all the lazy LSG slop on the market, when publishers are focused on a dozen LSGs and 2 were completely cut after hundreds of millions of dollars and thousands of man-hours were already sunk into them, I see things like this, and I can't help but ponder if the quantity of live service games on the market is more important to the publisher than the quality of the actual games themselves. Maybe it's this dance of throwing all sorts of shit at the wall to see what sticks. And there's no denying the diversity of the live service games that have released and held steady. Path of Exile is a top-down Diablo clone, but it does its job well enough that I actually prefer PoE over Diablo. Destiny is the most beautiful RPG action shooter I might have ever played, and its commitment to quality used to be enough to help outswim its competitors, specifically referencing every time a Destiny killer came back in its heyday. Sea of Thieves is the most interactive and engaging online pirate simulator I think humanity can muster. Splitgate 2 is practically a Halo-style TDM renaissance with the ever-brilliant portal mechanics that give it an edge on other shooter titles. I haven't even mentioned the slew of battle royales out there. These are drastically different games, one from another. But what they all have in common is that they're surviving on the live service model. Because the live service itself is a platform, the game just might depend on what you like. It's back to the swimming analogy. It's all about what you prefer, and depth, and I guess even about how badly you want to get in the water. But if you're going to swim, you don't want to be kicking rocks. I get it. Not every game needs to cater to anything beyond a casual audience. But every LSG is obligated by nature to cater to a consistent audience, a player base that'll stick around and pay for stuff. So I have to ask, how do you dedicate that player base? Once upon a time, Destiny 2's player base had substantially dissipated, but for a long time, a lot of its hardcore audience made up a very large percentage of players. Regular, dedicated, consistent players. Players like me. Maybe it was you, or it was your dad, whoever. It was people who really loved the game that were still playing, and they were guiding new and returning players through its ever-changing environment. I personally had brought my best friend, another old player, through whatever the current Destiny 2 ecosystem was, not once, but twice. He's much more of a gap player than I was, so I would be the more consistent link that would get him back in. It was just one of those games that sucked to get back into by yourself. There was no direction. But now, even I am pretty done with Destiny. I almost can't even bear to log back in these days. I've changed, it's changed. I really don't think it's so much different than it's been basically this whole time. Things happened, I lost my loyalty, I left, and now we both don't play. Again, this is my experience, and it's only one of the very many ways in which people drop off. For me, this game is just so old, and the experience isn't new enough to win me over. All the other games I like way more. For other, better, or more hardcore players, many of them left long before me. Maybe because Bungie didn't have the resources to actually work on its PvP game modes, or because its actual content was found wanting. Prominent content creators who built their communities on Destiny, such as Dado or Cool Guy, are struggling to find reasons to play it like they used to. As we will get more into later on, Bungie's eggs were in so many baskets, and the water for the thirsty player base was drying up. They released a lot of new things to do, but not a whole lot of new things that everyone actually wanted to do. Kind of just ignored the stuff that wasn't being touched that everyone wasn't really here for. And the publisher got comfortable with the success and the formula of the seasonal model, until the game's health suffered as a result. When it stopped satisfying players, they began to leave. Think Rule 1. And I think it's a microcosm of a bigger issue. With a franchise as old and ongoing as Destiny, or even Sea of Thieves, or Call of Duty, anything, there is constant turnover in the player base. It's like a forest. The old trees die off, new ones come in. But a forest without the proper ecosystem might not see every sapling grow to full maturity. It's one thing to make a game as enticing as possible, to get as many people on the ship as you can. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good for the game's health, it helps reduce the effect of player turnover, it brings consistent players, and hopefully consistent income. But a publisher and a developer carry a special responsibility. If you're playing Breath of the Wild, then there's only 3 things that ever had to release. The game and its 2 expansions. They were great, they were polished enough, and it was a deeply riveting game that took the world by storm. It single-handedly raised the Zelda franchise to a popularity level that even Ocarina of Time couldn't have dreamed of. But it took a few pretty unfortunate series of events, cough cough Skyward Sword, before Eiji Aonuma and everyone else birthed a new format for the Zelda series, and it was treated with much more respect to give it the praise it so deserved. It wasn't made in haste or released early out of desperation to make money on a new Zelda game. This criticism more so belongs to Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm not even making a point besides. They took their time, they even delayed it, and they did it right. They are responsible for their success. And finding this level of passion and respect in the live service model, let alone in Nintendo or the games industry as a whole, is pretty inconsistent. How often is it that something releases in an underdeveloped state, where it was so blatantly obvious that it simply wasn't done? Further,
Yeah.
how often is it that the giant corporation funding the development of said video game is the reason it comes out too early? I'll say, for the last time, LSGs need to be on the market, picking up as many players as it can, and offering as many microtransaction opportunities as possible. You need it to look good and be addictive enough to keep people playing. You need players and money, and with this, the game can go on forever. It sounds like a guaranteed formula for long-term success, and alas, it's often treated like one. But with the scant exception, it's more often than not the longer the game lives, the less updates actually impact it, at least in meaningful ways. You can keep it going, but you need to be responsible for maintaining its depth every single release. And I've seen it time and time again,
but
when
they don't.
updates get a little lazier, a little less. Sometimes you can kind of tell there's either an internal problem, or they got too comfortable with prior success. The live service games formula is one that gets itself balled up. It's a tug of war between maintaining the quantity of players and giving them just enough depth to feel as if there's actual quality to their experiences. And the core problem that I'm finally getting at is that I think it's a tragedy that the recipe for making a video game has never been more formulaic. It's never been simpler to copy-paste into other formats. I think the level of consistency in the actual practices of the live service model across games is causing each and every one of them grief. They struggle to set themselves apart from the other, and because they all do the same things and eventually end up running into a lot of the same problems, the live service model feels so predictable. It's stale, and it's long worn out its welcome. And I think it's this way because no matter which way it's spun, the live service model is a business model, first and foremost, not a Van Gogh.
Exactly.
It's not truly centered on finding ways to create art and engage you in the play of life out of the kindness in their hearts and their passion for the human experience. Of course, some of them pretend they do, and sometimes that passion and that refreshment is there, but with strings attached. Very subtle and manipulative strings. Video game history is full of some highly compassionate art, of pure human expression and desire to play, to seek enrichment and maybe find yourself in something meaningful. It's why the 3DS is my favorite console of all time. Don't worry, I'm going there next video. It's not necessarily wrong that something meaningful and fulfilling like a video game would need to be making money. Very many games in my library deserve the money spent. But to help close this chapter and segue into the next, I will say that I take issue with a game model that cannot adapt and change with times. It feels as if they all seek to do the money-making, addictive game part better than the ones around them. Unfortunately, it's the same basic problem. Spend it as little as possible, making as much as possible. It seems that the desire to create and engage has been stripped down and turned into a formula, processed into paste, and regurgitated in just the same way as the ones before it. A recipe for, quote, guaranteed revenue. A happy answer to games costing more to make and players' desires to spend less at the gate. Rivals is cool, new, innovative, and fun, but how different is it in practice to Overwatch, or Destiny, or Sea of Thieves, or Call of Duty? Not terribly so. They throw down a lot of little strategies that came as part of the formula, and the practices are so similar that they completely fail to realize just how they will deal with the same problems that they all run into. They struggle to find identity from the games next to them as every LSG is getting constant releases, always fighting for your attention, fighting for your money. But at the end of the day, the difference between the good and bad games being made comes down to the balance of its quantity and quality, and it's not so hard for any old fool to see just what's being prioritized. As we move into section 3, I just want to say I'm sorry if my voice is a little rough. I've been at this for over an hour. It's a bit dry in here, and I had to go smoke a cigarette in between takes, so bear with me. What was once profitable art became art for profit. It's the slightest shift, yet with clear disparity between the motives behind it. When art and play is no longer the primary focus, profit takes the front seat. Beneficial for the companies behind it, but at what cost? At the cost of the art, the artist, and the audience. There was an idea floating around in the mid to late 2010s that the live service model offers a different kind of developmental freedom, and given time and money, would return player investment on the players and the game itself. The notion that money influx will therefore incentivize quality is a grand illusion that has, for years, been slipping from the faces behind it. It was an illusion like this that fueled the likes of Destiny or Call of Duty as these transitioned from full-priced games with paid DLC into full-priced LSGs, packed with full-priced cosmetics and extra purchases that took on a priority often more important than the content you paid and came to play for. I can speak very personally and knowledgeably of Destiny. In truth, the seeds for this paper were planted in the previous one about this game. I'm going to get this out of my system, it'll apply to everything I'm talking about, and it'll be the last you hear me talk about this game. Hopefully, forever. At one point, not too far into the first game's lifetime, the Eververse store greeted the tower, chock full of extra, optional custom skins and shaders, emotes, and glows. The natural public reaction seemed to be one of angst and frustration, more so directed at the publisher behind Destiny, Activision. For the longest time, it was the general consensus that the publisher was to blame for everything wrong with Destiny. Not only with cosmetics, but that was a key player. Nearly 2 years into the sequel's lifetime, Activision split from Bungie and Destiny 2 was now rightfully independent. Here, sentiments changed. Finally, the looming cloud of corporate corruption seemed to have vanished. D2 could now finally become the game we were all really waiting for. It seemed a little more acceptable that the old corporate-era Eververse store and the seasonal model would stick around and supply the developer with the necessary funds to supplement a high-quality space fantasy looter shooter. But even still, Year 3 was much quieter than the year before. Year 4 barely gained steam. Even the Witch Queen, my second favorite year, was underwhelming and stale to have to play the entire year. Content was lesser, quality struggled, and as a symptom of being a forever game, there was a choice to completely remove old content altogether as to prevent the game from being half a terabyte in size. And even then, at the time, its former director Luke Smith framed it in a way to remove and ultimately return content to the player in a way that was better than it was before. In some ways, we've had this happen, mostly temporarily, but ultimately, it's fallen far short of the promise. Regardless of the split from a publisher, it seemed as if perhaps the community's goodwill in Bungie, the corporation, may have been misplaced. Even so, many others like me never doubted the passion and persistence of Bungie, the developer behind it. Maybe they needed more time, so that's what we gave them. Maybe money was tight, so we gave them that
What the
too.
hell am I supposed to do
Time
with this
and money.
shit?
As the years passed, the content came, some of it better and worse than the stuff before it. But the big picture never really changed. Bungie was always struggling to deliver consistent quality. Ambition of the likes of Lightfall would not be suitable when the overall game's core values still suffered, suffering from content recycling, from negligence in the proper areas, such as the entirety of PvP and Gambit, and the neglect slowly crept into the rest of the game. Even in the case where it seems microtransactions are much more ethically acceptable, it ultimately ended with the corporate side of Bungie laying off roughly 25% of its comparatively large workforce in 2024. The end didn't come until after the premium-priced expansions would come out to largely disappoint. Even the highs of the final shape feel too little too late for my tastes. This aligns with the Sony purchase of Bungie, and nothing was saved. Major projects, entirely new IPs, more games, a TV show, they were all scrapped. Hundreds of staff laid off, not once, but twice, even though they said they would definitely not do that. The trade-off? Their bottom line. It was apparent that, even in their independent years, something was getting in the way of Destiny 2's full potential. Something still. It took years of strife and failure, but the mask of goodwill slipped to display the ugly, vulnerable perversion of the corporate executives behind it. No amount of well-intentioned change was enough to reserve Destiny from being a profit incentive, a golden goose, the money machine. Bungie's revenue was not returning the investment to its players. It was split, and ultimately wasted on frivolous pursuits. Pursuits that returned little value into the one and only game of Bungie's that people were actually playing.
Which one am I supposed to photograph?
Even today, in some ways, Destiny 2 has never been better. But in other ways, it's never been worse. One can only play this game for so long before you begin to scratch your head at all the new content. It was always here to make Destiny a different and more enjoyable game to play, but how so? Between D2's first and more recent year, it's barely recognizable, but the magic has gone stale.
Is it the one
Every
that
attempt
moves
to
around?
revitalize my faith in Destiny seemed temporary, and at times, the beauty of the years prior was removed or outdated altogether. Content that you paid for. Content that, with time, could only ever deliver short-term value and nothing more. There is not just one thing you can play for years, but many things to do for a time. Always and forever a slave to profit. The player base slaves to drip feeding, to being quintuple dipped on sales until either you or the game grows so old and tired that even the new content feels plagued, sick, and diseased. A victim of a perpetual cycle, creating a victim of the consumer looking to drown itself in an infinite ocean of cash. Taking a look at something staunchly different, for example, I brought this up recently. Breath of the Wild. A one-time purchase, then there's the DLC, and that's it. A Game of the Year award winner. One that has supplied thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours worth of creativity, genius, and most importantly, wonder. An imperfect game, sure, but a passive one at that. Play it when you want, put it down, pick it up again in 5 years. The content is completely consistent, unchanging. It's the same beautiful game you remember. Relevant enough even 8 years later to rival its successor in terms of success, of enjoyment, and pleasure. Taking a look at both D2 and Breath of the Wild, the differences are clear. Both are for-profit pieces of art. But one sparks immense imagination and wonder. The other traded creative curiosity for a forever loop, a predictable loop, full of consistency enough to re-engage the player in their wallet, but lacking the same spark that drove me to play in the first place. Breath of the Wild is a wonderful, intensely creative, and enjoyable work from humanity for humanity. Destiny, over time, grew to feel just like an obligation, a chore. Not something I wanted to do forever, but when I spent years holding out and paying for empty promises, then what was I to do but play? And how many other games did I completely look over or not touch simply because it would pull me from the tedious chore that I bought my way into? In other words, I fell victim to a trap, and playing Destiny 2 felt less and less like a conscious decision. I was hooked, and I needed a fix. This conversation as a whole does not excuse Nintendo from its past and current sins, nor is the issue exclusive to Destiny. It's not unique to the LSG, nor characteristic of an online-only game. It is, however, demonstrative of motive, of good intentions, of a deep-rooted lust that hijacked the big-name franchises that were maybe once more a little playful in spirit. However fruitless or soulless the games of the past may have been, the issues with money, technology, profit, and the art itself has balled themselves up and exacerbated tenfold. Art as a means for money strips art of everything but name. For it is not money that is the root of all evil, but the lust for it. The insatiable gluttony that may never be fed. Again, it points to that quantity over quality. You need people excited enough to choose this game over any others for as long as possible. Content must be drip-fed, content must be consistent, yet never too over the top. People must play, and if they haven't bought this year's expansion, then they're kind of out of the loop that everyone else seems to be in on. You must be careful not to over-deliver, to not give them too much of what they want, because for less content, they may still spend the same money. Besides, what will they do for next year? Whether or not you spend money to play seems to be completely unrelated to how aggressively you will be marketed microtransactions. But the rules of old still, somehow, through the clouds, ring true. If the game is not good enough to play, then it will wilt. And the live service needs active players. It needs bodies, names on server lists. This is why Bungie freaked out and the final shape was actually kind of decent after the misery of Lightfall and then everything else that happened. But a lot of this doesn't matter if people don't play. Sony's most recent catastrophe, one of the 12 live service games that they were going to launch by 2025, Concord, was a new live service game that launched with the same intentions as all the rest. So it turned nary a buck, and it was closed a week after launch at the cost of roughly $400 million. $400 million. To get away with being exceptionally greedy in a video game, the game must walk a fine line. It needs to be good enough to play. Sometimes the publisher/developer jumps the gun, sees big dollar signs, and pushes blatantly insulting garbage out into the market. It's this all too apparent lust that results in constant cancellations, delayed releases, causing unfathomable wastes of manpower,
the cards.
money, and
Okay, I'll do those later.
the passion of everyone involved.
I'll do the other things first.
If this paper were an onion, then by now we've peeled back several layers. At this point, we're going as deep as I want to get without becoming totally distracted by the practices and the confetti. In other words, I've got a bit more to say and a point to make. Thanks to those of you who've stuck with it this far. At this point, I want to discover why the LSG has found such a home in the industry. I think a lot of it circles back to a very early topic, the age of technology. It comes back to how expensive AAA video games from big-name companies are to make these days, and how much more complex and capable technology is growing. We're not getting Zelda as often as we were, on as many systems as it was on, for how frequently the games were releasing. It took 6 years before Breath of the Wild launched, with a 3DS remake and even small, newer titles releasing. 6 more years before Tears of the Kingdom, with 1 more remake, and Tears of the Kingdom is at least 30% ripped right from Breath of the Wild. It's harder to make a Call of Duty, which is why when you overlay every game on top of each other and perform an X-ray, it's basically the same thing across entries. They take so much to make, so many more people to make them, and they have to release so frequently to re-engage an audience, old and new. It's so frequent that 3 different studios could be developing a new Call of Duty at any given time, with dozens of smaller studios covering a lot of groundwork for them. And the foundation is almost always the same as the games prior. And it's in this evolution of technology that marketing and development styles also evolved. In shoving microtransactions down the throats of a player base, the legitimate value of your purchases have completely changed.
Yep.
I said I wouldn't talk about this alone, and I still stand by it, but there's a widespread discussion being had on the increasing lack of ownership in the things you spend your money on. One wonderful video that comes to mind is that of Techno-Feudalism by Jared Henderson, linked below. I imagine you're aware of this in some way. The nature of buying digital media has subtly evolved from real ownership to buying licenses, a license that can be revoked, manipulated, or altered at basically any time. We saw this conversation when Destiny 2 started removing most of its old content altogether, which people argued that they paid for, but in reality it was just licensing and there was nothing you could do about it. This lack of legitimate ownership extends to more functions than not of the LSG. While I'm no longer discussing licensing alone, it begs the question. Why do we come to feel so invested in these games? Especially when we spend real money on them at some point. Why is it so easy for us to feel like a game being an obligation isn't a problem? We fall victim to the fallacy of sunk costs.
Yep.
I feel that it truly benefits everyone but the market audience if the market audience is addicted to, distracted by, and invested in the thing that they are playing. It doesn't necessarily matter if those feelings were born of the player or if they were an illusion brought onto the player without their noticing. So long as you're playing, you're the audience. The deeper one's desire, imaginary or not, the more they are willing to do to satiate it. Hey, maybe you'll buy something. And even the worst of cases, maybe one purchase won't satisfy that lust for long enough. Then there's another one, just to refuel that high. Maybe you get a little careless. Even worse, you end up setting your own budget. $15 is enough for today. I spent $30 last week. Over time, if gone unchecked, one can easily spend hundreds to thousands of dollars on in-game purchases alone. But what are we even buying? When we see something with an implied or implicit monetary value, we tend to judge the product according to that value. Does this skin feel like a $20 skin? Then how likely are you to get it? And when one inevitably spends large sums of their own cash on cosmetics or blatant bloat on something that was already made, you don't have, can't touch, can't do anything but look at, then what do you have? Money itself isn't wealth, but it's often confused for it. And the value of real wealth is often up to the person receiving it. But money and wealth get mixed up. As it is, money is only as good as the dinner menu is delicious. When you buy something, you often receive a product or a service. But in a digital microtransaction, what does this amount to if not one more thing you can look at? What is it then? Bragging rights? Fashion? A superficial reason to play? What causes do these serve, if not A, personal desire, and B, illusionary social status? What can you actually do with these purchases? Expansions are more useful than the cosmetic side of microtransactions, but at what cost? And for what inevitable reward? You pay for the privilege to have, not for the right to own. But so many of us fall into the trap where we can't seem to tell the difference between privilege and ownership, between our choices and someone else's. These games are formulated to last forever, and sometimes it may very well seem like they will. But even if they make it, then what gets cut? What goes away as the game ages? What goes away as you change and decide to stop playing it? Your money. Money in exchange for the privilege of an experience. A temporary, insignificant experience. No LSG will last forever. Even the longest case miracles, of which only few others are, will end up dying someday. The foundation is dependent on players, money, and online access. If D2's or its Sea of Thieves servers ever go down, then they will never be playable. How many games have come and gone within the last decade? Someday the lights may go out and everything you have will once be gone, if you're still around to even care. But what doesn't go away? Majora's Mask, Dark Souls, real plug-and-play games. Video games designed on a different basis, to be enjoyed as an experience, but ones that don't necessarily depend on a server somewhere in the world to operate. Ones that don't need consistent money and player investment. Here's a great example. It's nearly impossible to get your hands on the vast majority of old-school games. Only so many physical copies of a game are circulated, and at some point, it harms the integrity of game preservation if the only way to access them is to spend sometimes much more money than it's actually worth. This is why the market for ROMs is insanely more popular than simply collecting. Arts and culture is not something you should have to buy your way into, despite those who defend the contrary. And even if the entire world goes offline someday, people will have all sorts of ROM libraries on hard drives with emulation software who will copy and distribute them once again. Games like these are truly evergreen, in the exact state that they were last released in, never touched again, meant for your enjoyment for as long or as little as you desire, for however frequently you desire. They're meant to be played for a time, not forever. Good things don't last forever. Having to eventually let it go is what leaves that imprint. The emotions that are stirred when you finally realize you reached the end of a wonderfully thrilling game are emotions born of the realization that the good is finally over with. Pain and bliss are one and the same, and it's the pain of an ending that makes the bliss of having played so much more delicious to digest. The live service model, however, is no different than having your favorite meal every single day forever. I love waffles. I eat them every single day for 2 months straight, sometimes several times a day. Then I went, wow, I need a break. So I take a break. But then I remember how much I love waffles, and I might want to get back into that. I eat it once, then twice, then again for months on end. In the earlier years, breaks were needed, but as I returned again and again, eventually those breaks grow longer. Waffles became something I like rather than something I love. But something about them now just isn't the same. Now I find I'd like to not eat waffles again for a very long time, just so I can rediscover the joy of loving waffles again. So I don't touch them for 1 month, or 1 year, or 2. And then I come back. I eat my waffles. And I realized, wow, I really ruined this for myself. Eating waffles every day was a living hell. I could enjoy it for a little while, but after all these years, I can't seem to stand the taste anymore. This is exactly how it feels for me to play all of these games. This is exactly how Destiny feels, Dead by Daylight, Overwatch, Apex. I can't stomach it anymore. I realized that I needed new games more frequently, games with real starts and ends, stories that don't meander into nothing, without the burden of constant advertisement and microtransactions being shoved into every corner of every UI. But even now, I've moved on to repeat the cycle. I'm into Rivals now, and someday it'll go with all the rest. Am I doomed to repeat the same mistakes? Is there a way out of this? Well, it helps me wrap up everything I've been building up to. What does all of this mean going forward? First, the LSG model will likely never end, at least not anytime soon. Its ease of replication and potential value basically guarantees that this loop of forever games will become something of a forever cycle. And in very many ways, this cycle wasn't born at the birth of the LSG, it's much older. Yet it evolved into the very thing I'm describing today. It's likely that this will never end, at least not anytime in the near future. In the same breath, great games will never stop releasing. We still get high effort, unfathomably creative works. Elden Ring is a prime example. Death Stranding 2 is coming out 10 days from the time of speaking, and I couldn't be more excited. And looking back through my libraries, there are still swaths of truly great games that I can and do return to. Even in their age, so many games bring the same consistent level of enjoyment that they did at the peak of their popularity. The great game will never die, and I think it's apparent that the cream really does rise to the top. In another breath, indie games have never been more appetizing and important for the health of the games industry. Even when the AAA world is going through drought, there's always a Stardew Valley, or an Ultra Kill, or Disco Elysium, something made by one or several people, full of heart, passion, and the desire to create a game that they, and many others like them, actually want to enjoy. So despite the effects that the corporate industry is having on video games, there is always room for indie games to rise and even outgrow the competition. Lastly, this doesn't really change anything. The live service model is an easier pill to swallow for those of us who really enjoy the games beneath it. Other times, it's easily ignored altogether because of the great games that outshine them. So if it means very little, then why did I write this paper? Besides engaging in substance-fueled academia as God intended, I wrote this with a few points in mind. First, it was written to call attention to the issues plaguing the game industry, stemming from the practices of the LSG. I think I more than beat the horse there. Second, I wrote this to ultimately spot and condemn the practices that are getting in the way of the playful nature of the human spirit. Again, job done. But my third point was that I wrote this to awaken others to a realization they may not have had yet. To help those who feel as if their own control over their leisure time and money is slipping. I don't expect even half of everyone watching this so far to feel this way, but if you feel you've been swept up in a current you can't seem to escape from, then I want to demonstrate how there is something you can do about it. The first step was creating awareness in all the ways that you might have known yet not thought of, but it ultimately comes down to what you want. I wanted to sober up from my unimaginably reckless spending habits, especially on things that I can't actually get value from in my real life. I wanted the discipline to say no and to slow down, to eventually never buy an unnecessary accessory in a video game again. Did I win that fight? Kind of, mostly. I don't really spend as much these days, and if I do, I prefer it to be on something big, something with personal weight to me, alas, the 3DS. I still, very occasionally, spend a little bit of money in games, usually on a season pass or on something small.
It's over
I
here.
bought the $3 Orange Venom pack in Marvel Rivals, and I know that's a foot-in-the-door technique, and things like that will slowly rise in price. But more importantly, I know where my line is. I know when I will say yes and when I will go, no way. But this took time, energy, and restraint. I was interested in the pain of my own growth, rather than lying stagnant in the pain of staying where I was. Your track will take time, development, energy, and maybe even pain too.
There's a
you have to
daily
awaken to
limit for
understanding that you are as free to do what you
there.
like as you are free to do what you don't. You have to find your own line, and ultimately make your own choices. In order to change, you have to want to change. I cannot in good faith tell you how to do that, though I can tell you that it's within you. If you don't start now, then you might as well not. But if you really want to restore some sense of control in your life, you need to find out where it's being taken from.
What's this?
And it's not easy, but it gets easier. I encourage you to push yourself, to comb through how the seemingly ordinary makes you feel, and at least be aware of whether or not the thing you are engaging in is actually fulfilling the desire that brought you here in the first place. If you like the LSG and don't plan to stop, then Godspeed. But if you're searching for deeper meaning within the games that still haven't delivered it, then I hope this sheds some light on the root causes and grants you the ability to actually find what it is you're looking for. Thanks for watching.
God, this thing is so slow. I need to grab it back. Alright, let me finish this thing here. And then we'll go to the next video. Oh, damn it. Oh, then you can get the gravel for that thingy. Okay. How often can you do the thing here? How often can you do this like weird minigame thing? Or can you just like keep doing it? I guess until like, you get everything. This unlimited. Okay, so you can like just grind all this out in one sitting. Alright, let me just flag that video. You can't play these delisted games anymore, sure.
Digital games. I buy them, you buy them, everybody
Okay.
buys them. It's pretty much the main way most
Oh yeah,
people
end
play
of
video
service
games nowadays.
thing
And what's not
is.
to love about digital games? The publishers save on the cost of the disc, case, shipping, etc., and you still pay the full price. Genius. All joking aside though, digital gaming is for the most part extremely convenient. You get
Okay.
to buy whatever games you want, whenever you want.
Sure.
You can't anymore. Delisting games is what happens when publishers decide for some reason or another that they don't want to sell a certain game anymore, so they pull it from digital storefronts. So that's what I want to look at today. A brief overview of just some of the
This shit
many
sucks.
delisted games that you can't buy anymore. One of the most common examples of delisted games are sports games, but in particular racing games. And this is just because
Oh yeah,
most
racing games all the
licensing
time
out
because
real
of car
cars from real
licensing.
manufacturers to put in the games, and those licenses are expensive to pay for and renew.
Yep.
The main series that come to mind with racing games are F1, Forza Motorsport and Horizon, and Gran Turismo. These franchises release games frequently enough, and especially F1, which is a yearly franchise like 2K or COD, that most people move on to whatever the new entry is by the time that an older one gets taken down. And yeah, it sucks that the old ones get delisted, but the newer games usually just act as replacements for the older ones.
Yep.
So it isn't too big of a deal. The main exception to this is Forza Horizon, since each of those games are set in completely different locales, meaning that that alone would be enough for someone to want to go back and play the older games in the series. Like speaking of
Yep.
Forza, Horizon 4 has now been delisted. The only one you can buy digitally off the Xbox Store is Forza Horizon 5. And Forza Horizon 4 is only 5 years old. It's not an incredibly old game. But then there's also times when publishers will just delist older versions of a game if they're going to release a newer version. And Sega is probably the most notorious for this.
Yeah, they
because
do it all the
delisted all
time.
of the classic Sonic games a couple years ago when the Sonic Origins collection released, so that people going forward would be forced to buy the newer, more expensive version. Stuff like that isn't what I want to talk about today. I'm more interested in more unfortunate cases of games getting delisted. The games that were delisted but got no replacement. One day they were there and the next they just vanished. I think it's best to start with one that pretty much everyone is familiar with, Minecraft. You'd have a hard time finding someone under the age of like 35 who hasn't played it or at least heard of it, since it's the highest selling single game of all time.
Yep.
Nowadays, Minecraft's player base is split between two main versions. You got Bedrock, which is on mobile, modern consoles, and PCs, and then there's Java, which is exclusive to PC. But this wasn't always the case. Before Bedrock Edition was made the standard for everything that wasn't Java, every single console had its own completely separate port and version of Minecraft. These are known as the legacy editions of Minecraft, and you can't buy them anymore. Starting in 2017 with the Xbox One edition, Mojang slowly delisted all the legacy versions of Minecraft from their respective consoles to make way for Bedrock and its cross-platform capability. And I think it's kind of sad because for a lot of people, myself included, the legacy editions are how they first got into Minecraft. But the legacy editions of Minecraft aren't the only Minecraft games to have been delisted, since the same goes for the Minecraft Story Mode game. The two seasons of Minecraft Story Mode were developed by Telltale Games, and this was back when they were at their peak relevance as a studio. I didn't play past the first 3 episodes of the first series back when it was coming out, but I remember hearing a ton of really good things about it. And I remember the one episode that was like a murder mystery with a bunch of big Minecraft YouTubers from the time was a really, really big deal, and it's still probably one of the coolest things to come out of anything Minecraft related. But yeah, back in 2019, due to both the licensing running out and Telltale going a little bankrupt at the time, both seasons of Minecraft Story Mode were delisted, leaving the only way to still play them to buy physical copies of each season. But Minecraft Story Mode wasn't the only Telltale game to get delisted, since practically everything that they made pre The Walking Dead, and even some games released after that point, have been delisted. Games like Back to the Future, Jurassic Park, Game of Thrones, and Guardians of the Galaxy are all Telltale games that got delisted in the months following their closure back in 2018 leading into 2019. Even games that were made by Telltale that aren't in their signature point-and-click style were taken down, like the Poker Night games, which are a duology of poker games featuring characters like Ash from The Evil Dead, GLaDOS, Rock Samson, and Claptrap, just to name a few. They look really fun since they're basically a poker big crossover event game, and it sucks you can't play either of them anymore. And speaking of GLaDOS, Portal's actually the game that got me wanting to make this video in the first place.
Oh boy.
Not just Portal, more the orange box, which Portal is included in. A little brief context for this video, I just finished playing through the Half-Life series. I played Half-Life 1 and its expansions on my laptop, and then I played Half-Life 2 and its episodes on the Xbox Series X through the orange box, which I have on disc. And playing the orange box got me thinking, and I realized that Valve has delisted most of their games off of any digital platform that isn't Steam. And ironically enough, since I used Portal as the segue into this entry, the Portal duology are the two Valve games that have managed to stay up, on the Xbox store at least. I don't know if they're on PlayStation. But yeah, the orange box has been delisted, meaning that you can't get Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 episodes, or TF2 digitally anymore on Xbox. And the same goes for CSGO, which is backwards compatible on the Series X, you just can't buy it. The one that hurts the most, though, is that the Left 4 Dead games have both been delisted from the Xbox store. These are some of the best and most replayable zombie games ever made, and now if you want to play them on Xbox, you gotta pay way too much for a used copy. Or you could just get any of the Valve games super cheap on Steam. But
they want you on Steam.
But these are all old games that were available to buy for a super long time before getting delisted. There's also a ton of games that got delisted in only a few years or less, such as Jump Force. Jump Force is an anime crossover fighting game and is basically the Smash Ultimate for Shonen Jump. It has pretty much everyone: Goku, Naruto, Luffy, Jotaro, etc. It was received decently, but it didn't set the gaming world on fire the way it was probably expected to, considering how many different fan bases it caters to, with just how many characters are in it. Plus, there's the fact that it was apparently horrendous for competitive play, which that is a vital thing for the longevity of a fighting game.
Yep.
And then the fact that the game's single-player campaign is super, just laughably poorly written, with one of the worst twist villains in any game, probably ever. Prometheus, super lame. So yeah, nobody really cared that much about Jump Force. And sure enough, it ended up getting delisted only 3 short years after it first dropped, and the main reason is just all of the licensed characters that are in it. As opposed to something like Smash Ultimate, where Nintendo owns the majority of the characters that are in that game already, Bandai Namco had to license out all the Jump characters. So really a pretty similar situation to how a lot of the racing games end up. I don't know whether they license out each franchise individually, or if they just got them all under the big Shonen Jump umbrella. I don't know, I didn't work on Jump Force. But it could have been cheap either way. And with the game performing as middlingly as it did, Bandai Namco probably didn't want to continue licensing out the properties for a product they weren't making a profit on. I ended up actually getting both the game and all the DLC for super cheap right when they announced that it was getting delisted, and I played it quite a bit with my cousin, and I have to admit, it's not bad. I think it's pretty fun. I can see why I never had much of a competitive scene, but if you treat the game like the video game equivalent of smashing your action figures together, which is what it basically is, you can have a pretty good time with it.
Okay.
Yeah. Trademark and licensing are the main recurring reason for why games get delisted, but it isn't always just because someone doesn't want to keep paying for the license anymore. Sometimes things are just out of the developers' and publishers' hands, like was the case with one of the most tragic examples of a shutdown and delisted game, Friday the 13th, the game. This was one of the first asymmetrical horror games to really hit the gaming scene, since it dropped less than a full year after Dead by Daylight did. For a good while, these two games were direct competitors with each other, but the two games on an actual gameplay level are too different to compare, in my opinion at least. Dead by Daylight's gameplay and community skew much more competitive, with that game having a very sweaty reputation. I don't know how accurate that is, since I've never played Dead by Daylight. I just know modern Dead by Daylight is a whole different beast than the Dead by Daylight I watched people play on YouTube back in like 2016.
Alright, let's get more of these.
Friday the 13th was just always a lot more casual of a game than Dead by Daylight. It was just a pretty simple 1v7 game where Jason tries to kill all the counselors, who have several ways of escaping, like calling the cops, or repairing one of the several cars found around the map and driving away. The charm in this game comes from just the clear love for the Friday the 13th franchise that oozes from every crack of this game. All the maps and all their main landmark buildings are loving recreations of the locales from the different movies. And the same goes for Jason himself, since you can play as practically every version of the killer, save for one main exception, but we'll get to that in a minute. They even added content from Friday the 13th Part 5 in an update, including a new map and a new character so that you can play as Roy, who is the paramedic copycat Jason from Part 5, which is the very polarizing outlier Friday the 13th movie after Jason died but before he came back as a zombie in Part 6. Plus, for the game, they got Kane Hodder, who's the main Jason actor who played him from Part 6 onwards, to do mocap for the game, which is really cool, because he's basically Jason. Another update, a single-player challenge mode was added that let you play as Jason in a couple of different curated scenarios to kill through. And then there was the virtual cabin, which was something that started before the game even came out initially, as sort of an ARG for teasing stuff that would be in the final game. The cabin would get updates over the course of the game's lifespan to tease future content, and the latest iteration of the virtual cabin teased players with the Jason X update, which people were dying for, which is supposed to add the Grendel spaceship from the movie as a map and Uber Jason as the new killer. There was even supposed to be a new game mode called Paranoia that seems like it would have been kind of a lot like Among Us, but before Among Us. Friday the 13th fans, everything was coming up Millhouse. That was until the lawsuit struck.
Oof.
The Friday the 13th lawsuit was a very messy affair, but the gist of it was that Victor Miller, who wrote the original screenplay for the movie, and Sean Cunningham, who was the director and producer of the movie, were suing each other over who owned the rights to the franchise. One of the side effects of the ongoing lawsuit was that Gun Media and EnVtuber, who were the developers and publishers of Friday the 13th, had to stop adding new content to the game. This basically killed any momentum that the game had, and eventually it was forced to get delisted. And then just a few months ago, the servers were completely shut down at the request of the rights holders, meaning that most of the game now is completely unplayable. You can't do anything online in this game. You can't even host private games online. This means that all that you can do in the game is play against bots, you can play the challenge mode, or you can go into the virtual cabin. But since the offline mode doesn't track XP, the actual amount of content that you can use in it is pathetic. I don't know if my game is just bugged out because obviously I've played the game before and I have most of the Jasons unlocked, but you can only play as the couple that you get to start with, like Part 3 Jason and then Roy you get for free. You can't even play as a counselor in this game anymore since all the versus bots games are just for playing as Jason. This one is just really, really sad to me because I loved this game back in middle school when it came out, and it was really one of the first things that got me into horror that wasn't Five Nights at Freddy's Jason. This game was really one of the things that turned younger me into a horror fan, and it's just very disheartening to see that it went out the way it did. Since then, Gun and EnVtuber went their separate ways for a while, with Gun ending up publishing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game that started out okay. You know, I played it when it launched on Game Pass, and it was pretty fun, but apparently got worse over time, and now that game has too ceased development, after like 2 years. Then EnVtuber went on to develop and publish the Killer Clowns from Outer Space game, which I have heard absolutely nothing about, positive or negative. But now the two companies are supposed to be working together again on a new project that a lot of people suspect is Friday the 13th.
Yeah, we got that one.
So whatever they end up making,
I hope it's good. To get the 3 other gold nucleus.
The game was still live. It was
so we need to do this like 3 or 4 more times.
It was really one of the main things that helped to keep interest in the series going, and it really scratched an itch for a lot of people. But on the other hand, you have some games that didn't seem to do anything right in the short time they were up, like Marvel's The Avengers. This game was announced back in 2017, which was really when the MCU was starting to hit its peak level of popularity, so this game really had a lot of hype behind it. The game wouldn't release until the fall of 2020, and it ended up being a 4-player, third-person looter shooter featuring superheroes, which is now a full bona fide genre, I think, because we've had Avengers, then Gotham Knights, and then Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. All of those games have failed. I don't know why they keep making them. The Avengers was on sale for like $2.99, $3.99 right before it got delisted, and I decided to scoop it up, seeing as that would be my last chance. And I probably should have spent that money on some better things. One nice thing I'll say is that all the cosmetics that you would have otherwise had to spend money or premium currency on have just been unlocked for everybody, which is a really good gesture that I think most games that are getting shut down should do. On the other hand, if you're one of the poor people who spent actual money on skins and battle passes for this game, you might feel a little differently about it. So that's just how I feel, not having played the game until it got shut down. And I think it's cool, all the different outfits from all the different movies and comics that are here for all the different playable characters. But I mostly like that so I can wear the Winter Soldier suit as Captain America, which is the best suit in the MCU, and I will die on that hill. But you know what isn't so nice, though? the rest of the game. This is just one of the most mediocre and just uninspired games I have ever played. And I know it doesn't get better once you beat the campaign and start doing post-game content, since that's one of the main critiques I heard about this game, was that it has no real post-game.
Okay.
This game is just a huge example of wasted potential. If they just made a normal 4-player co-op game that was sort of Arkham-esque and didn't have the looter-shooter elements, it probably could have been much better received. But we can't have that. Every game needs to be like Fortnite, with battle passes and skins, and endless repetitive missions so that the game never ends. You're gonna play Marvel's Avengers forever. At least that's what the publishers thought would be the case. You know, obviously it wasn't. The game failed long-term and got delisted 3 years after launch. But if you ask me, it was a well-deserved failure, because I'm still a little mad that I can't play as Spider-Man on the Xbox. So, you know, thank you, Sony, for being so greedy with your character. But speaking of Sony, there's the latest example of a delisted game. It was the internet's punching bag last summer when it came out, Conquer. So Sony, they don't do everything right, because this was their $400 million answer to Overwatch. It released, and clearly Sony expected it to be the next big thing, so they did a decent bit of marketing. It even had a whole episode of that sequel level show, the Amazon Prime show, where each episode was based off a different video game dedicated to it. Conquer finally released to thundering, I never played it since hero shooters aren't really my thing, but reviews were middling and sales were shittling, with it being estimated the game only sold 25,000 copies. Yes, sold, because this is a game that was supposed to compete with Overwatch 2, which is a free game, and it costs $40. And sure, it's not full price, and honestly now, $40 seems like a bargain with the price getting shot up to $80 for some games now. But most people who are into hero shooters are probably already playing Overwatch or TF2 if they're on PC. Conquered sales were horrendous in general, but were especially bad when you consider the game's huge budget, and it's led to the game getting shut down in only 2 weeks, which I'm pretty sure is a record. You can't buy the game anymore.
It is a record. It was less than 2 weeks, actually.
Bookend if they keep the game in the case, or a $40 coaster if they want to just leave the disc lying around. Sony's attempt to kill Overwatch just completely blew up in their faces, and Overwatch remained the king of hero shooters for a few more months until Rivals came out and completely stole Overwatch's fan base. But that's the thing with all
it wasn't even out for 2 weeks before they killed it.
You can usually still play these games.
It was like 10 days it lasted for.
Not all games are fortunate enough to get physical runs nowadays, meaning that some games get delisted and that's it. There's no legal way to acquire them ever again. Probably the most famous example of this is PT from back in 2014. This was a short demo that released on the PSN store that just had you walking through a looping hallway while scary stuff happens to you. PT stands for Playable Teaser, but it also stands for Puzzle Thingies, since that's what PT really was. It was a puzzle to solve. Once you solved it, you were able to escape
the house and find 8 days? I thought it was 10.
Read us the whole time, and that PT was secretly a demo for the upcoming Silent Hill game. It would have been called Silent Hills, and it was supposed to be a collaborative work between Hideo Kojima and film director Guillermo del Toro, which in retrospect, that would have been awesome. But you probably are already familiar with how the story ends. Kojima and Konami have a falling out during the development of Metal Gear Solid 5. Kojima leaves the company, and Silent Hills was cancelled, although thankfully Kojima, Reedus, and Del Toro would eventually all collaborate again on Death Stranding. PT was delisted in 2015, but the impact it has on horror games, especially indie horror, cannot be understated. PT was lightning in a bottle, and it was huge on the internet with basically every Let's Player at the time making videos on it. It was kind of like Slender or FNAF, which PT actually came out less than a full week before Five Nights at Freddy's, which completely boggles my mind because I think of these games being released years apart from one another. But once Silent Hills was canceled, plenty of games tried to fill the void, with most of them either getting canceled or just not living up to expectations. I never played PT myself, since I was only 8 years old when it came out and I didn't have a PS4, but the game that has come closest to replicating PT is Resident Evil Village, and particularly the House Beneviento section. That is the single scariest level of any video
12
game I
days,
have ever
okay.
played, and I'll probably make a video on it someday. Maybe it's a Halloween special.
Not even 2
But
weeks.
the original PT
Still less
is
than
now
2
lost
weeks.
to the ether. There are plenty of fan remakes, and you could probably emulate it. I don't know what PS4 emulation looks like nowadays, but I bet you can probably run PT. If you want to play the real thing, be prepared to take out a second mortgage, because some people on eBay are charging upwards of $800 for a PS4 that has PT installed. And I would not be surprised if when the game was still more popular, people were charging 4 figures for it. No sane person should spend that much to play a single demo, no matter how good that demo is. Then there's a pair of games made by Platinum Games, who are the developers behind Bayonetta, Metal Gear Rising, and the upcoming Ninja Gaiden 4.
Okay.
2 digital-only tie-in games. The Legend of Korra and Transformers Devastation.
Ah, yes.
Personally, I'm more interested in Legend of Korra since I'm just bigger into Avatar than I am Transformers, but both games were delisted at the same time in 2017 due to unrenewed licenses. The licensing strikes again. The worst thing about these two games is that they were never printed physically, so much like PT, you have to get a console or an account that has already purchased the game. You can also buy Steam keys for the Legend of Korra
All those
game,
wasted
but those
development.
cost over $300, which again, that's too much to pay for any game. And there's also a 3DS Legend of Korra game, but that is obviously a completely different game from the console version that most people would want to play. Legend of Korra lets you play as Korra between seasons 2 and 3 of the show, so by that point she's basically fully realized and her powers are mostly fully developed, making for some really fun looking gameplay. And Transformers Devastation is a game set in the universe of the original cartoon, which I imagine is really fun for fans of classic Transformers. And it sucks because I, and I assume a lot of other people, didn't know these games even existed until they were already made unavailable.
Yep.
Especially with the resurgence in popularity that Avatar had in 2020 during the early parts of the pandemic, really bringing a lot of new eyes to the franchise. Apparently both these games are really fun, and I have no doubts that they are, since again, they're made by Platinum Games, who make really fun games. Except for Babylon's Fall, which is also now delisted and totally shut down. On the bright side, Babylon's Fall did last a bit longer than Conquered, which, you know, that's something to brag about.
Yeah, that's something, I guess.
Sometimes games get delisted, and against all odds, they come back. However rarely it may happen. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World of the game.
Oh yeah,
was
that
a
thing's
tie-in
been...
game that tied in with the Scott Pilgrim movie back in 2010. It was a digital-only title, so when it was delisted in 2014, that seemed like it was the end of Scott Pilgrim vs. the World the game.
Okay.
And people were devastated because Scott Pilgrim has a very big cult fan base, and the game is apparently really, really well made. I mean, the game is also a work of art to look at. The sprite work here is phenomenal. For a long time, and honestly probably to this day, for a lot of people, Scott Pilgrim was the go-to example of a delisted game. And then, the unthinkable happened. In 2021, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World the game got an official re-release in the form of Scott Pilgrim vs. the World the game, the Complete Edition.
Yep.
On top of that, it was even printed physically this time to ensure that the game would not get delisted and lost again. A couple of LEGO games, particularly the LEGO Middle-earth games, Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, were delisted in 2018 due to licenses expiring, but they were relisted the following year in 2019 due to licenses being renewed. And looping back to
I don't know,
Telltale,
sure,
Games
maybe
had all
development
their
hell.
games delisted for a little while
If you want to look
after
at
they
it that,
closed down,
sure, that way.
including The Walking Dead, Tales from the Borderlands, Batman, like everything. Everything was gone. While sadly many of their games are still delisted, most of the big ones like The Walking Dead, Wolf Among Us, etc. were relisted again once the studio reopened and started to find their footing again. So there's still some hope, however slim, that maybe someday we can see some of their older games get re-released in some way, shape, or form. But there are even some games that have been delisted again after being relisted, like the Deadpool game. The game first launched in 2013 for the PS3, 360, and PC, and is a pretty standard hack and slash game that is completely carried by its character. The most obvious one being Deadpool.
Of course.
The game didn't do super well, critically or commercially, and it ended up being delisted by the end of 2013, only 6 months or so since it launched, due to what else? Activision not renewing their license to Deadpool and the other Marvel characters that are in the game. I think the big reason that this game kind of flopped the first time is just because Deadpool wasn't as much of a household name at this point. Basically, all of his appearances outside of comics at this point were him showing up in someone else's show or game, like Spider-Man. I mean, he's also in X-Men Origins before this, but we do not talk about that version of Deadpool. But then Deadpool got his own movie, which introduced him to a bunch of new people, and it skyrocketed his popularity. And so to help tie in with the movie, Activision relicensed the character and remastered and re-released the game for the Xbox One, PS4, and put it back up on PC in late 2015 to, cash in on the movie, which came out a couple months later. And I'm assuming that the game did at least a little bit better while it was re-released, since it stayed up longer than it did the first time. But, as you know, it was delisted again in 2017, practically 2 years to the day since it was relisted. Apparently the game was briefly relisted on Steam to tie in with Deadpool 2, but other than that, there's been no signs that it'll ever come back. If it was going to, it probably would have been when Deadpool and Wolverine released, which obviously did not happen, although the release of that movie did cause the prices of physical copies of the Deadpool game to shoot up in price, making it even harder to get your hands on than it was before. So while games
like
do
Duke Nukem Forever,
it's by no means common, and even if a game does come back, there's no guarantee it won't get delisted again. And I basically just stuck to big, notable titles that released on consoles.
Alright.
There's hundreds of games that
I need
only
two
released
more
on
of these
PC
normal
and
meteorites.
met a similar fate. It's not even to mention when entire digital storefronts get shut down, like how when the 360 store shut down not too long ago, it rendered every game that isn't backwards compatible unpurchasable. Games
Damn.
can be listed as one of the reasons why I really like physical media. You know, call me old-fashioned, but I like owning the games I play. And it's one of the reasons why I think games should continue getting printed physically, and that physical should at least remain an option for preservation's sake, so that more games do not get lost to time. But that's basically all I have to talk about for today. Are there any other games that you think that I missed, notable or otherwise? I used delisted games.
Alright, that one's done at least. Okay, on to the next one. Stockholm Syndrome? Why this guy quit Genshin? Oh boy, what is this? What happened
May
here?
4th, 2021. I uploaded my first ever Genshin video.
Okay. Sure.
Bro, like what the f? Why does this video have 51k views with 2.9k likes?
I don't know.
I'm guessing you click on this video because of the title. This is not a joke. I am actually quitting Genshin for good. My entire channel started on Genshin. If you guys take a look at my old videos, I recommend don't look at it because it's so bad. At that time, I was generally having fun with Genshin Impact.
Okay.
It was one of my favorite game in 2020. Why you climbing? There's literally a way up. Oh my god, he climbed up. Oh my god, look at him.
Damn.
Look at this guy.
got so stupid, dumb.
No, you took the long way. Oh my god.
Who knows? Who
So you
knows?
have stamina.
Yep.
Right. Goodbye, world.
No.
Don't you idiot. I have been playing this game since release. Basically, I've been in this game for about 5 years. My progress in this game is just insane. Everything is 100%. All the statue in each nation is also max. Like everything
Damn,
is
he
max.
actually went
Most
that
of my
far.
characters are well built. I did a lot of investment in my account. You must be wondering, why am I quitting this game when I have so much progress already? I mean, why not? Wow. I mean, no.
Yep.
I'm kidding. I'll tell you guys what the reason I quit this game.
Alright,
Keep in
why'd he
mind,
quit?
This is just my opinion. If you disagree with my take, it's fine. That's what opinions are.
Yep.
The Genshin dev. They are a very problematic dev, in my opinion. Like, why do I
Yep.
say that? You guys remember the first ever anniversary on this game? Like the first ever
Oh
Genshin
boy.
anniversary. The rewards are just so terrible to the point that players are literally review bombing Genshin, and not just Genshin. You guys remember the Google Classroom incident?
Yes,
I remember
Google
the day
Classroom.
that anniversary thing happened. It was like, wow, that is so exciting. I wonder what's the dev gonna give us as a rewards for playing their game. This is exciting. And it was terrible. Like the rewards, if I'm not wrong, it was locked behind a web event. I think that's like, yeah, the web
Yeah.
event. You need to participate in a competition, I think, so you can get the rewards.
Oh, fuck.
And the amount of pulls the dev gave is not even a lot. It's just 10 pulls, I think. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
If the dev make mistakes, it's fine. But the problem with Genshin dev, the way they deal with criticism, they do not communicate with their community. When the community
Of course
voice their
not.
dissatisfaction, they choose to stay silent and just ignore it completely. I'm not a fan of it. I think only OG remember this, OG Genshin player. People are literally rioting in Genshin official Discord, spamming cheat
Yeah,
sheet
the
emoji,
cheat sheet
even
emote.
review bombing to the point that Genshin is dropping to 1 star.
It
Literal
was
1 star.
something,
And you know what
man.
MiHoYo did? They do nothing. They go radio silence for a couple weeks. So after all of that riot, MiHoYo finally decided to give rewards in the mail to calm the heat. Yeah, we won. They finally listened. Let's go. And then boom, the
Except,
second
no.
anniversary, they did the same thing. And then
Yep.
players riot again. You know what they did? The same thing as they did on their first anniversary.
I mean, I didn't give a fuck the second anniversary, man. I didn't really care. Alright, I was just done with all the other bullshit that was going on, especially with freaking, after I freaking played the Sumeru crap, I'm like, yeah, I'm just done. This shit is just awful. I stopped giving a fuck. But yeah.
They went radio silent and just completely ignoring the players. And then after a lot of riot, they did the same thing again. Give rewards through the mail, and then players are like, oh yeah, we got rewards now, let's go. And then you might think on their 3rd anniversary, they will fix it, right? No.
No,
They did not.
why would
Another
they?
BS. You know how many polls they gave us? Yeah, 3 pulls. I wish I am joking right now, but no, I'm
Yep.
not joking. They gave us 3 intertwined fate as a thank you for playing their game for 3 years. You know how ridiculous that is? They don't care
Yep.
about
They never
feedbacks.
cared.
The 4th anniversary, they finally did something.
Imagine
We are
thinking they
finally
already
getting
they
20
care.
pulls, I think, and a free selector for limited banner crate. Alright, I forgot about this too. You can get
Yeah, no, like I quit before the second anniversary. Because the second anniversary was the patch after Sumero dropped. I was like, I had enough. Sumero was already like just so bad. And then I just uploaded the video of like me where I said I quit or whatever on my YouTube channel the day of their anniversary. That's when I scheduled it to upload. But I was pretty long gone before that dropped. I was just like, nah, I'm done.
5 stars.
Oh my god.
Finally, they listened. They finally added this. The thing we've been asking for 4 years. Finally, 4 years. It took them 4 years to fix
It doesn't
the
matter.
anniversary.
The
You
animation,
guys
I
are
don't really
probably
care
gonna
that much.
argue like, oh, at least they fixed it. Yeah, sure, they fixed it after 3 years. It's taking them too long to get something fixed because they just
Yeah.
refuse to take feedback. The reason number 2 why I
Slow
quit this
quality
game
of
is
life.
the KOL. Okay, back to the reason number 1 earlier. It took them years to add a basic KOL that everyone wanted. Like the boss spawn instantly and you don't have
Yeah.
to teleport away and teleport back to claim the boss materials and resin cap. You know, a lot of people...
I mean, how about just not having those at all? That would be better. The QOL is like whatever. Just how about don't have the problem, period.
has been complaining about resin cap
You know?
and took them years to change that. There are other games took them only couple of patches for them to fix the problem. Meanwhile, Genshin took years to...
No, like, here's the thing. It's like, why even have the problem in the first place?
add
Like,
actual
bruh.
useful quality of life updates. Their other game treat their players better than Genshin Dev. It's taking them too long to add a QOL that actually useful. Also, till this day, they haven't added skip button. All their other game, ZZZ, Honkai Star Rail have skip button. I see a lot of people on the internet saying that people who want skip button are just people who are lazy and bunch of complainers.
No.
In my opinion, players are supposed to play their game in their own way. Whether there's a skip button or not, it's not going to ruin the quote-unquote immersion.
I mean, if I want to skip everything, I just quit. I just skip
Like
the entire
Genshin
thing and
community stated,
uninstall.
even if there is skip button, right? If you don't want to skip it, just don't skip it. It's optional. It's for players who want to skip a certain quest that they don't like. For example, I don't like doing some quest in Sumeru. I just, you know, skip it. And then if you like doing the quest in Sumeru, you don't have to. No resin storage and low resin cap. There is a lot of region in this game already, and our resin is still 200. Every other gacha game have either 300 or 240 as the bare minimum, and then Genshin still like 200. I don't get it. So for the OG players, you guys still remember when the resin is still 120? After a bunch of feedbacks, MiHoYo decided to increase the resin cap to 160. It was on 1.1 patch, I think, a couple years ago, and then we are stuck with 160 until 4.7. The time gap for them to increase the resin cap is just insane. So you're telling me I have to wait years for them to increase the resin cap? That's just ridiculous, man. Since I don't play this game every day like I used to, I need resin storage. Kind of like the one in Honkai Star Rail and ZZZ. Because if I didn't play for like 5 days, for example, I can use the resin reserve to farm the thing I missed. Yeah, it's pretty useful, but they just refuse to add that. The next thing I don't like about this game is like the artifact transmuter. It's a good thing, but the requirement to get the elixir is just insane. You need to explore Natlan tribe for like a couple hours for you to get the ring fragment, so you can get 1 elixir. Just 1, by the way. You need 3 to actually make goblet or circlet. Even if you just need 1 elixir, the fact that you have to explore Natlan for hours is honestly pretty ridiculous in my opinion. The next thing I don't like about this game is the animation during during quests. It's terrible. It's low effort. It's not even
Yeah.
a fluid animation. It's just terrible to look at, in my opinion. I mean, the cutscene looks fine. It looks fire.
I don't know,
but
man.
without cutscene, it's just horrendous to look at, in my humble opinion. Even
Yeah.
after 5 years, the animation doesn't change and it's still the same. If the entire
I mean,
quest
they
is
have to, like,
cutscene,
change a
then
lot
I will
if they
pay
wanted to
attention.
fix
But
that
the cutscene
over.
only appear for like a couple of minutes and then we're back to the stiff animation. That's like the main thing I don't like about doing quests in this game. I just wish they put a bit of effort into the animation at least to make the quests more enjoyable. The theater game mode, I don't like that one also. I said it before, I said it again. It requires you to pull for limited characters. Keep in mind, I am an OG. I played this game since 2021, but I barely pull character in this game because I only pull for characters that I actually like and use. So I don't have a lot of characters. There are times I cannot do visionary mode because I don't have enough hydro character,
Yeah, okay.
or I don't have enough cryo DPS. It's basically telling me to pull for more hydro DPS or cryo DPS
It's not worth
to do
it.
the visionary mode.
It's not worth it to pull to go
The
get
next
the
thing is the community. I don't even have to explain that. You guys know Genshin community is just a bunch of unemployed people. They be making drama every single month on Twitter or
Yeah.
on any other platform about this game. I just cannot have fun on this game anymore because of the community. They are making drama over the most stupidest thing. Because of the community, the reputation of this game is just tarnished. I can't even understand why they're so mad about it. I'm not gonna say what type of
Oh,
drama
it's
they're talking
here.
about, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It's so stupid. I remember when I first uploaded my Wandering Wave video, that was like last year I think. I literally have someone telling me to off myself because I play another gacha game. This community is just insane, man. I just cannot tolerate this community at all. Not gonna lie guys, I used to stand up for this game. I used to defend this game. The biggest reason why I'm quitting this game is the dev.
Okay.
The dev are just treating their players like garbage. In my opinion,
Yep.
this game has the potential to be one of the best gacha game out there if the dev is not such a
I
terrible
don't.
human being. Honkai Starro and ZZZ care more about their players than the Genshin dev. Game devs are supposed to take feedbacks from players, not ignore it. That's not how you manage a game. I just cannot play this game anymore.
I mean, it
just-
depends, because there are certain people that will literally just optimize the game out or optimize the fun out of a game. It's a bit of a gray area. You gotta in a slippery slope. It really depends. But I wouldn't say universally they should be like doing what he said with every single piece of thing that they get sent, especially since, you know, there's gonna be a lot of garbage or whatever also just sent down that way too.
Cannot. So for those who still waiting for me to fix their account, I'm sorry I cannot make that series anymore. I just cannot play this game anymore. I apologize. I'm done with this game. It's just over for me. Anyways, that's all I want to say about this game. I want to say it again. This game have the potential to be one of the best gacha game out there if the dev is not such a terrible human being. That's all I gotta say. I'm just gonna focus on making videos on other games now. And yeah, goodbye. Genshin Impact.
Okay. I don't know, I was sent that, but okay, there you go. Sure, that's another one off the list. His game is worse than you think. Okay, how bad is Pirate Software's
As
game?
a singular case.
Oh
So
wait, I already watched some of this before off stream.
we go to case.
Because like I saw it in my recommendations. Maybe not that one then. The consequences of growing up online. What is this one? Alright, we'll go look at this one.
Whenever I start to think about how much time I've wasted watching videos on the internet, I start to panic.
Yep.
And then I pick up my phone and distract myself by continuing to watch videos on the internet. I can
Sounds
feel
about
my
right.
brain getting dumber. I can feel my life passing
Yep.
me by, and yet I'm stuck in an endless scroll like a gambling addict rolling slots waiting for the next dopamine
Oh,
hit.
daily
Get off
reset
the
just
internet and
happened.
go make something of yourself. Delaying gratification? In this digital economy, where I can Google Ultra HD 4K videos of hot moms, where I can develop parasocial relationships with VTubers, are you kidding? I mean,
Yep.
there's just endless amounts of worldly pleasures available to me for little to no effort. Men used to have to work their entire lifetime to see some boobies. Now I can just Google it. People used to
Yep.
have to learn hobbies to entertain themselves, but now they can just go on YouTube and watch somebody else do their hobbies. Internet addiction is a
Exactly.
very common experience for a vast majority of my generation. We grew up on the internet, which offered more stimulation than anything in real life ever could. What can I say? Sunsets are way prettier when the saturation is boosted to 200. The beach looks way better when you color correct the water to be ultra aquamarine blue. Everything online is in perfect contrast, bright colors, and fast edits that leave you no time to wonder, huh? Maybe I should get off my phone. These mysterious screens are infinitely more rewarding and engaging than anything in real life. If I'm balls deep in Bleak Falls Barrow and 3 baddies pull up ready to bang, I'ma just have to be like, nah bro, I'm busy. I feel like I could be at the coolest amusement park on the planet, and if my favorite YouTuber uploaded, I would be more interested in their video. In fact, I have experienced this exact situation firsthand. When I was like 10 or 11, my family took a trip to Disney World, and I remember absolutely nothing about the attractions. But I do remember being completely miserable the entire time because I wanted to go back to the hotel and watch Captain Sparkles build Jerry's treehouse in Minecraft. This is unfortunately a true story. These video games and the internet that I used to watch other people play these games on, it was my entire life. It's all that I thought about, it's all that I did. When I was at school, I would try to come up with my own Minecraft parodies in class. I would make actual to-do lists for what I was gonna do in Minecraft that day when I got home. These games and YouTube videos were my escape from reality. They were seemingly my only source of happiness. I had zero interest in doing anything else. I was, and still am, dopaminergically I'm tired of having a preference for a relationship in which the other person is completely oblivious to my existence. And when I try to detach myself from the internet, when I do try to go outside and touch grass, I find that there's nobody else outside trying to touch grass with me. It's not like there's just a bunch of people outside frolicking the fields waiting for me to go talk to them. When I go out, everyone is in their 40s with kids. Now listen, there's a case to be made for befriending these hot moms, but that's a subject for another video. My generation has some unique issues. The population pyramid that's supposed to look like an actual pyramid is starting to invert. This means that there are less young people. And actually, when I look back on my life and I see when I became chronically online, it was the same time that we moved out of our old neighborhood and into one where there were no other kids around. I went from living directly next door to kids my age to being surrounded by a bunch of retired fossils. All of the friendships I developed due to the close proximity I had with them all fell apart when I moved away. And there were no other kids around for me to be able to establish new connections. Imagine every day you get off the bus and come home to a completely empty house. Mom's at work, dad disappeared 10 years ago, nobody's home, there's nobody to talk to. Of course, I went to the internet and pulled up YouTube. What else was supposed to fill the silence? And inevitably, these YouTubers in some strange, sad way became my best friends, despite the fact that they didn't even know I existed. I even sent fan mail to some of these people. I would send them drawings of their game characters and long letters about how much I loved their videos. Now you may be thinking, okay, so maybe socialization wasn't really an option for you when you were a kid due to your environment. That sucks, but that's something you should be able to grow out of when you get older and get a car. That way you have more access to people in real life. But here's the thing. Growing up online caused me to develop a preference for parasocial relationships.
Oh boy.
The people I found online, they
More
liked the same things
parasocial
as me,
stuff.
and I related to them. I never had to learn how to have a reciprocal relationship with someone. I got all the benefits of having a friendship without any of the investment. I saw a trend on YouTube not long ago of commentaries about why Gen Z are not good friends. And they bring up some good points in these videos, but I feel like something that people leave out is the existence of these parasocial relationships and just access to entertainment in general. If people didn't have access to their favorite content creators or this online entertainment, then they would essentially have to go out and make friends. Because if someone feels lonely without access to the internet, they seek friendship. But if someone feels lonely with access to the internet, they pull up YouTube. The crazy truth is, people don't need friendships anymore to fulfill their social needs. They can get it online. And
just go
that's
do
a
something
problem
else.
because parasocial relationships are objectively way more convenient than establishing an actual friendship. Parasocial relationships are just fast food for loneliness. One of the major consequences of growing up online is the limitation it places on your ability to find and nurture your natural interests. When you have something as infinitely stimulating as the internet available to you, any inclination towards an interest outside of it will be quickly overridden. As a kid, you may have had affinities towards certain activities. Maybe you wanted to learn how to play piano. What are you, gay? Or maybe you wanted to learn how to paint. Your parents may have even bought you some painting materials for Christmas, but unfortunately they also bought you a phone. And that phone happened to be a million times better. Nurturing interests can be hard work. There's a steep learning curve to things like playing an instrument or painting. Learning these things can be very frustrating and challenging, especially in the beginning. But you also develop very valuable and important skills from this. It teaches you lessons on perseverance and persistence. And just like riding a bike, skills that are nurtured in childhood tend to stick with you throughout adulthood. But when you're a kid, you don't know any of that. You just know that screen equals fun and painting equals hard. So when you get bored, you go to the easy activity instead of the hard one. Of course, kids are going to take the path of least resistance. They're little pleasure-seeking creatures. They don't know any better. If this highly stimulating outlet was not available to them, however, the boredom likely would have led them to spend their time actually nurturing their interests or being social. I remember when I was a very young kid, before I found out that screens were a portal to the alternate universe, I was actually very creative. I would spend most of my day building with Legos, drawing, dancing, and spending time with friends. And then one of them introduced me to Minecraft. And it was over before it began. What do you mean there's a world of infinite Legos? I'm never leaving. When you ask people these days, what do you like to do? More often than not, they're going to respond with a consumption activity. Oh, I like watching Netflix, listening to music, watching sports. Yeah, here's the thing, that's not really a hobby. You're not doing anything. You're just sitting idly while your brain is being passively distracted. These are not activities, they are time fillers. A lot of people these days don't have actual hobbies or interests outside of a screen. They might socialize over the weekend, but even that normally just involves sipping a beer and watching a football game. It's socializing over a screen. And look, I'm not advocating for everyone to try to become the next Van Gogh. I'm not saying you have to pick up some creative hobby that you take super seriously. But like, maybe it would be worth exploring your interests and pursuing them. Try to do something that is actively engaging for your brain and isn't constantly bombarding your reward circuit with dopamine. I want to give you a 3-step process with a very low barrier to entry that really helped me distance myself from screen time. Step 1 is to go to a library or a bookstore and find a book that interests you. This sounds simple enough, but there are some rules for this. Don't go on Amazon and read the reviews. Don't watch a YouTube video about it. Don't go to the internet to help your decision making at all. Just spend an hour at a bookstore, skimming through the titles, reading the backs of books, and pick one that you genuinely find interesting. This is an exploration of your own individual interests without the influence of anybody else's. The second step of this is to delete all of the social media apps off of your phone. YouTube, X, TikTok, Reddit, all of them have to go. That way,
I don't use that
if you
stuff
do
on my phone
instinctively pick up your
anyways.
phone, which you will, the apps aren't sitting there waiting for you to click on them. And when you notice that they're gone, it'll snap you back into the mindset of, oh yeah, I'm trying to avoid these. And step 3 is for the rest of the week, you leave this book directly by your phone. And anytime you get the urge to pick up your phone and re-download these apps, you pick up the book instead. Books, especially fiction, are still forms of distraction and entertainment. They're still time fillers, but they're not damaging like screen time is. Reading actively engages your brain and it reestablishes the attention span you've lost after years of doom scrolling. After a couple days, you may find that reading can actually be quite meditative, and your reading sessions won't leave you feeling drained like your doom scrolling sessions usually do. And if you get bored of reading or you don't have the energy to focus on it, just sit there and do nothing. As counterintuitive as it sounds, sitting down and doing nothing is actually more productive than doom scrolling and overloading your brain. People rarely have moments of silence to just sit with
Doing
themselves
nothing
and
is
think,
better.
and that's not a good thing.
Imagine.
Something that I also found while doing this was the
Doing
natural
nothing is
inclination
better.
towards completing tasks that I had at one point procrastinated. After an hour or so of reading, I would start to get bored, and just instinctively I would get up and start cleaning my room, or go to the gym, or call up a friend. Things that once felt really hard and unnatural when my phone was distracting me became much easier. I wasn't being met with resistance in the same way that I would have when I was compulsively using my phone. A point that I really want to emphasize with this video is that your brain is not broken. Your brain is designed to seek the most amount of reward with the least amount of effort. This isn't a flaw, this is just a part of your natural design. And it's things like the internet, TV shows, video games that are exploiting this design. After enough time, normal activities start to feel really challenging because they are higher investment and lower reward. You're not broken, your brain's just like, what the hell, Yante? I want to play Dark Souls, and you're making me do homework. The only way to rebalance this investment to reward ratio is to withdraw from those low investment, high reward activities. Doing your work, going to the gym, making and maintaining friendships, these things are all high investment and low reward. You're expending a lot of energy up front for not a lot of immediate gain, but you build up interest by doing this. The results come after months or years of compounding, but you can never get to that point if you don't first withdraw from the immediately rewarding stimulus. You can't watch AI slap for an hour and then expect to do meaningful work. You can't spend 6 hours on YouTube and then expect to want to socialize. Your brain is fried. You are tranquilized off of cheap dopamine. My childhood in many ways was stolen from me. Stolen by screen time that I never knew could have such negative consequences. I can't help but feel like Zoomers are the guinea pigs of a social experiment gone terribly wrong. But just because your childhood has been stolen, don't let it steal the rest of your life.
Okay. I'm just guessing what I'm putting here. If it works, it works. For the puzzle thing here. Alright, cool. That's another one of the things they're done. Did I hit the cap for the point stuff? I did not hit the cap for the point stuff, so I have to do other event shit, I guess, to clean up. Probably. Yeah, there's still, like, a couple important things to grab here. The background and the frame thing. In that shop there. So, like, I'm gonna have to find one of the things to farm. What is it that people are doing? Are they doing Infinite Astral Domain? Or are they doing Astral Arena? It'll probably be better to do those on, like, Saturday or Monday. For that thing. Probably. Maybe when, like, more people are probably trying to rush it. The matching sucks, yeah, that's why I'm probably thinking of just, like, getting stuff set up in, like, World Chat or whatever, make groups, and just farm it. Right, like, that's what I'm thinking. Gaming is boring, oh boy, what's this one? Oh boy.
Does this sound like you? Oh, man, I used to love playing games as a kid, but it just seems like gaming is so lame right now. Games are more bloated than ever, cost more than ever, and are generally worse than they've ever been. Then congrats, you aren't alone. And in my opinion, aren't without a solution. You see, part of the problem of gaming being so boring is that gaming is now so saturated. Every year we have endless games that are open world or live service or both, and if you aren't into those, then it feels like the whole medium isn't made for you. The easy rebuttal is to play indie games, and yeah, sure,
but that too is so oversaturated that it's hard to separate
Exactly.
the Undertales from the deep space waifus, and chances are you have a job, so spending hours sifting through the mud until you find a piece of gold isn't viable. To try and solve this problem for you, I want to talk about some games and methods that'll possibly reignite your love for the hobby, and after, try to figure out how we got here in the first place. The first game I want to talk about is Haste, a game that, as I'm sure you can see, is heavily...
Oh yeah, no, I like this one. I played this off on my own time. I have this one. This one's pretty cool.
Inspired by Sonic the Hedgehog, and it illustrates...
Kinda. It's own
It's
thing.
one of the ways that modern gaming can feel lame.
It's
and
just a running through roguelike.
To alleviate that feeling. Sonic, according to some fans, has been consistently going downhill, no pun intended, and that would suck a lot. The solution? See what other developers are doing with that niche.
Yep.
Haste takes the same concepts of Sonic, high speed, precise platforming, and puts it into a different aesthetic, and incorporates some roguelike elements that make each playthrough a little different.
Yep.
When we consider that it comes at a fraction of the cost of current Sonic games, and further consider that you might have more fun, it could be a great way to reinvigorate your love for the genre. Haste stars Zoe, a courier who's confused as to why the world is falling apart. As you play, you'll constantly be outrunning the terrain behind you collapsing, acting as your pseudo-time limit. As you rush through the different areas, you'll encounter different characters, uncover the mystery of what's going on, and engage in the buttery smooth gameplay. Haste runs well and has no issues keeping up with the fast-paced movement. Said movement sees you launching yourself off the terrain to gain height and momentum, and then diving down to carry that momentum forward. It's like that shitty Dune game for the iPhone if it didn't suck dick. The gameplay finds ways to keep you engaged, and the boss fights are just a dream to play through. Finally, this soundtrack is absolutely killer. Just listen to some of this.
Yo, yo, yo! Ah!
The reason Haste caught me so off guard is because I figured Sonic had a monopoly on hyper-fast games.
Nope.
And when those games stopped doing it for me, I figured no other game would. And I was so wrong. I had a similar situation when I got bored of the current day Assassin's Creed lack of parkour, and the knowledge that another Mirror's Edge game is never going to happen. To fix that, I looked for other parkour games and came across a game called Rooftops and Alleys. I've been following this game since before it launched, but now that it's a year into early access, the game is evolving so quickly. In the first year, we've gotten plenty of bug fixes, a multiplayer mode, new customization tools, and 2 new maps. Keep in mind, it's all made by one guy too. And again, it's relatively cheap. It doesn't have anything in the way of a story, but if you want to scratch that parkour itch, this is going to do better than any other game on the market. Another issue that typically comes up when I see people saying that gaming is boring is that they don't step out of their comfort zone. People joke about it all the time that the most critical people of modern gaming are the ones who exclusively play FIFA and COD, and yeah, that kind of catalog will warp your perception. It is, however, true that if you don't broaden your horizons, you won't know how great things are on the other side. When I was 18, I almost exclusively played shooters and open world games. If it wasn't called Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed, I didn't care. Then, on a whim, I was so bored that I decided to try NBA 2K15 and lost 2 weeks of my life to a game about a sport I don't watch, don't play, and generally don't care about. Sometimes something new is all you need, and I realized this hard when I first really stepped outside of my interests to play Persona 5, which was a JRPG, a genre I had never engaged with until that point. I liked the game, but it's not the one I want to recommend. Instead, I want to recommend Persona 4 Golden, and the reason is that it's the cheapest modern Persona game you can play, and it's just as good as 5, in some ways better. A lot of people are skeptical of what we colloquially call anime games, and I agreed with that. I don't want to see some exaggerated expressions or some teenager getting a fucking nosebleed when he sees some cleavage, okay? I don't want to have to play games where I have to look over my shoulder to make sure my wife doesn't walk in the room. However, most JRPGs or anime games aren't like that. And in fact, you'll find that they can have some of the most heartfelt stories in gaming. But it's difficult to take the plunge, especially when games are so expensive. So Persona 4 coming in at $27 and frequently on sale means it's easy to give the game a try without feeling like you spent an enormous amount of money. It's what I did, and it turned out to be one of my favorite games ever. I'm not a huge fan of the combat as it became too repetitive for me and lacked a satisfying feedback loop, but the story is one of the best, and the soundtrack is out of this world.
Yeah, Persona 4
It stars
is
the
pretty
player
good.
character as they move to a small town called Inaba, where there's a series of murders that keep taking place. The player and their group of friends will need to solve that mystery through the use of a different world inside a TV, which is where a lot of the gameplay takes place. It's a great time, and the best part is, if you like it, then you have Persona 5 and 3, which just got remade last year. Just a heads up though, the numbers don't mean anything, each game is its own individual story independent of the other games. Where I also stepped out of my genre taste was when it came to puzzle games, and it was all because I tried Tetris Effect. Holy shit, is this game nuts. It's the usual Tetris game, but with the craziest visuals I've ever seen in a puzzle game, and again, excellent music. It led me to try a bunch of other puzzle games that I ended up liking too, like the Talos Principle, a game about a robot who needs to solve puzzles in order to ascend to heaven and meet his maker Elohim. A Little to the Left, which is a lighthearted puzzle game about organizing things. Chance of Senar is a game about learning different languages purely through context clues, and has one of the coolest ideas for a game I've seen in years. This adventure into a new genre eventually led me to what might be my favorite game of all time, Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is a game unlike anything I have played. You play as a wide-eyed astronaut heading into their first space expedition with one goal: see what you can. It takes an archaeologist's approach to storytelling, where a lot of what you will be doing is seeing old structures from past civilizations, studying their language and culture, and of course, seeing the different planets the game has to offer. Outer Wilds is a rare case where the progression is tied directly to what you know, so not many will be able to accurately describe what's so great about it without spoiling the fun. Hell, if you do know what to do, you could technically reach the end of the game in less than 10 minutes, but the journey is learning how to get there and why you'd even want to. It's an amazing game, and I can't gush about it enough. But I get it, it's not that there aren't good games, it's simply that these large companies produce slop for the masses and kill their franchises in the process. But sometimes, those companies too allow their developers to embark on their own passion projects. Ubisoft, the king of releasing the same game every year, supposedly, has done this before, with an excellent game called Grow Home. Grow Home is a game about Bud, a botanical utility droid whose purpose is to grow a plant big enough to fill his planet with oxygen. You do this by climbing the ever-sprouting plant, gaining abilities to help you move around, and growing the plant as high as possible. It's such a cool game because it's a new idea from a studio seemingly devoid of them. It has great music, a cool aesthetic, and the climbing is, while janky, very charming. If you can't get enough of it, then you know what, dude? Grow up. It's the sequel that is essentially more of the first game, but with more tools, more plants, and more Bud. Both of these games are pretty cheap, so I would highly recommend them, and I'd love to see more AAA studios greenlighting smaller projects like this. There's another issue I want to tackle, but it's a hard one to solve, and that's the fact that gaming is so expensive now. If you don't have a $600 console, then most modern games won't be playable. And if you want to play them on PC, then you'd need at least $1,000 to come close to matching the performance of a console. So how do we solve that? We need to find games that have bang for your buck. But how can we tell if something has good value? Assassin's Creed Valhalla has easily over 200 hours of content, but that content wasn't fun for me, and it was still $90. A lot of this is going to come down to cost of entry. For example, Balatro is $10, and I have 300 hours in it. I'd say that's a great dollar to playtime value. Sure, I'm not going to get moments in Balatro where I'm shitting bricks and blown away by the graphics, but the game must be doing something right if I come back to it literally every single day. Best part is, a game like this runs on anything, even your phone, so it's easy to recommend to people who have low-spec systems. To continue with this theme, I want to talk about a few games that have a low cost of entry and have great dollar value. These are games that will run on anything and aren't expensive. Little Inferno, a game where you buy items and burn them in your fireplace. Each item has a unique effect when set ablaze, and there might be something more going on here, but who knows? Stardew Valley, a game about starting a farm and living a peaceful life among the people of Pelican Town. Strangely serene and addicting at the same time. Hollow Knight is possibly one of the best Metroidvanias you will play, and for the price, the game has it all. Replay value, deep lore, great music, fantastic gameplay, a unique art style, and I think my 65 hours speak for themselves. Peggle? This game is a classic, man, come on. Storyteller is a game where you're given the ingredients to a story and need to put the right characters in the right spot to fit the desired outcome. This game was initially not great for the value, but has received so many free updates with new content that I think it's worth picking up now. So, okay, those are some great entries, but that doesn't entirely solve the problem of modern games being too expensive, and for that, unfortunately, patience is the best choice. I understand that playing things now is great because it's out now, But if you can wait, a lot of games go on sale and can be picked up for pretty cheap. Persona 5,
unless you're playing on a Nintendo console.
Game I was interested in but apprehensive when it came to shelling out the full price, was available on sale a few years later. Assassin's Creed Mirage, a game I thought was solid, is on for $15 as of writing. A personal tool I use is deals.gg, and before we go any further, no, this is not a sponsorship. I'm not affiliated with this website in any way. I just genuinely like it and use it all the time. Deals.gg essentially shows you what the best sales are right now, and shows you the best deals from a variety of websites. What I specifically like about them is that they list official retailers and key shops. I don't believe in using key shops. Too many devs have gone on record saying that they're harmful to the industry, and so to support the devs that make the games I like, I want to make sure that money goes directly to them. Using official retailers ensures that. Another tool they offer is the price history, so you can see if the sale that is currently ongoing is anything to scoff at. I've been wanting to buy Stellar Blade for a while, and when I saw it was on sale, looking at the price history, I was able to see that it was at a historical low. So I was able to buy the game confidently knowing I was getting a relatively good deal. If you prefer physical, then buying secondhand is an option too, but I struggle to recommend that because I've had way too many games with scratches on the disc or some kind of horror story like that. But of course, you'd need to wait for those sales. So while you wait, and since you probably already don't like the modern game releases, why not look back? During the mid-2010s, I didn't have a ton of money, so there were a lot of great games I missed out on. Shadow of Mordor, Prototype 2, Max Payne 3, the Hitman games, Borderlands 3, Assassin's Creed Origins, and these are all games that, now that I have a job, I can finally experience. And the best part is, because it's been so long, I picked them all up for dirt cheap. Especially with how busy people are these days, I'm sure you'll find things to do while you wait, like trying some of the aforementioned games above. Finally, when it comes to a lot of the issues with gaming, maybe the biggest solution would be to change how you interact with the medium. This isn't going to apply to everyone, but gaming discourse for many is completely based on negativity. Our current culture is consumed with skepticism, cynicism, and anger. So many new releases are met with some kind of polarization, and I know I can be part of this problem. I've torn plenty of games to shreds. But I think it's important to engage with the things you like too, and in fact, I think it should be a majority of what you consume. There's plenty of Assassin's Creed fans that don't like where the series is going, and some of those fans spend all day online complaining about it, or watching videos about why the series sucks now. And I'm not saying we can't be critical of media, in fact, I think it's important to have those critiques, but it's hard to enjoy games when so much content on social media is about how bad they are. Now, I'm not saying you should blindly throw your money at every game that comes out, but maybe experiment more, and try to better understand your own tastes. You might surprise yourself with how much you like a game or genre you thought you would hate, and vice versa. If I based my opinion solely off of the content I watched, then I'd assume Red Dead 2 is the greatest game ever made. But when I played it myself, it was just fine. And that's an important part about experimenting. If you follow all of my recommendations from this video, then I doubt you'll like all of them, because that's just how people work. I had Amori hyped up to me for years, and when I finally played it, I was like, are you serious? This is your GOAT? Meanwhile, games like Dark Souls 2, games I was told were bottom of the barrel hot dog ass, turned out to be a ton of fun. But I'm glad I played both, because both informed me of my own tastes. It told me what I liked and didn't like, and it's not like I regret playing the games I didn't like, because that experimentation is part of the fun. I think a healthy goal is to not have a game give you an experience, it's to have you create your own experience with the game as a catalyst. It's why games like Minecraft with no real story work so well, because it gives the player the tools to have fun, and the story is your journey through the game, finding the fun. And I think that's one of the best stories a game can tell. A final reason gaming might be boring is that the truth is, a lot of us are growing up. Gaming as a kid was this magical thing. It had this ability to transport us to other worlds and let us escape our own. As adults, we have too many responsibilities, deadlines, bills that anchor us to our surroundings, so we don't get as bewitched as we used to. That and games aren't so magical. A lot of us now know why and how things are made. Squeezing through a tight space is no longer part of an experience, it's the game loading the next area, and instantly we're pulled out. I noticed that in recent years, despite my job, I don't game as much as I used to. I mean, I still play every day, but it's different now. Not to get too personal, but as a kid, my life was something I often wanted to escape from, and the worlds of these games were ways for me to do that. Now, as an adult, I've done okay for myself, and I now play games just to have fun. I don't need to run anymore. Initially, this transition presented itself as gaming being boring to me, or more accurately, not the same anymore. But it actually allowed me to engage with games in a whole new way, because I had realized it had been so long since I had played a game just for fun, and not to avoid something else. Despite how antagonizing the title and thumbnail might be, I really can't tell you.
Oh yeah, that was a good video. We'll go mark that off. Oh, here, this one sounds like something be important here. Gacha games have terrible gameplay. I mean, I do agree. But what does this guy have to say about it?
Gachas. A comparison that has the connection of oil and water, like recommending a new album to a deaf person, like mixing macaroni and cheese with ketchup. Haiku, though, you should probably try that last one, it actually kind of slaps. But the point of the matter is, to a lot of people, this shit doesn't mix well. A lot say these games can't have good gameplay because of their monetization method. It's like, you ever try recommending a gacha game to your friend by saying it has good gameplay, then they reply with the fucking credit card swiping gif? That's pretty much what I'm talking about. But the question is, do they got a point? Like, okay, yeah, sure, not having all the characters in a game does suck, but at the same time, is that reason enough to say all the gameplay in that game is terrible? So then I started to think about the topic more, started thinking about how the monetization method changes the games I've played a fair bit of. Then I came to a realization. People who say the gameplay in these games is worse because of their monetization aren't really wrong. And not for the sole and obvious reason of you don't have all the characters. Because A, that'd be a boring point to make an entire video around, and B, and some of them I fucking do, but there are valid reasons to judge the gameplay beyond that. So that's what the rest of this video is, talking about how the monetization method indirectly, well, sometimes directly, makes the gameplay of any gacha worse. So basically, the long and short of it is, I'm turning into a hater. That's what this video is about. I'm being a hater. When it's over, expect this channel to go off into making solely COD gameplay videos. That's the future of this shit. But to talk about why I think there's truth to the statement, the first game I'm gonna bring up is Reinx, as it's a game that's avoided all of the regular pitfalls you would imagine with this topic. Like, most people who have been playing the game for a while have about 90% of the units in it. I don't care if it's a personal or not, but most of the people on my list got about that much. I got 97% myself, and more than 500 bulls stashed away. I only buy the monthly pass. The game's incredibly generous. So if that ain't the problem, then is it the gameplay? Is that just shit? Nope. You can bring in 12 characters that all play differently, and you can place them anywhere on the stage. It's a tower defense, which makes it so many factors change how you play the stage, like which units are bringing in, if they have faction bonuses, the stage, the mechanics of it, and where you place your units. To the point where pretty much every stage in the game actually plays differently, and this amount of hyper customization also makes it so you could easily clear the game with low rarity units. But that brings up the question, if the gameplay is great, and the gacha isn't looking to harvest your soul, what's the problem? Well, it's one every gacha suffers due to the monetization method, which is the sense of player progression. Take Elden Ring. You start off with minimal shit to use and no solid build for your character. By all means, you're at your weakest, and the enemies you fight against are also at their weakest. But as time passes in the game, you slowly build your character, get a solid build, and advance in power bit by bit. This progression is so intimately tied to your experience and how much you've explored of the world, to where you're never at risk of being too strong and making the game boring. Unless you grind or know where to get items, you need to really make yourself overpowered. But for your first playthrough, character progression and what the game expects of you at any given moment are intimately tied. Then take a gacha game. In most of them, this shit doesn't really exist. Like Reinx. Now, I remember exactly the first E2 I had in the game, basically the final tier power character can reach. My first E2 was Exia, and the time when I E2'd her was the Twilight of Olamon event. At that time in the game, Exia was considered a fairly strong unit, not as much as a win condition as Silver Ash, but she could put in a lot of work.
I don't know who those are, but okay.
She really propped up the run. Didn't outright carry me, but shit would have been so much harder without her at E2. Now take an account made in 2025. Let's say you played when Walter was released and you rolled for her because everyone said she was the strongest character in the game. Then she's your first C2. Then you play the Twilight of Olamon event because you could replay all old events. She pretty much solos it. Not like Exia where it helped. Nah, she solos that shit. She walks in, pops her skill, drops 6 tactical fucking nukes, and bitches the stage. Like when Twilight of Olamon dropped, you had to use the gramophones to kill the boss that was tanky as shit. Now you just got a sadistic nuclear launcher with a switch that'll kill her in, 5 hits. And it ain't just her. A lot of the newer units also annihilate old stages, because those older ones were made when the most insane thing we had in the game was Silver Ash. Now we have Silver Ash on a cocktail of PEDs. The stage difficulty was made with player progression and the units of that time in mind. It was a good balance of difficulty. Then power creep happened. Now a lot of the older shit is a cakewalk. And the unfortunate part is, power creep is pretty much impossible to not have in a gacha game. though I've already talked about why, so I don't want to dive too much into it. Long and short is that power creep happens naturally from character kits becoming more interesting or specialized as time moves on. This shit happens in any game. Or it's forced to happen because the devs want you to spend more money, so they made a motherfucker with insane numbers. But the fact is, your progression in a gacha game is going to be fucking wonky. If you're a new player, newer events are going to whoop your ass, and then when you take your shiny new toys into an old event, it's going to be boring as shit. Player progression isn't tied to what the game expects of you, it's tied to what state the meta of the game is in. Hell, another example from Reinx, Patriot. He used to be the hardest boss in the game, had defense and resistance stats that made him near impossible to kill. You had to use the stage mechanics of mines and a very specialized team, or Amia, story reasons, to take him down. In Big 2025, he's used as montage fodder for new characters. Literally, people solo him. Hell, some characters solo the entire stage. Patriot and enemies included. The perspective of someone who fought Patriot when he dropped versus nowadays is night and day. I used to fear Patriot. Now when I look at him getting clipped, bro, it's like I just watched someone kick a puppy. I just feel fucking bad for him. I deadass had to use a support unit back then to beat him. Now I'm confident I could do it with 3 characters, which is really just an arbitrary number because I know it's possible with 1, I just don't have his module. Also, another example, so I show it ain't just an Arknights thing, but instead something all gachas face, FGO. So many old mechanics in the game can be skipped by having Castoria. For those that don't know, the Noble Phantasm, think Ultimate,
just ignoring
makes it so you don't take damage. The next however much overcharge you had, attacks don't fucking work on you. And if you build the right team with her, you're literally immortal. Then you look at stages before she existed, and all of these big strong moves the bosses can launch out do nothing. Because a lot of them have ignore and vulnerability, so they can hit you even if you're invulnerable. But Castoria exists beyond that. Ignore and vulnerability doesn't fucking work against her, unless you're only using her 3rd skill, which gives you basic invulnerability. The only thing that stops her Noble Phantasm is buff removal. That's it. But the difference between having her or not is gigantic. Not enough to really be fucked without her, but it's pretty much 2 different games if you're not using her. And guess what? Anyone can use her. The game has a support system to where any player can use her if the stage doesn't force that support slot to be used for a story character. But if it's open, and you got her, the stage is way easier than how it was when it was first released. And player progression getting hurt by newer units doesn't just exist for old content either. For example, roguelites. Going back to Arknights. My run will be considerably different if I start with a meta unit or not. And to be 100, if I'm doing the higher difficulty stages, it gets to a point where you need to start with those overpowered units. Now, all in all, not that big a problem because of how generous the game is, so when you reach that point, you'll have units that can clear it. But if you're not at that point, and are a player wanting to try out the roguelikes, your experience will be much harder or much easier compared to who you got to start with. Then compare it to Night Rain. Has 8 characters that all feel different to play, and every single run you do has, of course, randomness, but the difficulty of it is suited to what the game expects of you, not what you have to beat the game. The difficulty difference between the roguelike in any gacha game basically and a regular roguelike is considerably different. In regular ones, it feels like I'm walking into an even playing field. In gachas, it feels like I'm choosing which level of bullshit I want to indulge in.
Yeah,
because
what level of
progression
bullshit?
is measured with the game
Sounds
in mind,
about
and it
right.
changes if it's a gacha.
How
and
much
this is pretty much the
bullshit do you
case
want to
for all of
indulge
them.
in?
But that's enough of that problem. The next one I want to bring up is
Okay.
found in Genshin Impact. Now, little side note when
boy.
it comes to Genshin, I do want to make the distinction between gameplay and combat. Just combat would be how the game plays from battle to battle, right? But the gameplay is more the overall package, and that would include the team building as well. And the reason I make that distinction is because how I feel about the combat and how I feel about the team building is worlds apart. The team building and the reaction system is genuinely a masterpiece in game design. The gameplay is... It's
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The long and short of why I don't like the combat is actually a two-parter at this point. See, at first I wrote a fair bit of the Genshin segment based upon my thoughts of the game from when I last quit it. Then for gathering footage, I re-downloaded it and played the 2 new game modes in the Spiral Abyss. Then I realized they address the problems for some game modes and fights, but still kind of missed the mark. So the problem I have with Genshin is the combat is very formulaic. You go into a fight, start your rotation. Generally speaking, with the teams I ended up using, you swap in, Q&E, swap, Q&E, swap, Q&E, swap, do whatever you gotta do to get the damage off on your hyper carry. That's it. Most combat you're gonna do in the game is gonna be like that. A variation of swapping as you spam Q&E and sometimes left click. Throughout most teams you'll make in the game, they'll feel pretty much the same on the mechanical end of what you, the player, is inputting. When you have your team, the way you play them from when you got them to hours later is gonna look pretty much the same, bar having more energy regen for tighter rotations. And other people using the team will look similar as well, because you stick to the rotation. It's optimal. That is what you're meant to do. But the rotation itself being boring and the fact that you as the player barely have reason to change this singular rotation is the problem. There's not much that pushes you outside this. At most, you can maybe double back to a healer to press one additional button if it's needed, but aside from that, same shit, different day, with the exception of some enemies. An easy example is like Scaramouche. In that boss fight, you gotta spend the second half dodging and building up resources before you stagger him and kill him. But aside from that, the enemies in the game, and most importantly the Spiral Abyss, usually just stand there like training dummies as you wail on them. They don't really got interesting attacks aside from something you occasionally need to dodge. It makes the game mode just a damage check instead of really being hard to clear. And that's the problem
that's what the timer is
with the
for,
combat in
to
the
make
past.
it that.
Now, it's a little different. They've introduced new enemies that make you as the player actually play differently. Like the enemy in the first floor of floor 11, chamber 3 for this current Spiral Abyss. That one you cannot just mindlessly attack to beat it. You have to play into its mechanic. And what's that mechanic? It rips away all your energy if you stand next to it after it first spawns in. And the way to stop that is to break a shield, which will give your energy back. The thing is, a lot of characters need to use their ultimates to break it, so they need energy, which the enemy rips away from you. What are we doing here? You took the most integral part of the gameplay away with an enemy mechanic. Why? But to be honest, aside from how annoyed I was when I first found the enemy, I did appreciate it existing, because it made me actually play differently for once. The enemy wasn't just a punching bag, I had to counter what it was doing. So, what are the ways to counter it? Well, the ones I found were wait out its time on the sidelines so the attack's done. Not optimal, you lose a lot of time. The other is freeze it before it does the attack so you cancel it. Or you can bring in characters that are more built around using their skill for damage and reactions, whose ultimate isn't really needed for breaking the shield. Or you can bring in Mavweek or Skirk, because they both don't lose their ult energy from it. They just ignore the boss's mechanic, as both of their banners are up during this rotation, and this buffs up pyro and cryo damage.
Of
Kind of feels like you're putting on a strap-on and selling me the lube, doesn't it? So here's the problem with it being
they're putting it out and it's selling
two out of these 4 strategies revolve around you gambling.
Oh boy.
Only 2 because you can still freeze the enemy with a free-to-play team. But for the other ones, if you need the characters that are very good at triggering the reactions with just their skills, you more than likely gotta gamble for them. Either for 5 stars like that or constellations on 4 stars to make them actually usable. Mainly that's just the case for the newer 4 stars. Or you can swipe on one of the 2 banners active during this abyss and skip the enemy mechanic entirely. Now, not saying it's impossible if you don't do that, but you're going to have a considerably harder time if you don't. You know, the thing is, the boss was different to engage with, and in any other game it'd be interesting to take in a different team comp for this challenge, but Genshin, with being a gacha game, makes that difficult because to have a wealth of team comps means you've also needed to engage with the gambling. So it's not like it's a level playing field on a game of what you can use, but ends up being a case of who you have. And this ain't the first time Genshin has done it either. Enter the entire Night Soul mechanic,
a thing of who
which
you
some
have.
bosses interact with a lot, but guess what? Only Natlan characters can do shit when it comes to the Night Soul mechanic, so you gotta use them for it. Any non-Natlan character can't do shit about that, like this fucking boss. It has an entire mechanic where you need a Natlan character to climb up a pillar to hit these things. Granted, you can, not by design, get by with jumping up certain spots for certain character models or using a Zhongli pillar. But why the fuck did they make this just a Natlan character thing instead of a mechanic of the game normally? Like, climbing's already in the game. You didn't have to make our characters' upper body strength the equivalent of the people who actually play the game to rip that shit away from us, but they did it that way because they want people to swipe. Granted, they give you free options to help with it, but again, the problem comes back to it being a gacha. Yes, you could use the free options, but they'll be significantly worse than the paid ones. Though aside from that, Genshin has, in the past, in my opinion, felt like a game that valued vertical investment a lot. That's why Constellations are so broken. They made it so that you'll be more likely to invest heavily into some characters you love over horizontal progression, because for years, only 2 teams was enough. But now there's a mechanic that you can't use your old vertically invested characters to beat, and instead, you're incentivized to roll for newer ones, which maybe wouldn't be too bad on its own, but the game gives you fuck nothing in terms of pulls, and Natlan has been horrifically bad with the pull economy compared to other patches. And then there's the third mode which came out recently, and I'm gonna say something controversial. I actually really like playing it. I enjoyed it. It gave me whack-ass themes, and I had to think about what was optimal to use for them, instead of the same sequence I've done thousands of times. But the problem of the theater mode is that you need a horizontally invested account to really engage with it. They give you trial units, but they're kinda dog shit, not gonna lie. On normal difficulty, not a problem. The second you go higher, you're gonna want to start to gamble for units. And this problem ain't helped by the fact you could really only use characters of a specific element for that rotation.
And then, like, if you have to gamble for the units, it's not worth doing anymore.
Yes, you do have friendly units you could use, but that's only once per season, not run, season. So the game mode on paper is really
only
fun to play,
once
but
per
in practice,
season, that's
a lot
a
of the
rip.
enjoyment of it comes from a gambling check because it's a gacha. If you don't have a wide array of invested units, you're kind of just fucked. If it was a regular game, this wouldn't be a problem. Now, this does sound like it's coming to the basic problem of you don't have all the characters in the game, therefore game bad. Which is why I want to clear this up. The problem isn't that you don't have all the characters. The problem is that the game is putting very arbitrary tricks in gameplay that makes you want or need to gamble more. Like having Natla mechanics old units just can't do. Having the theater mode only let you bring in certain elements aside from all the characters you got. These are tactics to make you pay for more characters. You're making a problem and selling you the solution.
They definitely
if those
are.
mechanics could be done by any character, and if you could bring in your normal roster for the theater game mode, these things wouldn't inherently change. They'd remain the same, but all you get is less money doing it that way. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying Genshin needs to become a paid-only game. God no. The fact you get this much content in the game for the price of zero is objectively amazing. Being a gacha helps make that a reality. But this video is about shortcomings in gameplay of gacha games, and Genshin has a lot of shortcomings because of it being a gacha. Like how new systems are cool shit to something only recent characters you have to swipe for can do. Like how Natlan characters fix the expiration being asked by having their own vehicles they can summon that other characters can't. As it expands, Genshin is getting more interesting, albeit game modes, exploration enemies, and bosses, but to really engage with and have as much fun as you can with that, you need to swipe. Which does always exist in gachas. If you want to use the new fun characters, you gotta pay. But some of them help that by being very generous, and Genshin, God no, it doesn't even come close. The progression of the game and its systems leaves behind players that do not have the units to engage with it, so it ends up being hell for free-to-plays that don't play every day or return players. It sucks. I think Genshin's becoming more interesting in places I thought it was lacking, like combat and your traversal through the world, but it being a gacha game and having these changes tied intimately to who you have on your account is holding it back. But shifting gears, let's instead talk about a game that's done the opposite of that. Has had its characters go beyond the original scope of the game and make it lose part of its identity. Punishing Grey Raven.
Yes,
I'm not gonna lie, actually, I have to say this about the game because I still think it's really fucking good, but the game evolved into a weird way where the combat became flashier, but worse to me. When the game first dropped, the characters were more simple in their moveset. The hits weren't any grand spectacle, and it needed to be on point with dodging and parrying. You had stuff to build towards when it came to their core passive, and the characters felt a bit different in how they approached combat, but as time passed on in the game and the units progressed, it became iframe simulator. A lot of the new frames would have large swaths of times where they couldn't get hit. Like for example, Stigmata's hold left click after you pop her first ult. During all of this, she cannot be hit. The stuff like this,
you're up
where
to
I'm
there,
just
you can
attacking
just,
and not being able to
you
get
won't
hit
get
back
hit or
became
anything.
the norm. There used to be a point where dodging and parrying were big focuses of the game, but as time passed, I just ended up going into a fight, following the rotation, and not really worrying about what the fuck the enemy was doing during that, because it's not like the jackass could hit me anyway. Some bosses circumvented this, like the parry ball, to where if you want to be optimal, you needed to, well, parry the ball. But a lot of the ones for Phantom Pay Cage, I just never interacted with and spammed out my invulnerability moves because that's what was optimal. Like on paper, you can still hear why so many people love the game. The character kits are interesting, they feel fairly differently from each other, moves are flashy, bosses are cool, but it gets reduced a lot because I have the power of God protecting the anime waifu whenever she wants to be flashy and look at the camera. So I ended up not caring about what the enemy was doing and just did what Guide said was the optimal way to play the character or team. Because even if the boss is popping the fuck off and throwing out some fucking attacks like Don, the fuck does it matter when that shit has the lethality of a gust of wind against my character that's spending half the fight invulnerable? So it got to the point where all I did in the fights was just what was optimal on paper. The only thought I really put into the boss was what element they were weak to. And I want to make one thing clear about my thoughts. Rotations inherently are not the problem. Having a set of things you do in combat to be optimal isn't a bad thing. It's just the absence of interacting with the game that gets boring. Like for example, and this may be an extreme example, Final Fantasy XIV. Now, I know what you're going to say, a bit hard to compare the combat when in PGR you only use a couple of buttons for your inputs, and in Final Fantasy XIV you alternate between your entire fucking keyboard. Which is why I want to say, for the purposes of this example, throw the fucking keyboard out, right? Just imagine when in this game you're controlling your rotation using a fucking automaton. Just imagine the buttons you gotta press in the game are always boiled down to a simple 1, 2, 3. Even if that was done, the game wouldn't get boring because you still need to interact with bosses.
Yeah, you have to interact and pay attention
to
and everything.
doing in the fight. Even though what you're doing on your end is simple, paying attention to them is what shakes up the combat, especially considering how they all play differently.
But don't forget also, because Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO, and you're playing with other players, you have to coordinate everything with other players too. Like what, 7 other players or something?
You